All right, today at the round table, it's going to be a science discussion as well as an experiment potentially. Can you freeze a fart? What are your thoughts going into this?
Why?
Because someone's got to do the groundbreaking research.
Depends on the pressure of the chamber that you're releasing into.
Yeah. So when I was initially brainstorming, so it was an evolution. It started with a fart delivery where I'd go to Matt's house and fart into the Ring doorbell.
Great.
But I usually can't do that audibly, so I probably would have ended up shitting my pants and it'd be like a ding dong shitch. So I was like, there's got to be an extension of this idea.
Well, when you say freeze a fart, do you mean like you now have a fart snowball? Or
Yeah,
do you mean like you want to be able to open a jar and the sound of the same fart keeps going out?
What I was envisioning is I would fart and while it's still like the fumes, it'd be frozen.
My theory is smarter people than us can do it.
Yeah.
And more so than more brain cells, it's more technology at their disposal.
We could get Jamie Heineman on it, I think.
Here's the thing. We're going to fart into a container.
Right.
Container.
Amaranth proved the theory. You can do that.
Right.
Yeah, you can
Although
shit
I will
farts.
say once again, we did not smell the fart. Our jar was empty.
Yeah. That was just an empty jar.
We got scammed.
Oh.
Here's the method. You fart into a jar.
Yeah.
The jar goes into the bag that you vacuum seal. Because you can't just vacuum seal the fart. The fart comes out.
Yeah.
You need the fart contained in the vacuum sealed bag.
Yes.
That gets dipped into the liquid nitrogen, which from looking online will freeze some of the fart gases, but not all of them.
Will it freeze the gases or just the particles? Like
gases.
the solid part. It will freeze the
It
gases.
seems like the
Solid
two
particles, brother. It's a fart. Am I right?
They were saying there will be poop particles.
That's what's.
Yeah,
I mean, that is what.
There's going to be like flakes of poop. That's the fart shit. So that's.
It's really, if you think of it, it's like the base of a soup.
It's the broth.
What the fuck do you mean by that?
It's like
It's like the miso paste that you put in there. Yeah.
It's the miso paste in your soup.
Because it's a gas. You can
Naturally.
you can put it in you can make it condensate.
That's
into
what I'm
a
saying.
liquid.
It is an issue of density, because like water becomes a gas and it becomes a cloud, and if you scoop up a cloud and freeze it, it turns into snow. That's what snow is. It's frozen cloud. So the idea is that you need to get enough fart together to make a literal fart cloud that you freeze into shit snow.
Well, no, because you're already in that you're talking about a gaseous state. We are producing it in a gaseous state.
I'll
It's
translate
coming
what Drew
out.
says. We need to fart in Matt's pool, is what he's saying.
So Ryan has had this idea, and I think this is stronger
This has to be the
than
case.
whatever we're trying to do here is going into a body of water
That's
and
really
just
smart.
catching the bubbles.
The problem
Matt's
is you
pool.
can't
Matt's
only
hot tub.
catch the bubble.
Yeah,
you're getting water.
There's
Yeah,
got to
but
be
you
a way
can
to
still-
create a
you can
vacuum
just
in the
catch
jar
You can do that.
to catch the air.
You
There's
hold
got to
the
be a
jar
way to
upside
do it.
down, and then we just try to catch Charlie's farts like the bubbles, like a little mini game.
Yeah.
It's like a Wario.
Well, here's the thing.
With enough jars, we could do it.
You can fill the jar with water and then fart into it, because the fart will push into the jar and
just
push
catch
the
the
water
fart.
out.
Okay. If we were going to UT and we had a like science department behind us,
Which we will be.
Yeah.
They have
we
a pool.
We have solid ceramic, or not ceramic, but like glass box with a little pump on the end of it.
That you connect to your butt.
You will do that, but first you get a vacuum that sucks it out, sucks out all the air.
Yeah.
It is a perfect vacuum in there, as close as we can get humanly.
got it.
Then we attach a hose to our ass to put it blue, and we fart. And this is going to take a couple weeks probably to fill this whole little thing up with
That's
fart.
the thing, is the quantity issue, I think.
Yeah, so we take a little bit of time. We let them get real stinky in there, then liquid nitrogen all around it.
And even
Let's get
then-
Nile Red.
So liquid nitrogen is only cold enough to freeze like 2 of the gases.
So we're
that
filter
comprise-
freezing farts.
Right. You're taking out some of the fart components.
Is there something to farting into like a vacuum cleaner? So suck it up and contain it. Is there something there? I don't know. It just popped into my brain.
Are you asking would it be funny? Because yeah.
If you stopped at vacuum, I was like, yes. And then you added cleaner, and I was
Well,
like,
no,
no.
just like basically like you just like
Whoa, wait.
take like
Okay.
a shop vac, put it up to Aaron's ass, let him fart. It just goes into the vacuum,
If we
right?
move
Now we've
forward
got
with this idea,
now we've got fart.
imagine we have a vacuum. We hold it up to an ass. We fart into it. We do this 500 times. You pull out the filter. What's there? Poop? Or is there like fart essence attached to the filter? Because then you don't even need to freeze it.
The soul, yeah.
The
It's,
soul.
it's like
of the
it's
fart.
fart
essence,
extract.
yeah. What we do is if we do that, if Charlie then goes to Matt's house, puts it in the microwave, or throws it at his door or whatever, then you're just throwing poop, and that is fucked up.
Yeah.
If you can keep
It's
it at
no
fart,
longer a joke
it
at
becomes
that point.
solid,
It's-
and that's gross.
It's
Yeah.
bioterrorism.
I wouldn't do that anymore because Chase had a really good point. Like, we could unfreeze the fart in 3,000 years.
That's
that one
true.
is cool.
Running off of my theory of farting into a vacuum cleaner, you could then reverse it and like
right.
blow up
Blow it.
balloons with it and then freeze those.
that's-
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there
you
you
put
go.
the filter on the other end, you blow through the filter. You've now created a non-human fart. You've extracted the human element.
That's true.
Literally
We could
the
just-
soul of the
We
fart.
could just fart on like a screen or poop on a screen, smear it around, and then put it in front of a fan
And blow air.
And now we have a manufactured fart.
That's
This is the most evil thing the warehouse has ever
I don't think I
done.
like where this video is going.
The manufacturing a fart's a pretty good idea because you could do that you just need a fan.
Yeah.
What I'm saying.
I think we're losing. Oh, sorry. Go
If we
ahead.
could fart into a chamber and then apply pressure to it,
Yes.
like an immense amount of pressure, it will condensate into a liquid
Form
that
of
can
fart
Yes, that
black
is
hole.
true. That is true.
that can then be frozen.
I think that's actually a harder experiment.
I agree.
This is not,
100%, but it is more pure.
this is not the experiment we're doing, but I think it would be really cool if we farted, had scientists.
End of sentence.
If we fart, if we poop. Farts have. Everyone always, as a kid, they were always like, cow farts have methane and stuff.
Yeah,
Do
right.
Human farts have.
I'm nearly 100%
Yeah.
certain.
We
of
do
it.
make-
Has anyone ever tried slamming fart particles together in like an
like the
accelerator?
LHC?
Large
Yeah.
Hadron Collider? Yeah, that would be good.
I know you guys are working
Well,
on
no,
black holes.
A brown hole.
Because then that opens the portal to the poop dimension.
There has to be.
I think it is cool.
It
It is
literally
cool.
has to be the pool.
Yeah.
Once again, though, you're not doing that without getting water, and that destroys the experiment.
It's also.
You can displace water, but here's the thing: if there's enough fart concentrated in one direction, we will get some.
What's wrong?
once
What's
again-
wrong with the little water in the jar?
Yeah,
when you're
It's not
freezing?
going to be a little water.
Well, here's the thing.
Well, if you
be-
fart enough, it'll fill up the jar.
We're either
We
doing
just have to fill the
some
whole
water
jar
or
with farts.
some air.
I think if we're doing this, we need to do bathtub because chlorinated water is going to fuck up the fart. The chlorine is
That's
going
true,
to
that's
kill
true,
the
that's
fart.
true, that's
Like,
true, that's
And we don't want to mix chlorine gas with our gas. You don't know.
Definitely.
That's
don't
mustard
do that.
gas.
Yeah,
You're getting into Monsanto territory. and I don't want to.
we don't want to deal
wait,
with
do
that.
you guys want me to go ahead and order Taco Bell for everybody?
Hey, do we have ice cream? I'll beat you to it.
The engine.
If you just feed Ryan lactose,
Yeah,
we'll
yeah. It's bad.
Well,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We also have a 3D printer. Can we print the shape of someone's ass perfectly to make a perfect seal where
Like
they
a
can just
mold?
sit on like a mold and then fart and then it has nowhere to go except into
And then put
the
rubber
apparatus?
seal, like a gasket.
Yeah.
around the
the
ends.
side. The issue here is it better to have less ass or more ass?
All right, wait.
That's an easy-
I'm
Because, like-
figuring this out. I'm going back to my whiteboard.
Oh no, God, the whiteboard. Oh no.
If we're,
Yeah.
if we're gonna start using a whiteboard in these, can we get one that isn't see-through that
You
you
want me
can't
to do
actually?
it on the wall
yes,
with the whiteboard thing?
100%. Because you just can't see that on camera.
Just right on the wall.
Here, it's got whiteboard.
Wait, behind Charlie, by Shrek.
No, this has
It's got
whiteboard
whiteboard
paint.
paint on it.
Okay.
Oh, is that why
Sort
there's
of.
writing that's not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
It doesn't erase.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So it's just well, the problem's the texture. Let's switch gears. How do we get this off the wall? Have you ever played the latest Bloons Tower Defense? You know, there's the spike thrower like that.
Yeah.
We do this. Center container,
We're all farting into the same container.
multiple tubes.
It's like a hookah, but in
Yes.
reverse.
It's hookah for your ass. It's reverse ass hookah. Into vacuum sealed thing. Once we have enough, you clip the hoses. You've got that into the vat of liquid.
That's,
Okay.
The Geneva Convention was invented for this exact reason.
Stay down.
It'll stay down.
The best part is I think the only way it works is if you are farting with your ass in the air, because if you're just sitting on something and fart into a tube, it
It's
will
gonna s-
never
it's
go
not
up.
gonna- right.
Like the tube has to be going straight like upwards. So you're gonna have to fart like this
Yeah.
to make sure. No. Okay.
Well, imagine there's also a cue here where, like, if everybody farts 300 times. If we spend hours, it's gotta push. Like the gas has to move.
No, it will move up.
No.
It will move up if it has, because it's lighter than
it's
air,
forced,
it
right.
will go up into the device. So as long as the
Right.
tubes are vertical,
Yeah.
it will go up into
So
Yeah,
we
the fart
essentially,
upward.
I am
That's what I'm
picturing
saying, the fart
this.
upwards.
We should give this to
we should make like a device, a toilet, basically a fart toilet. That you strap in and then it rotates you upside down, so you're like strapped
Imagine
in.
going into the warehouse, Charlie's fucking suspended, and there's just a container up here with a hose to his ass.
Like a centrifuge.
I was gonna say, we're thinking about this the wrong way. We're thinking we have to go up or down. You got to flip the axis. You start spinning around in a centrifuge, and it sucks all the fart like to the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like something Immortan Joe would have in like his lair.
He's got his concubine of like women, and he's like, "You can't birth me, my perfect son. Get in the fart centrifuge."
If we're gonna create this fart milking apparatus,
Yeah.
I think we should revisit the vacuum idea, because then we don't have to worry about the orientation or like
Yeah.
That's
axis.
true.
Yeah.
It's
That's
just
true.
It pulls.
It's
The problem with the
The problem is
And it
that-
would create
the problem
a
is
vacuum
if you
seal to your asshole.
if you vacuum seal into your ass, you will just pull your organs
That
out of
is
your
true.
butthole.
The other thing is, a vacuum, even though it's in the name, a vacuum is not a vacuum.
It's also not airtight.
Yeah.
Right.
What are you even
It's
talking
not-
about?
it's
It's a
not-
vacuum.
It's not about creating a vacuum. It's just like,
It's about the sucking.
It's about the suction.
I see,
No,
but
yeah.
it's gonna
It's gonna suck your
leak the
organs
fart.
out of your
Yeah.
The
butthole.
fart, fart's gonna go bye-bye.
If we have to prolapse our anuses for science,
No, what if we
Too
make
much. Like, it's probably gonna melt
dry ice freezer
yeah, we need a
That
with
we
a
want
glass,
to.
with like glass,
We need
so we
a
can see it.
vacuum chamber.
Yeah, so we can.
Yeah.
All of our problems are solved with a vacuum chamber.
If you've got a vacuum, reach out to us. We
And,
need
and a
it.
vacuum
Yeah.
chamber also solves the thing that Chase has been saying the whole time. Pressure is a massive factor that we can abuse to make it easier or harder to solidify the fart.
Forcibly condensate it.
Yes.
So that it's in liquid form. So then we can just.
At that
freeze it.
point, could we just keep pressing it tighter until it's a solid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Theoretically, I don't think we could do it.
Yeah.
but
I
someone
feel like
could.
at some
make a
point,
fart cube.
I feel like
Fart.
I feel like at some point the boiling point of the fart becomes an issue, right?
Damn.
Because
I-
at a high pressure, the boiling point changes,
Right.
or is it at a low pressure?
So is it gonna explode?
But,
If
like,
we
you can
press
take-
a
It
fart
could.
too hard, will it explode? That's the next
That'd be
question.
It's like a
so
twice
cool.
baked fart. It farts itself.
Put it under hydraulic press.
I was looking it
That
up
would be
to
the-
see the freezing point of like the gases in fart, like the sulfur gas, the methane and stuff, and all of them freeze too low. Because I was gonna say if we did get it to like negative 200 somehow, the air could stay gaseous and the fart could all solidify around, and we'd have a beautiful fart snow falling.
Is it poetic or disgusting that when Matt was drawing his theoretical device that now it looks like a butthole?
I think that's
Yeah, I thought that's what he was going
happy
for.
coincidence.
Yeah, I think that's a
Very happy
Yeah.
coincidence.
Yeah.
I just got a lot more info. If you have a lab and you
Yeah.
want to help us with this,
A lab would be helpful.
Yeah.
A lab would be nice.
it's definitely possible.
It is.
Small
We
lab
just-
somewhere, like the Department of Fartology. They just like burst open the doors, papers are flying. They're like, gentlemen,
We're back.
we've been summoned.
lady contact.
Needles, we just jab
we
our
need the,
intestines and
um,
pull and we're done.
We need
That's
the
obviously
scream
the best
extractor from Monsters Inc.
Yeah.
But for buttholes.
That's what I was thinking, and then I was like,
Farts.
my blood isn't gonna get out of the way for that. Sadly, I'm gonna be putting the needle in. I'm gonna be like, can I get to the fart? And my capillaries are gonna be like, no, I'm sorry, I can't move today.
Halt! I can't allow you.
Osmosis Jones is gonna be like, get the go, move the fart, get it to the needle.
They're coming for burn the farts. They're coming for the flush the farts.
Like the SpongeBob meme he's thrown
All right, we'll see you from Matt's pool.
See it, NASA.
Either my pool or NASA.
one or the other.
We definitely are going to keep talking about this after the camera turns.
Just like fiber in my colon, the YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways, and today it plopped out a little something special onto my homepage. A beautiful little nugget that highlighted a scam that I would have never even imagined as a possibility. A YouTuber named Falfin, whom hasn't uploaded in 6 years, came out of nowhere from the top turnbuckle and delivered a smackdown onto a nutrition brand that had a protein powder that they were hawking that isn't quite what it seems. Now, if you read the title of this video, it says this company sold cake batter as protein powder. That title is admittedly a little misleading because cake batter is probably more nutritious than what they were parading around as protein powder and selling. It is a homemade label, and in that little screenshot there I showed you, the keen observers out there, the astute viewers may have noticed that there's a bit of a big typo on that nutrition label. Instead of dietary fiber, it's dietati fiber. So this is not like a real label, and it actually gives me similar vibes to like the OG pink sauce shenanigans. So it turns out, we're going to go through this video together, that this nutrition brand had this protein powder that was not as advertised, and it certainly didn't have the macros that it was pretending that it did.
If you're into fitness and live in Northern California, there's a decent chance you've heard of Holmes Nutrition. Anyone that has tried Holmes Nutrition protein powder would say the following 2 things about it. 1, that it's the most delicious protein powder they've ever had, and 2, that it tastes just like cake batter. The powder itself even advertises how it's great for baking. 1 scoop has 22 grams of protein and only 3 grams of sugar, but it tastes so much like cake batter that someone got suspicious.
Now, I'm not familiar with this brand, I've never heard of it before, but it seems like it had a lot of glaze with people praising its flavor in particular. It had great macros, judging by the nutrition label. If you ignore the misspellings of dietary as well as essential amino acids, it seems as though they called them essential amino acids. But if you put that stuff aside, that pesky grammar and spelling, it all looked great. Now, real quick, why you should never ignore something like that on a label is these are extremely important pieces of information to get right. And if there are spelling errors in there, that showcases that something's a bit fishy, something's gone awry. Smells stinky. If a label isn't correctly, accurately describing what the contents are in this product that's being consumed, that can be the difference of someone getting sick. People make their decisions on things based on these kind of labels, especially when it comes to people with dietary restrictions. So, if the label can't be trusted, that could be legitimately dangerous for some individuals. This is something you don't fuck with. So, with this in consideration, so many people talking about how closely resembling cake batter the flavor profile was for this brand and how low the sugar was, there was someone on Reddit who, just like my boy George, got a bit curious and decided to send this out to a lab for further testing just to confirm, like, does this actually have the macros that it says it does? Is this actually what the label is telling me it is?
This Redditor sent in 3 different flavors of Holmes Nutrition to a lab. They sent samples of chocolate cake, lemon cake, and cinnamon crumb cake to this lab, Certified Laboratories, and all 3 powders came back with the same results. Instead of 22 grams of protein, this protein powder had 21 grams of carbs instead and only 3.4 grams of protein per scoop.
Boy, howdy, that's quite a bit different than what the label says is contained in that product. It's a far cry from what's advertised with this protein powder. 3 grams of protein is shockingly low. I could fart into your mouth and you get more protein from my ass than you would from this powder. For comparison, let's take a peek at Betty Crocker, just the most popular packaged cake mix. You get 1 less gram of protein in the package, but if you prepare it as you're supposed to, you would actually get 1 more gram of protein from preparing a fucking Betty Crocker cake than you would from drinking a Holmes protein shake here using this. It's like the LaCroix of protein powder, where it's the idea of protein. It's so weird. Like, I cannot believe how little protein there appears to be in this product based on the lab results here. 3 grams is actually shockingly low. I know I've already said that, but I am stunned because I would think, like, even if you were trying to make some, like, misleading product here, you would think that there'd be a little more protein in that, just even accidentally. Somehow, it's like they went in there and intentionally removed all of the protein they could possibly find. Like, you could eat a handful of grass and probably get more nutrition out of that. When I went back to the original Reddit post, it seems like this was a very popular brand of protein powder, at least in the local area. For years, Holmes Nutrition has been a well-known local name, someone everyone preached about as being legit because he's friends with so many people, but recent lab results show that the product has been severely mislabeled, sold under the appearance of a higher quality protein powder than it actually contains. I personally have been buying Holmes Nutrition for over 4 years, believing I was getting a high-quality product. People I know have even picked up their protein directly from his house, trusting they were buying from someone who cared about his customers. Instead, they were handed a product that didn't come close to meeting its advertised nutrition claims. And in the comment section, both here, on the YouTube video, and even in other places like on Facebook and stuff, and other like Instagram and things, there were tons of people talking about how long they've been purchasing this product. They've been loyal to this brand for years. And when you are trying to better your health and fitness, one thing you do is keep track of things like macros. So people were buying this and working it into their daily routine as part of their macros and their nutritional goals in order to hit what they wanted to achieve, what they were setting out to achieve. But they were being misled the whole time. They weren't getting near their protein threshold that they were looking to hit. And in some cases, you could even make an argument it was hurting consumers, as you're going to see more in this video here and in the original Reddit post. Because this is incorrectly labeled, there were people buying this product that probably shouldn't have because of like blood sugar spiking and stuff like that. This is why these labels are extremely important, because someone who's like diabetic needs this information. They rely on this information so that way they don't end up putting themselves in a dangerous position by consuming something that they shouldn't. So when this product gets tested in a lab and turns out it's not even close to what's being advertised with it and the label doesn't reflect what's actually in there at all, it becomes a huge problem, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this brand sued. Honestly, huge W to the Redditor here who decided to take it upon themselves to send this out to labs to confirm if this really is what Holmes Nutrition says it is. I think that was a very important thing to do.
I've been absolutely obsessed with getting buff and working out. I was lifting at the gym 5 days a week, and of course, I was hitting my protein macros each and every day. Or so I thought. So you can imagine my absolute despair and nausea when I found out that my favorite protein powder that I had been using for years was not even protein powder at all. Just a sweet batter mix with trace amounts of protein. An egg, a single egg, has double the amount of protein than my protein powder had. The protein powder I was spending $75 per bag on.
Oof. Yeah, protein powder's not cheap. So it seems like, based on the available information here, Holmes Nutrition was like the cheapest fucking cake batter type mix you could find, and packaged and then charged a fucking arm and a leg for it. She's right. A single egg is double what you were getting from the fucking Holmes protein powder. I'm giggling, but it's actually diabolical. She has been working out for a long time and believing to be hitting her protein goals thanks to the assistance of something like this protein powder. But turns out this entire time she wasn't, because she wasn't getting the protein she thought she was, because this is complete fucking phony baloney. She'd been schmeckeldorfed by Holmes Nutrition here. If I found out the protein powders I'd been using for the last decade were actually just, pixie dust or something and dirt and sawdust, I would be pissed. I would be extremely upset. And I saw a lot of other comments from people, even outside of like the potential dangers of someone like consuming this and having like a blood sugar spike or something like that because they didn't know or anything like that. Even outside of that, people were taking this and then wondering why they were plateauing or not like seeing any improvements when they were hitting the macro goals that they set out to and what should be leading to improvements, thus causing tons of confusion and wondering, well, what's going wrong, without ever suspecting that their protein powder they were relying on was actually the real culprit. It's such a fucking mess.
So first of all, Holmes Nutrition Protein Powder is not sold in big box stores or on Amazon. It's a company created by Sacramento-based bodybuilder Bobby Holmes and his wife. It's only available on its website, holmesnutrition.com. So how did I even find out about this protein powder in the first place? Well, The smoothies that my gym made were fantastic. So one day I peeped at the protein powder they use and I wrote it down and then went home and started buying some.
Her story is one that I saw shared by many others. Apparently, a lot of people found out about Holmes Nutrition through their local gyms that were making protein smoothies there, using that powder, and people were just blown away by how great it tasted that they also wanted to find out what the fuck was this protein powder? It tasted just like cake batter, but for only 4 grams of carbs, 3 grams of sugar, 22 grams of protein. Holy shit, $75, I'm losing money not buying it. So people were then buying Holmes Nutrition protein powder. This was the gateway drug here. They believed that they had stumbled across something that was truly unlike the rest. It tasted incredible, and for only 4 grams of carbs, 3 grams of sugar, 22 grams of protein, they were losing money not giving Bobby Holmes 75 clams. Their body was withering away, shrinking and shriveling from atrophy without being fed this holy elixir that tasted just like cake batter, when really the whole time they were deceived.
So for me, I'm one of the lucky ones because this just affects my gains, but for others, this is a major health issue. The Redditor included in their post that they even saw a comment on Bobby's Instagram from someone saying their blood sugar shot up despite the label claiming low sugar and carbs. To make matters worse, in the comments, people were buying this protein for their diabetic family members that have been having issues with their glucose while taking this. And this commenter had real-time data that this protein powder was causing sugar spikes.
Now, these are just Reddit comments, so this could be as real as, my dad works at Bungie and he's gonna have you banned off Minecraft or something. But this is something that is very testable. You can monitor blood sugar spikes. And there are so many people reporting it, I'm willing to believe that that is probably accurate. The lab results are pretty conclusive. There's not a lot of wiggle room for that to be in error. And since we now know, based on that, we can't trust the label, since the label is very inaccurate, we can assume that the ingredients are not properly reflected in what is on that label. So they probably weren't able to achieve this flavor with being low sugar. We know it's not low carb. It advertised 4 grams of carbs. It's actually over 20. The sugar content is also probably higher, which she is about to dive into in just a moment. So I do think that it's probably legitimate claims here that people that were using this product were probably experiencing fluctuations in their blood sugar levels as a result of it because they were taking it under a false pretense. They were misled thinking that it was low carb, low sugar.
The original post with the lab results were posted on Reddit on March 3rd, 2025. On March 27, they posted an update saying that Holmes Nutrition has removed all of their protein powders from their online store. So when we go to the Holmes Nutrition website, it has the following messages, starting with the bottom being the oldest. Unfortunately, we have encountered an unexpected issue with the manufacturing facility for the protein. Due to the large increase in demand, the current facility was having issues.
The message is still on the site to this day. It's been like this for many months now, and actually, a lot of customers of Holmes Nutrition found out about the potential fraud because they were Googling, where is Holmes Nutrition protein powder? And in Googling that, a lot of people found this Reddit post. So people unintentionally stumbled into this knowledge that their protein powder was severely mislabeled because they were trying to buy more of it. Now, Holmes Nutrition doesn't appear to be acknowledging it in any way, shape, or form. They're kind of plugging their ears to it, putting their head down and just saying, oh, it's temporarily off the shelves because we got to find a manufacturer. You guys just love it so fucking much that we've got to stop selling it online for now while we look for another manufacturer. That's the only reason it's not here right now. I imagine the reason for that is probably obvious. If they did say, like, whoops-a-daisy, you got us, well, we're going to have to start changing our label around to be accurate. Sorry about the inconvenience. They would be sued into fucking oblivion like that. It would be instantaneous. So their only card to play is just ignore it and hope people don't try and, like, pursue further action against them. I don't believe the story that they have to find another manufacturer now. That just seems like a convenient excuse. I don't put any stock into that being truthful. You can't trust their label and you can't trust their word, it seems.
For myself, it was either in March or April of this year, 2025, that I first noticed the products were unavailable on the website and that Holmes was citing manufacturer issues. So since the Reddit post was already up by the time I independently noticed their website, I don't have definitive data to show if the products were pulled down before the post went up or after or in response to this post exposing them. But given the timeline within the post, it seems that these messages on the site were after or in response to this Reddit post. Okay, wait. As I was editing this video, I saw this Instagram post from Diamond Tier Fitness, which is this gym in northern Sacramento, that said it's selling Holmes protein.
So it seems like while it's not available to order directly through their site, they are selling it through local gyms. And the reason for that, at least in my opinion, is that they probably have recognized that people online are a little more privy to the potential falsified nutrition label here, and thus they believe selling their inventory that they have left, which I imagine is probably sizable, they probably have quite a lot in stock, that they want to offload. They found the best way to do that would be locally doing it at these gyms where people aren't just going to stand there and start like Googling it right then and there. They'll just be like, oh, this, I'll trust the label. Since we have all been led to believe that labels are accurate, they are supposed to be 100% representative of what is actually the contents of that product. So people are most likely going to be inclined to trust it if they buy it in person, as opposed to online where they might stumble across that Reddit post. So my theory is they're selling through these local gyms because they have all of this inventory that they know they can't really sell online right now. It's a little too hot, hot tub is too hot. So they're doing it locally, hoping that people will be none the wiser and won't look into it past oh, yummy, this tastes great. And that's what I think, at least.
While I was writing out this video and looking at my bag of protein powder, I noticed that the dietary and dietary fiber on the bag is spelled wrong. So this indicates that Bobby and his wife created this nutrition label themselves, which is allowed by the FDA, but does open the door for extreme inaccuracy and lack of trustworthiness in what's claimed on the label. So the FDA does not approve supplements or protein powders, so you're never going to see the FDA approved stamp on any of them. But that doesn't mean they are exempt from the FDA's labeling regulations. They still have to follow the FDA labeling laws.
That was fascinating to me because I didn't know that you could just make your own labels for the product. I knew protein powders weren't FDA approved. I think most people in the fitness space do recognize that. But I didn't know you could still just make your own fucking labels and just pull numbers out of your ass here. I mean, you can't, as you mentioned, you still have to follow, the labeling laws. But I still thought you couldn't even just do that as, some goober sitting at your home computer and typing it all out. I still thought it would have to go through something a little more official for something like that.
In addition, it includes non-dairy creamer as an ingredient, but pursuant to the Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, Section 101.4b, if an ingredient is made from 2 or more ingredients, it must declare the established common or usual name of the ingredient, followed by a parenthetical listing of all ingredients that ingredient is made of. So this has more ingredients that make up that non-dairy creamer, like vegetable oil or possibly even dipotassium phosphate, which are common ingredients in non-dairy creamer that are just not listed in the ingredients list. Additionally, it says cane sugar as an ingredient, so we know there are added sugars, but it just lists sugars, 3 grams. The Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, Section 101.9 specifies that added sugars must be declared separately from total sugars and include the percent daily value. So, not only is the protein and carb content completely misstated, but there are just so many problems with pretty much every aspect of the packaging.
Yeah, to me, that's kind of a slam dunk right there. There's not a whole lot of argument that Holmes Nutrition could possibly make for why they wouldn't fully list out the ingredients there that make up that creamer, nor why they didn't separate sugars and added sugars. Well, the reason they wouldn't do the added sugars is because it would look a lot worse. There's probably a lot of added sugars in there, which is how they're able to achieve that cake batter-like taste that they're so famous for, most likely. So, her looking at the ingredients there and showcasing how it's not exactly compliant with the established protocol, I think is a very strong piece of evidence that this is all fucking bogus. That what Holmes Nutrition has done here is just reprehensible. And it could be just downright dangerous. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it has opened them up to lawsuits. The lab tests are pretty hard to argue against as well, where it confirms that the protein, the carbs, all of that is just drastically wrong. So how the fuck could Holmes Nutrition even come up with an excuse? They really can't, which is why I believe they're not. That's probably why they're just radio silent and just selling locally through gyms now, it seems. Now, in the original Reddit post, they believed that the lab results indicated the presence of amino spiking. Falfin, however, disagreed with that notion, and there's a whole segment Falfin dedicates to proving why she believes it's not necessarily amino spiking here, and I highly recommend you check out her whole video so you can see her piece on that. I will, however, show you her conclusion for why she believes there's such a discrepancy between the lab results, protein, and what's listed on the bag here.
Amino spiking would still show up as protein in lab tests, so the lab test listed would not be showing only 11% protein on the results if it was amino spiked. This lab test specifically uses the Kjeldahl method, which would still read high protein. Given these facts, I disagree with the original poster that Holmes is using amino spiking. To me personally, it really just seems like we just have a complete misrepresentation of the protein versus carbs content, and that the nutrition and ingredients label is just simply wrong. I'm not a lawyer or a judge, so I can't say whether this was intentionally deceptive or just severe incompetence.
Given what she explains with amino spiking, which I wasn't entirely knowledgeable on in the protein powder space, I think she did a good job of explaining why she believes this isn't the result of amino spiking, and I agree with her conclusion that it probably is just grossly mislabeled. And while I understand it's impossible to say if it's intentionally, maliciously done this way, or if it's just them being extremely fucking stupid, like they're all just bumbling morons over there at the Holmes Nutrition HQ, I feel like, given all of the other factors at play here, to me personally, it feels like it probably is this way by design. It feels like they are intentionally trying to make this product appear as though it's something that it's not, knowing full well when people try it, they're going to love the flavor, and since they see these great macros on the back, they're going to be like a lifelong customer, as you've seen from so many other commenters and so many other people speaking up about like how betrayed they feel for years spent buying this product. So I feel like it's probably by design, but of course I can't say that with 100% certainty, but regardless, it's a huge fucking problem.
So I know this was a long video, but I just had to talk about this. I'm not a YouTuber, I'm just a person that is angry and wants other people to be aware of this. If you've made it this far, thank you so much for listening to what I have to say. I hope you have a great day and that you don't find out that you were scammed by your protein powder.
She also had a segment in here where she was mentioning other protein players in the space that were facing legal hot water, being sued because of mislabeled products, that maybe didn't have as much protein as the label said. So, like, there is a precedent set where you can't just completely fucking lie about how much protein is in your product. Now, as for whether or not Holmes Nutrition is going to face any legal ramifications, who really knows? But really, this was a very interesting video. Falfin mentions she's not a YouTuber. She was just a victim of this scam and wanted to alert others to it as well. And it's not something that she's doing just trying to fish for clicks or farm a drama or something like that. She was buying this protein powder for years, wasting hundreds of dollars over the course of this period of time, and she's far from the only one. You can see tons and tons of testimonials from people claiming that they've been buying this for years, spending upwards of like $2,000 over the course of this period of time, all under the belief that this product was helping them achieve their health and fitness goals, when really the truth of it appears to be, based on the lab results, that it was actually hampering those goals. It was actively working against them. That fucking sucks. Like, that's terrible. That's a degenerate scam right there, based on all available information. So, I just found this to be so interesting. Falfin absolutely crushed it on this video here. I know she says she's not a YouTuber, but I'm curious if she's going to do any other content in the future, because this was just really well made. And hats off to the Redditor who did the initial investigating in the beginning, sending this to a lab, being alerted to the fact that something is just awry here. It's a bit fishy, and then decided to follow through on an investigation to make sure that, everything was above board here. And then what they found out, they shared with, the world. So that way other people weren't getting, misled by it anymore. So, yeah, anyway, I just had to yap about this one. That's really about it. So, yeah. I got Pokemon Sword over Shield because I looked up the exclusive Pokemon, and Sword has a Goth Pokemon that evolves into an Emo Pokemon, which evolves into a Black Veil Brides member, and I thought that'd be kind of cool. Man, that is the youngest mom of all time. Christ, she must have got pregnant at like 8 years old. Her and her son are going through like fucking high school together. Ah, you've heard of Grease King already, eh? Already making a name for myself, I see. I don't even have a single Pokemon yet. If I remember correctly, Sobble evolves into like a high school incel, right? Like he wears a trench coat? Oh! Sobble evolves, finally, his third evolution into Inteleon. Fuck, I wish I didn't go with Grease King. Should've gone with, like, Atheist or something. Fuck! My roleplay is ruined. Well, I think I'm gonna go with Inteleon. As they say, the pin is mightier than the sword. Why is the CGI so bad? It's a video game, it's not Jesus. Ah, Stanley Kubrick's directing has really gone downhill with this new Pokemon game. Oh, can't even get into it. It looks so bad. But I have the entire euphoric community on my side. We may not have God on our side, but we have something far stronger. Enlightenment. Game over. Hop, just give up on your dream of being a Pokemon trainer. Why did he pay me? Just fucking robbed him. It's supposed to be a friendly match to get warmed up, and I still made 400 fucking bucks off it. And I'm getting jumped by a biker gang of Woolos. Give him a temporary name. Judging by his cheek size, I'm just gonna name him Carl Weezer. If he doesn't evolve into like an enlightened being or something with big tits, he's not gonna stay on my roster. Yeah, that thing really is just a dog with piss in its eyes, huh? And that's right, baby. They don't call me Grease King for nothing. No, don't trust that. That's fucking laced with poison or something. He's gonna ask for sexual favors in return. No one just does that. Christ, is even the ATM machine a Pokemon? That's really cute that they have XP share on by default. They somehow took Pokemon and made it even more casual. That's wild, man. They said it couldn't be done. And yet Game Freak said, hold on, I'm gonna make the same game again, but what if it's even easier? Don't kill it. Be gentle. Shit. I mean, this thing just looks like an upside-down ice cream cone on a turtle's body. It's not a very inspired design. It's not really speaking to me. Oh, another chance at a butt plug, whatever. Says who? I'm the Pokemon Master. What the fuck? That's not even a bad name, butt plug? Isn't there like a Pokemon in this game that is like an actual sentient pile of shit, or am I thinking of Digimon? Alright, Carl, prove yourself to me. Kill your brother. Show that you don't mind a little bit of cannibalism. That may be a cute smile on your face, but underneath that lies the heart of a warrior. You only had one Pokemon and it was a Carl Weezer? Fucking idiot. It's a Choodle! One thing that I'm gonna put all of my Pokemon through is I need them to kill their doppelgangers. Like, I need them to commit... Oh, shit. I want to see them kill their own kind. Make sure they're hard enough to be part of my crew. Is that his only Pokemon? What the fuck has Hop been doing while I've been out here putting nuts to butts? Oh, there we go. Butt plug wasn't allowed, but we'll see if... Butt plug wasn't allowed, but vaginal Jesus. Vaginal Jesus is okay by Doug Bowser's watch. What are the odds? Yeah, let's put her in the party. Butt plug, fuck no. Vaginal Jesus, you bet. That was gonna be the official name of the Pokemon, in fact. Yeah, let's fucking do it, baby. Let's get a 4-player battle going. Wow, I'm the pedophile cop. That's what they gave me for default? Grease King? That's what they thought of when they saw my name? Mr. Beef. Blake and Cyrus 2010. That's definitely the year he was born. Come on, Blake, ready the fuck up. It's 11 p.m. You're already past your bedtime. Mom's not gonna find out. Just commit to getting this ass slaughtered. Am I Dynamaxing? Dynamax! Yo! I don't really know what it does, but fuck yeah! Take it down, baby! Wow, this is the opposite of high-octane action. This is like the Death Stranding of multiplayer. Oh! That's the power of atheism! Get Dynamaxed, nerds. Ooh, Kamehameha waved. That did no damage, but what an animation. Alright, let's get him with the Max Strike! Yeah! After it communicates, of course. I wouldn't want to go too fast. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to the music. The DJ must have fallen asleep. Fuck, this is awful. Holy shit. Yeah, the crowd is on the edge of their seats, baby! This guy named his... He's got my Sobble and he named it Guy Cool. Oh no, my teammate's 6 years old. Shit! No! Has religion won? Don't worry, I'll finish it. Yes! You've just witnessed the power of vaginal Jesus firsthand. Get it with the old tackle. It never fails. I don't know why there's no music, but it really adds to the ambiance. This is like a music video when they take away the music and all you get is like the footsteps and the pitter-patter. I didn't even get to nuzzle. I'm 1-0 in Pokemon battles online, though. Well, that was thrilling, but I'm gonna have to say, fuck no to more of those for now. Why would I trust some random gardener to rest my Pokemon? She totally could have stolen. That could be Team Rocket. Hey, it's the honeycombs from Banjo-Kazooie. That's big. That's real big. I'll catch one if I can. It's male, so it can't evolve. Damn, that really speaks to our society, I guess. I pay this man in light bulbs? Dude's out here looking like Norman Reedus carrying all this shit on his back. Whatever, man. Oh, this is gonna be massive slapping. It's a kaiju fight now. Straight out of Gurren Lagann. What was this shit about you're gonna lose this? This was so fucking easy. It's finally happening. David has been arrested and is being held without bail. It's been 7 months since a child's body was found decomposing in the trunk of his towed vehicle, and now authorities have arrested him as the main suspect in her murder. Her name was Celeste Rivas Hernandez. She went missing in 2024 and her body was found in 2025. She was 14 at the time of her death, according to authorities, and according to everyone's eyeballs, was in a relationship with David.
There is a plethora of evidence about these two being in a relationship together, which is something even the most avid and ferocious of David defenders, when they pick up their shield, just kind of brush over. The fact that an adult was in a romantic relationship with a 13-year-old. I've seen them use excuses of, oh, he was homeschooled, you know, so he couldn't have known that that was bad. What the fuck? It's just actual craziness. And I started talking about this when the story was breaking, and I got a lot of pushback. There were a lot of people, you know, going ballistic about how wrong this whole thing was, and that I'm a fucking gullible idiot for thinking David was the one that did this. Just this large vocal group of deluded fans that were trying to, like, brainwash people into thinking that it was all a lie, so they were cooking up these elaborate, unhinged theories on what actually happened and how David is innocent and is even a victim in all of this. Oh, you know, fucking 5G towers were blasting waves that signaled the cartel to come perform a hit on this child and then put her body in the trunk of David's vehicle to frame him for her murder. Like, it was bouncing all over the place. I can't even remember everything that they were spewing, but it was all just complete gobbledygook, just complete babble nonsense that anyone who even bothered to look at any of the evidence could easily point to and say, no, you're wrong, just look at this. But they would refuse to look at the reality of it. The evidence, even at the time, was pretty damning. He was even leaving fucking breadcrumbs in his music about this. And he wasn't exactly shy about broadcasting his relationship with this child. So even if he was innocent of the murder, he was very clearly dating a minor. Like, it was just crazy to see so many people were defending him, and I imagine are still actively defending him, even in the face of this arrest, because he hasn't been formally charged for anything at the moment, and I imagine that's what they're latching onto like a baby to its mother's bosom. And at the time, one of the big things that they were using as a defense for David was the fact that he wasn't arrested yet. Well, if he's guilty, why didn't the police break through his fucking windows the second that the body was found, huh? He must be innocent then. The authorities know more than we do. He's clearly innocent and we gotta find the real perpetrator. Completely oblivious to the fact that that's not how the world works. Not everything is a goddamn action movie. They had to also build a case as well. And yes, this did take a lot longer than I and most people would have expected, given how abundant the evidence is against David. But I imagine that this is pretty standard procedure for them to gather tons of evidence to build an ironclad case, and now they are confident enough that they've moved to the next phase, which is arresting him. Now, additional details around this arrest confirm that the arrest is not related to the grand jury that they were going through over the last handful of months where they were seeking an indictment there. This is totally separate based upon evidence that they have been gathering over these months here. This must be a long process, I suppose, but it doesn't seem like they were just sitting AFK waiting for the case to solve itself or David to turn himself in or anything like that. It's just a process that I guess took this long.
All right. And so a lot of people wondering, you know, so many things seem to point to him. Why did it take them this long to make the arrest? We know they're pretty methodical about how they do things, but.
Yeah, it's a good question. One of the things that they were waiting on, Mark, was the cause of death. And there was difficulty reaching that cause of death, not to get too graphic, but her body was in multiple parts. It was in, we know from court documents, 2 different body bags in the front trunk of that Tesla when her body was found. So it was difficult for the medical examiner to determine the cause of death. So they had to prove or be able to show to the DA that she was murdered, that it wasn't something else where, you know, let's say that she overdosed and then somebody freaked out and put her body in that trunk. They have to be able to prove that it was murder. they now believe that they can do that.
This part got a big old and a scratch on my chinny chin chin for me, because what do you mean this could have been like, an accident, like she overdosed and somebody freaked out? So then they chopped up her body and stored it in the trunk of a car. Who freaks out like that? Like, oh no, this accident just happened. Quick, give me my fucking bone saw. I've got to start chopping up this body, mutilating it, and then hiding it in the trunk of this vehicle. This accident that just unfolded. Oh, I don't know what else to do. Biting at my nails. All right, now give me the hydrofluoric acid so I can dissolve all the body and hide the evidence. Like, is that something plausible? Because to me, it's not. If that is what happened, they're psychopaths, and that is also a crime too, by the way, to do that. So, like, I understand how important it is to find the cause of death. That makes a lot of sense to me. But what else could it be besides murder? This is a gruesome, disgusting, grisly crime here. I don't see any dimension out there where this is action that a sane, innocent person would take, where an individual accidentally passes away, and then the innocent person who had nothing to do with the death all of a sudden starts chopping up the body, putting it in multiple body bags, and putting it in the trunk of their vehicle, and just letting it rot, decompose, and fester there. Like, what sense does that make at all? Even if David wasn't the one that chopped her body up, someone else did it, and apparently there's this possibility that they had nothing to do with her actual death. They just mutilated the corpse, which again is a crime too. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think she accidentally died of something like an overdose, and then they all of a sudden just started, panicking like, oh, jump scare, she's dead. Okay, this is what we've got to do, boys. Everyone, let's go to Lowe's and get some equipment to start chopping up the body, because that's what normal people would do in this situation. We're scared. I was homeschooled, by the way, so I don't know any better. I'm scared. Let's start chopping up this body now and hiding it. We had nothing to do with her death, by the way. Like, that's so fucked up. Like, again, I understand how important it is to find the actual cause of death and how tricky it is in a case like this because of how long the body had been in the trunk decaying, as well as being in multiple pieces in multiple bags. Like, I get why that would be tough to discern what actually killed her, but I don't know how you could even reach any other conclusion other than murder. I truly don't. I don't even know why that would be on the table. That one kind of boggles my little noodle here.
But during the grand jury proceedings, which are secret as they're ongoing, that there were a number of other people who came forward, those who are close to David, friends of David, family members of his were subpoenaed to go in front of the grand jury. So if there are other arrests that could be coming, we don't know. But as of right now, he is the only one that we know of under arrest.
Now, apparently there were some of David's friends that allegedly started squealing, like snitching about it to a certain degree. There's also someone a lot of people have had their eyes on in David's entourage. His name is Neo. That's what everyone calls him. And it's someone that Law and Crime mentioned during their coverage of this as well. But as of right now, it's just David under arrest, but I guess there could be more if some of his friends knew and tried to help him cover it up, or just didn't report it, tried to stay, tight-lipped about it. So I guess we'll see how it all unfolds. Right now, it's just him. Overall, just an extremely sad and sick case. Hopefully there will be justice for Celeste Rivas here. And even if somehow David isn't the one who actually murdered her, it is irrefutable that he was in a relationship with a child. So he should also be going to jail for that. And I find it hard to believe that if he is innocent of the murder, he didn't know that the child he was dating was dead and her corpse was chopped up and put in the back of his vehicle's trunk. I am certain he would have had that knowledge. So again, even if he didn't actually kill her, he is not innocent. He is not some, victim in all of this. He is an evil monster, and I do believe he is the one that killed her. I think all of the evidence points to him being the person that most likely did it. But I guess we'll see now that he's been arrested. I'm assuming this will now start to reveal more and more information to the public about all of this. So anyway, that's really about it. See ya. There's a handful of things that can instantly make pretty much anyone's blood boil. Hitting your toe on something, or road rage, just inconveniences while driving. But few things can make you see red and ruin your day quite like animal cruelty, watching someone abuse their pets. It's horrific, and it immediately elicits a response of disgust and anger. Even the most calm person on the planet would lose their cool and go into a bubbling rage if they saw a video of someone beating their dog or cat or something like that. Like, I know Thorfinn famously said he has no enemies, but he didn't see Aspen Cartier beating her puppy on a Twitch stream. That's what we're talking about today. A couple days ago, a streamer and I guess also rapper named Aspen Cartier was streaming and then started beating her puppy because it got out of its cage. I don't really know how to even show you this clip because it is just animal abuse. It would get the video taken down, I imagine. So I'm going to try and cut around it to show you the very clear evidence of what unfolded on stream that she's trying to deny happened, which has become a very common tactic, I guess, in the modern day and age to just say that what you saw with your eyes isn't real. Take my word for it as opposed to what you witnessed.
I think we're finna end stream out because this motherfucking dog, like, goddamn. I'm not gonna be on social media until February 1st, so. How you get out the cage? Fuck you guys.
I'm going to cut it right here. This continues for quite a while longer, like another 15 or so seconds, of the dog screaming and yelping in pain with what sounds like her striking it. It then ends with this. What a fucking scumbag. That is a 3-month-old puppy, by the way. So, as a result of this being broadcast on stream, which she didn't seem to have any issue with on her end, she thought everything was, business as usual. What's the big deal? What? You guys don't do this to your 3-month-old puppy? You never heard of discipline? Hey, he got out of his cage. I gotta get him with the goddamn fucking Tekken combo. It's the only way to teach the dog about, not leaving the cage without my permission. It's crazy how it didn't even register that what she did here was bad. So, she did get banned for this, and she tried to defend herself by saying she didn't beat the dog and brought the dog in as like a witness to explain that it's fine.
Why you beat the damn dog? I didn't beat the fucking dog. Is you beat? Is you beat up? Say I'm really small and I over-exaggerate. Say it. Say it. Okay, tell him. Tell him that you're fine. Tell him right now. I'm not playing. Tell them. Tell them. You're fine and you're for sale. Oh my God, he's so fucking dramatic.
That's her defense, that the dog is dramatic. Regular old Phoenix right here. Watertight explanation here. What an excuse. Pack it up, folks. Case closed. The dog was just being dramatic. Just disregard all of the very clear fucking haymakers she was dropping on the dog. The dog was being, just dramatic about it. You gotta rub some dirt in it, obviously. Fucking psychopath. Absolute lunatic. In this video, in the second video where she's got the dog on its back, it's very clear that this puppy does not want to be around her. It looks traumatized and afraid of her and is constantly trying to get away from her, which is why it's starting to, cry out when trying to remove itself from her grasp. Are some dogs dramatic? Sure. I feel like anyone that's ever had dogs knows that sometimes, for example, when giving a bath, they will sometimes get very dramatic about not wanting a bath. This is so fucking different from that. This is clearly a dog that is afraid and a dog that was crying in pain being hit. You can see it on stream. And you can hear a lot of really concerning sounds on stream as well while the dog is crying. This is a totally different situation. This is not the dog being dramatic. This is her being a fucking monster. Now, this blew up to such a big degree that the authorities were alerted multiple times about this, and they ended up taking in Aspen Cartier. They charged her with animal cruelty, and when authorities brought the dog in from her custody, they noted that it seemed to be in good health, so it doesn't seem like the dog has suffered any, like, debilitating injuries or anything like that, which the drooling worms that are desperately trying to defend her are really latching onto, saying, see, the dog is completely fine. She didn't beat the dog at all. Let me go ahead and sit you down here, stupid, since it seems like you just blew in from fucking Moronville. Them reporting that the dog appeared to be in good health just means that there were no observable injuries that they were able to notice, like a limp, you know, an injured leg, something like that, when they went and got the dog out of her custody. That doesn't mean that the puppy wasn't beaten. You can watch it happen on stream. All that means is that the beatings didn't lead to any lasting noticeable injuries on the puppy when they got it. It still happened. It's not, you know, like the fucking Tooth Fairy make-believe. You can watch her hit the dog on stream. It clearly was beaten on stream. And just because she didn't break its legs or something like a Kit Kat bar doesn't mean that the beatings are all of a sudden excusable or, you know, not that big of a deal. It's still a big deal, and she still deserves these animal cruelty charges and a severe punishment. Her being banned on Twitch needs to be a permaban, 1000%. This is some downright deplorable evil shit here that she's done. Who knows how often she's beaten this puppy? All we know for sure is that it's happened at least once on stream, and that's one too many. That should never happen. That is awful. And she 1000% needs to be harshly punished with these animal cruelty charges. Anyway, I wanted to yap about this. That's really about it. So, yeah. There was a new one, not My Strange Addiction, but something like that. It's addicted to Reddit and Twitch chat moderation or something. What the fuck was it? Well, my description of it was pretty accurate, I'd say. He still fits all the same categories: professional Reddit comment hoarder, Twitch chat moderator.
I always have my pacifier.
Wouldn't leave home without it.
Very young.
That's gotta be the most boring age to emulate. You can't play video games, you can't jerk off, because you have to be in the mindset of a baby. Look at how fun that toy is. How fun.
Or my mobile. And even a playpen.
It's so boring. At least if you're gonna have a weird, crazy obsession, don't make it one so goddamn boring, where all you do is touch stuffed animal noses together for fun.
With all the whole environment.
Is he of breastfeeding age?
Yeah, he looks like he's built for breastfeeding. Receiving, that is.
Adult size, of course.
As most cribs are. Mm-hmm.
Go up and down like a traditional crib.
Oh my god, he's got a huge diaper on.
The bars.
Oh, it's definitely a big diaper.
Safety. And it's
that diaper is definitely filled. He shit his pants.
But when you're 5 feet 6 inches tall,
he's only 5'6". He's a manlet, and by that I mean the ideal male height, 5'6", baby. Representing us well, Stanley. My man.
Refreshing.
Yes, refreshing urine.
And that was where it started for me. I like to keep my diapers close to my crib so it's easy to change.
What a sad origin story.
Aren't exactly made combining adult-sized diapers with a baby diaper to make it more absorbent. They can go up to between 8
Jesus,
to 10 hours.
he's taking fat shits that need like quadruple diapers.
When it comes to the diapers,
like bulletproof glass diapers to hold it all.
Moving around. I usually buy something babyish.
Where is his income coming from? Did I miss that? Is he making money like selling pictures of himself as a baby online or something? Like how is he making money?
Toy shopping.
He mines Bitcoin.
Hello.
You know, and I could see that. He looks like an early crypto adapter.
Search for
Man, kids' toys suck. What the fuck? I don't know. Did I ever play with this kind of shit? Like, this is boring. There's no titties or rock and roll. What's the point?
Lifestyle. There's one thing you can't buy off the rack.
Love.
Baby clothes in adult sizes.
Right, that too.
So exactly what are you looking for?
Ah, looks good.
Notes, pen.
Spin around for me for the Vogue shoot.
She put my name on it, the date I came, 66 inches. I met Mommy Pam, and it's just one of those times where it's like you meet somebody and you know it's just right.
What does that mean? Is that like one of his victims?
Was very, very to myself.
So he's 31 years old.
A couple times I had the flu real bad.
That was in 2002.
Departure in 2005.
Oh, but that timetable still doesn't make sense. Wait. So he met MILF pedophile mom Pam to take care of his adult baby lifestyle in 2002,
But he's 31 years old in 2009, or when was this filmed? I guess it could have been filmed earlier. But either way, he would have been like a literal tween at that time. That's like grooming a child. No wonder he became a baby fetishist.
I would feel if the sexual side was added to it, that it wouldn't be as genuine. It would really take away.
You don't say.
Not just find somebody, but find somebody that you get the emotion from, that's doing it because they have that love, they want that kind of environment.
I'm gonna spoil this for you, Stanley. No one's doing this because they want to feel like a mother to a 31-year-old man wearing 2 sets of adult diapers at all times because he pees so hard like a waterfall that it pierces the first one.
Hi, Stanley.
You're not gonna find a real love environment. You're gonna find paid actresses.
Yes.
Ooh. Ah, Evadne's got you now, Stanley.
Women who provide
If she beats you in this race, you have to drop this fetish.
But Stanley
It's an intervention.
I want somebody that wants to do it because they have the love to give, and not because they have to be paid to do it.
You're not gonna find that.
For a race?
You're not gonna find that. That's like a fucking Twitch streamer refusing to pay the artist, paying them in exposure dollars.
All the way up.
You should do the art for me for the love of it.
Regression up. Came the sun and
They're about to like summon Satan with this kind of shit for sure.
You're gonna eat it all.
Mother figure Harley Quinn is doing a great job keeping Stanley from pooping his diapers,
Be a flower for the.
but I feel her luck may run out soon. He's got those eyes like he's about to shit.
No.
Breastfeed me first. Stanley want tit milk, please.
What if I read you a really fun story first?
Fuck the story, unless the story involves a milk shower.
I'd sound like being tucked into bed.
Maybe a little over-the-diaper hand job. So they never covered where his financial situation comes from, because it seems like he's unemployed if he's able to spend 8 hours a day, morning to mid-afternoon, being full-blown baby cosplay and roleplay. How can he afford to live? Maybe he really does mine Bitcoin. I have no fucking idea. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm gonna be telling you why Sleeping Dogs is now unplayable for me on the Xbox 360. It all started when Tiffany called me on the phone and told me she wanted my wiener after some karaoke. So I decided to scoot on down to Club Bam Bam, sing a little Hit Me With Your Best Shot by Pat Benatar, maybe even shit myself if I was in the right mood. But while I was singing the tune, an error occurred, and because of this error, the entire game went through photofuckthesis. The first problem was this green rhinoceros Vegeta stayed on my screen well after I finished karaoke, and as a result of the long-lasting presence of the karaoke mascot, I received the gift of invincibility. But not only was I invincible, the enemies couldn't grapple me, couldn't counter me, couldn't bring me a blanket if it was cold out. It was like Wei was a fucking statue, or coated with something very slippery. After this courageous gentleman pushed me 50 yards, I figured it was about time to fix this invincibility error. I tried every fucking logical approach to fixing it. I tried doing stunts on motorcycles, I tried returning overdue library books, and then I decided to go back to the karaoke lounge, sing the same song, and hopefully fix the break in the space-time continuum. Surprisingly, this actually did get rid of the invincibility, but that was only the first obstacle in an obstacle course made out of shitting. Now the next thing that happened was I did a mission that took place at an impound lot. I put a car in the impound lot garage, but then once I did that, it just took me to this fucking impound lot sign. It just showed me this fucking sign like it was some type of modern masterpiece. I could open my map, I could open my pause menu, but that's all. I could hit every button on my controller, but I may as well been spanking a jellyfish's asshole. The buttons didn't do anything. It just kept taking me to this fucking sign. I could load an autosave, but that autosave took me to this fucking sign. I had a manual save, but the manual save was after I finished this mission, so it took me to the fucking sign. The world around me kept progressing as usual. It was still spinning, but Wei Shin was still in the garage fiddling with his dick hole. I figured since I couldn't get by that, I was gonna have to start a new game if I wanted to complete it. So I got to this point where I'm delivering some money to fucking Susan, and all of her fucking habits lead to yet another error. I deliver her this money, and this objective doesn't pop up. The objective is supposed to be up those stairs, but it wasn't there. Instead, I'm just stuck here. I can't move my character, and it just looks like I'm staring at her titties, coming up with some type of elaborate scheme for fisting all of her vaginas. Now, I had to once again work out a workaround for this bullshit. So I decided let's try talking to her over the counter, so there's no risk of popping an erection and making her titties blow their milk off. So I'm handing her the money over the counter, And it still happens. It still happens. I can't move the character and the objective doesn't pop up. Now this time I actually did figure out a way around the bullshit. An autosave gets autosaved after the bullshit. So I use the non-bullshit autosave and I progress in the story without doing anything. The autosave does it. So I go talk to Winston, I do the next mission. After the cutscene, the same fucking shit happens. I'm just watching the hotel from a bird's eye view. I'm just spectating the area through a close-range satellite. I'm watching people go through their daily routines. I can't progress in the story by doing this. I'm just watching humans be humans. There's 3 gentlemen huddled around an alien traffic cone, discussing everything there is to discuss about being a human. There's a lady on the 2nd story wondering how were the pyramids made. It's shit that won't help me progress in the story because I can't do shit to help me progress in the story. This time it was a little different though than the previous 2 because I could actually restart from checkpoint. So I figured I might as well shit some of that shit, but the checkpoint just takes me right back to the same exterior hotel viewage. I still can't fucking progress in the story because I still can't fucking participate in the story. I'm just watching these 5 assholes be 5 assholes. The checkpoint is nothing more than a slap to my scrotum. It starts me over at the bullshit. Now this is all real footage of the error. Everything you've seen is genuine error footage in its naughtiest of forms. This is the pure error I was experiencing while playing this game moments ago. This isn't some reenactment showing what the error looked like a while ago. This is what I experienced moments ago. I captured all of it except the beginning at the karaoke lounge. I only captured the second half of the karaoke bullshit. Spying on the hotel really got intense. Look at this. Watch this woman on the 2nd story empty a litter box onto that gentleman's head. Isn't that exciting? I decided to do a side mission that involved singing karaoke, and now I'm unable to complete Sleeping Dogs. I didn't realize karaoke had the power to rip a hole through the asshole of this game. Every error you've seen here goes on indefinitely, except I found a way around the invincibility and the talking to Susan error. However, the impound lot and the hotel, those 2 are impossible. I can't complete this now because I can't load my later save because I get stuck looking at the impound lot sign. That save now belongs to the impound lot. I can't start a new game because I get stuck spectating this hotel, so I am unable to complete this.
We're talking about something very serious today. Throughout the video, you're going to see my shirt changes. It's not some kind of like crazy, wacky, magic trick from America's Got Talent or anything. I actually filmed this video earlier this morning when the story first broke. It's the killing of Alex Preddy in Minnesota at the hands of border agents. And I made the video, but I was pretty heated and I wanted to kind of simmer down and take a break, so I went out before posting it. I just got home, and now even more angles and videos have been released that show beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is a 100% unjustified killing of an American citizen here. And it seems like the execution stems from them finding out that he had a gun on his person. His Second Amendment rights. In all of the videos that exist, there is not a single moment where he is reaching for the gun, brandishing it, threatening with it, or anything at all, and we have video that shows the entire interaction from start to finish. His name was Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old nurse who worked in the ICU at Minneapolis VA healthcare system, and according to the police chief, he is a U.S. citizen with no prior interactions with law enforcement outside of a couple of traffic tickets, and believed to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So for him to lose his life being shot multiple times by these agents, all because of him exercising his Second Amendment rights, which again, he wasn't trying to use as an intimidation tactic on the officers or anything like that. When they were beating him on the ground, pistol whipping him on the ground, they happened to see that he had a gun, apparently. He wasn't throwing it at them as like a threat or something, or brandishing it or anything. He simply had it on him, which he was well within his right to do, and he got murdered for it. This is completely unacceptable, and the fucking drones that are somehow like parading around like this is some kind of victory or something is sickening. it should be viewed as treasonous by any real Americans when you see this footage. And they had the gall to say that Alex Preddy was like the instigator, labeling him a domestic terrorist I saw from a couple of places, claiming that he approached these agents with a 9mm. He approached them with a gun looking to start shit. But that is not true. In all of the videos you see, he has a phone in his hands. Not a gun in his hands, he has a phone in his hands. No sane person would ever mistake a phone for a gun. This is blatantly obvious what they're trying to do. And it's something they've been doing a lot recently. Trying to tell you that what you're seeing isn't real. Trust their words, not your eyes. That is completely fucking outrageous. And people are willingly doing it. That's the craziest part. There are people that are like, oh, I saw he had his phone, but if they say it was a gun, well, that must have been a gun. I cannot believe we've reached this level of brainwashing. There are so many angles of this, and in every single one of them, you can see he has his phone in his hand, and at no point during this interaction did he ever, pull a gun on them or anything. And in fact, in one of the angles, you can even clearly see that the agents actually took the gun from him prior to him being shot. You can actually see what looks to be one of the agents disarming him, taking the gun out of its holster and running away with the gun prior to him being shot. And if that wasn't definitive, there is something even more clear that I think is completely irrefutable for anyone that's actually looking. An agent takes Alex's gun out of its holster in front of the agent that pulls out his gun and shoots him. So he can see the gun has been taken out of the holster. And it is clear Alex Preddy has both hands on the ground. He does not have a gun in them. And an agent reaches in and takes it out of the holster right before another agent pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back.
Honestly.
Just in case you somehow missed it, look, the agent in gray has his hand on Alex's weapon, which is still holstered. It was never unholstered. This agent takes it out of its holster before he runs away with it, and the officer right next to him is the one that pulls out his gun and shoots him. And now I want to show you the clearest video that shows everything that happened here and how it doesn't go how the authorities are saying that it did. That was Alex Preddy you saw walk by the camera right there. He has his phone in his hand, and then with his other hand, his open hand, no gun in it, is waving cars through. There is clearly no brandishing of a firearm here. He is not approaching agents with a gun or anything like that, and you will never see anything even remotely close to that happen.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
In this section, you can again see Alex Preddy has his phone in his hand, and now he's trying to get some of the civilians away from these fucking worms that are now starting to push them. And then one of them got pepper sprayed, and then he got pepper sprayed as well. And when he gets pepper sprayed, you can see his hand shoots in the air like a student about to try and ask the teacher a question. It is a wide open palm. There's no weapon in that hand, and in his other hand is still the phone. There is no gun anywhere here. And now this is when he starts getting beaten by the multiple officers there.
The fuck, people! The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly!
I'm gonna stop the video right here because this is when Alex Preddy gets shot to death. This fucking subhuman coward, you can see, pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back, and then shoots him multiple times after as Alex Preddy lies on the ground. You can hear one of the agents says, "Gun," and that's when this brain-dead troglodyte pulls out his firearm and starts shooting into Alex while he was still surrounded by his boys, mind you. This is like the antithesis to all training that agents go through, by the way, to shoot into a suspect while still being surrounded by authorities. You're going to get your own people shot too, by the way, you fucking moron, you unbelievable homunculus. So he immediately starts dumping into Alex because someone said gun. But the gun, from the other angles we can see, had already been taken away from Alex, out of his holster. You can see one of the other agents running away with it. But again, he was never brandishing this firearm. And as an American citizen with Second Amendment rights, and a lawful gun owner by all available information, he was allowed to have that gun on his person. It is not grounds to execute a man because you fucking freaked out and panicked because the guy you were beating and pistol whipping with fucking 5 of your friends happened to be armed. He wasn't using it to try and shoot anyone here or threaten them. They saw the gun and then this guy just freaked out and murdered him. Shot him multiple times. This is indefensible. Completely indefensible. And the fact that they even took him to the ground in the first place and started beating him, with one guy pistol whipping him, by the way. In other angles, you can see a guy just pistol whipping him like he's trying to hammer a nail in with his gun. It should have never even been acceptable for that to happen. All Alex Preddy was doing was filming, and then when some civilians started getting pushed, he tried to help. And when one got pepper sprayed, he tried to help. From all available angles and evidence and videos here, it seems to be that's all he was doing. He even made an effort to try and show that he's not a threat or something. He threw his arm in the air, wide open, nothing in his hand or anything. He wasn't fighting back against the officers. He got taken to the ground and then immediately started getting beaten. All because he was fucking filming and trying to help other people around there, it seems. This is so fucking sickening. And the freaks that are cheering this on and parading around like this is something to be celebrated are just scum. You're not even American. You're a fucking drone if you actually think this is a good thing. All you care about is just sucking wiener from the authorities now all of a sudden. You care more about just being on a team than you do thinking for yourself. It's fucking tragic. It is embarrassing. This is crazy now that I'm seeing people justify this guy's murder because he had a weapon. Wake the fuck up. This is America. You can carry weapons. I sometimes carry a gun in public. I have friends who every day carry. It is your right as an American to carry a firearm if you so choose. That is not grounds for a murder. And based on all of the video footage, all of the available evidence, this guy was not brandishing it or anything like that. Thus, he wasn't threatening anyone or about to shoot someone with it, so they had to kill him to stop him. That doesn't seem to be the case. They're now just using the fact that he had a gun as a justification to kill him. That should be extremely alarming to anyone who cares about 2A. Again, him having it should not be an issue. And any real, actual American, a real patriot, should be arguing for his right to carry, because it is something that we have the right to do, and that should not be a justification for this man being killed by these agents. This point that they're trying to beat into the empty minds of a lot of people that are trying so hard to justify it is that the only people being arrested and targeted by ICE are rapists and pedophile illegal aliens, which is just not the case. There definitely have been rapists and pedophiles that have been snatched up in all of this, and those rapists and pedophiles that have been caught and taken away, that's good. They shouldn't be out there breathing the free air. Great. But that's not all that's happening here. You could also right now march into the White House and arrest everyone in the White House, and you would get a ton of rapists and pedophiles. Why isn't that happening? If the goal is getting rapists and pedophiles off of American soil, thrown in the slammer, taking them away from society, why is it only just walking through the fucking streets of Minnesota trying to do it? You would get significantly more rapists and pedophiles if you took ICE and brought them to the White House. An administration is actively covering up a massive child sex trafficking operation and letting tons of evil people get away with this, tons of clients. So if the goal is to get this kind of evil out of this country, why would you not start with what is provably
a spot that has so many of them. Also, that belief of like a secret pedophile ring was a very popular one among Trump voters for the longest time. And now that it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be real, legitimate reality, they are now just ignoring it. They have been proven correct that there was a huge pedophile ring of these powerful politicians, but because some of their favorite politicians are potentially wrapped up in it, they just want to drop it and forget about it. Absolutely unhinged, by the way. It's crazy. So many people for the longest time were adamant against like government surveillance and Big Brother watching them being a huge concern. Now, plenty of people are welcoming it with open arms and a huge smile on their face. For the longest time, people would be preaching about the importance of the Second Amendment and gun rights. And now, even with this, they're saying, well, he had a gun, which means that's an executable offense. So it seems like they now no longer believe in Americans' right to own guns or carry guns, which was a core component of like the right for a long time, where there was like this big fear about they're coming for our guns. And now the same people that were arguing like to protect that are now arguing against it, saying, well, this guy deserved to die because he had a gun with him. It's a fundamental right of Americans to have guns, gun ownership. You can carry them in public too. Like that, you shouldn't be killed for that. And in the footage here, it doesn't seem like he was brandishing it or anything. And also, the same people that only like a year and a half ago were constantly telling you to question the government, that you can't trust anything that comes out of the government, the authorities always lying to you, are now just willingly, blindly, unquestioningly following anything authorities tell them to believe in, and shut out any and all thought and just have the hive mind think for them. It is crazy because it seems like the only actual belief of some of these fucking brainwashed drones is relentless cock gobbling. All they want to do is swallow boots and penis from the government. So if the administration or the news, which they used to hate the news, but now that the news just parrots points from big government that they like to clap their hands at like seals, they now just trust all of it all of a sudden, even though there's been no big change with these mainstream media outlets, by the way, that they used to not trust only a year and a half ago. But now, anytime they hear something from the news or anything that comes from the government, they will just immediately accept without a second thought and then attack anyone else that is saying differently, or even just probing them to maybe think a little bit more about the narratives. Keep in mind, the government themselves are currently not even complying with their own laws that Trump has signed, like the Epstein Transparency Act, where the DOJ is still putting up a fight and are over a month late to compliance with releasing the Epstein files. They are still fighting tooth and nail to not release them, and even recently, only a week ago, outright said maybe there's no court that can force them to order this. They didn't even say maybe. I gave them a very charitable thing right there. They actually said courts can't force them to do this, and that if they don't comply, there's nothing anyone can do. They can't be sued. If the DOJ doesn't comply, go fuck yourself, pussy. That's basically their sentiment. They are not complying with their own fucking laws. And yet people are still willing to overlook that in order to just keep like playing for the same team. It's like it's a competition to see who can think the least and who can regurgitate enough from the hive mind to be like the biggest super fan of their side. It's fucking despicable. It's actually crazy. This is real sheep behavior. I know a lot of these people like to say sheep, sheep, sheep for the longest time, but now they are actually the epitome of that. Here's just a little thought experiment if you can break through the programming for a second. Imagine what's happening in Minnesota was happening under Obama or Biden, where there were masked agents that were constantly surveilling you, and even at times asking for your papers, your documents to prove you're an American citizen, constantly needing to provide your private information to these masked agents. And these agents also had killed 2 American citizens. What do you think your response would be? Would you be like, oh yes, please, everyone needs to comply with this. This is good. This is what I want. This is what I look for in Obama or Biden. This is what I'm happy about. Would you be as excited then as you are now in that scenario? My guess would be probably not, because you would rightfully view this as an infringement on your rights as an American. Your Second Amendment right, where Apparently, even carrying a gun now is a crime punishable by death. Like, this isn't something anyone should be championing for. But because it's become such like a team-focused sport, people delude themselves into thinking that they have to support this, and thus they will abandon all of their beliefs in order to stay on this side. It's crazy to me. I truly don't even know what the solution here is, because people are just willingly, on their own accord, no longer trusting what they see and what they know to be true. They would rather just have the government tell them what to think and what's true. So that way they don't have to do any level of thought for their own. How do you fix that? I genuinely do not know. I have no idea. I don't know how you can watch this footage and multiple angles of this situation and still come out trusting the government's word on the series of events that unfolded when you can yourself watch the footage and prove them false. What do you do to someone that just refuses to at least try and see things clearly? I don't know. But it's fucking tragic, and it's only getting worse. It is so fucking out of control. I had to yap about this. I've been actually fuming all day. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. This better be fucking impressive. The Ultimate Inferno has been hyped up by Rarity all night. This shit better be on the same universal threat level as Thanos. So the way he hyped this up is this was a character that isn't allowed in the online game because he's so strong or some shit. Like he was designed to be overpowered and he's not allowed in the actual online game.
Battle 1. Fight.
Seems like, oh wow. What the fuck? I'm not that impressed, to be honest with you. I've seen stronger. Like, my Mr. Krabs could probably put that shit in the ground real quick. But it's not bad. It does seem strong. Like, that move right there, that's kind of... That's pretty... Wow. It's got some meat on it. That's a pretty strong character, I see. Keep playing the Ultimate Inferno. Let's see who can take any damage off of that. Who is this mysterious Milady Saber? Falcon Hoof? The fuck is that? What the fuck? Oh, so he bleeds. Leave it to Falcon Hoof, the champion of Hogwarts, to win that. I imagine in the story mode he's not played nearly as well as this. That fucking combo would be enough to kill the Lord, most likely. Holy shit. Yeah, I'll be the one to take care of the Ultimate Inferno and save Bikini Bottom. Fuck her extra hard, Ultimate Inferno. She's a big sinner. It's a weeb trash lord. Oh my god. Yeah, that was an extra hard fucking. You won't see that in Japanese anime porn, hentai. Ooh, Bulby, I didn't even notice. Man, he's getting slap, 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 and clap, clap, clapped immediately. No amount of class presidency will save him now. Holy shit. Oh! Is Bulby gonna get around in? Oh, of course not. Jesus. That was such a horrifying scream from him. Mr. Krabs is the only one equipped to deal with this level of stress, this type of situation. The Dimidomes can stop the Inferno? Yeah, if the Dimidomes were still here, perhaps them teaming up and performing a fusion dance like Dimidome v Dimidome fused, then maybe we'd stand a chance against it. But right now our best hope lies in Mr. Krabs. Alright, Mr. Krabs, we've got this. This is what we've been training for. It's alright. Just warming up. Just warming up. Mr. Krabs plays better from behind anyway. You've let him into his element. Classic Mr. Krabs! Good lord. Oh, Mr. Krabs. You greasy old greedy man. Alright, it didn't work twice. Oh! When it's all said and done, that's probably the closest we've come.
Claim victory and fast.
Well, he can take our land, he can take our freedom, but he can never take our Krabby Patties. Our secret formula remains safe. Buckethead? Is Buckethead gonna lay down some wicked, nasty guitar solo to fucking make tits lactate? And also kill Inferno? We might just have hope yet. It's not over. Oh, the world's ultimate guitarist. I believe in the dream. Shred! Oh no! Nice moves! Oh, he read it. Oh no. Oh Jesus. Buckethead just got full comboed by the Guitar Hero. Oh yeah, this guy's taking the Bird Box challenge. He's blindfolded himself. Oh, never mind. Inferno knocked the blindfold off. Yeah, Jesus. Then he hit him with that hard depression there. Yikes. Inferno versus Inferno. Please, none of us have Inferno. He's a character that is literally banned in online. He has him in here because he's able to mod the game. That looks like a man to beat him. And he's got a football? Oh, it's over. That's game, set, and match. That's checkmate. Who is this guy? Oh, it's Mark. Oh my god, it's Mark and he's got the pigskin. It's not over yet. He can pull it off. Oh, wow. Holy shit. That is a brutal combo right there. It's just an infinite combo. Just throwing them against the lockers and stealing their lunch money. That's rough. Wow. Well, we can't say we didn't try to save the day. Today's such a special day, I even dusted off the bucket hat for it. It's High Guard release day. I imagine you probably already called in sick for work in order to take as much time as possible to enjoy this game that everyone in the world had been salivating for since it was revealed at the very end of the Game Awards. Since then, it's been quite a question mark with High Guard because they got the prime spot in the Game Awards out of nowhere, a game no one was expecting, and a genre most people weren't exactly super excited for these days. Most people perceived it to be a hero shooter, myself included, because in the footage they showed it looked like it was some type of hero shooter. Most often compared to like Concord, it wasn't a great trailer, and the position that it was placed in at the Game Awards made things even worse. They also then went radio silent for over a month up until like a day or two ago where they finally broke the silence saying that the game is still coming out as advertised and then finally started, speaking up about it. The game came out today and it's very clear that this is not a Concord level failure or anything. It had an all-time peak of just under 100,000 players, which Concord couldn't have even imagined in their wildest dreams. That game didn't even get to like 1,000 and it died in 2 weeks. It barely lasted longer than a poop left in a gas station toilet. So this blew it out of the water in terms of player count. And I think a large part of that success is because the game is free to play, whereas Concord was a $40 paywall. So even people that weren't exactly hyped about High Guard, they were at least willing to give it a spin, at least give it a chance. Kind of. There were some people that literally logged into the game and said this is the biggest pile of dog shit ever, 0 out of 10, throw it in the trash bin. Without ever even like playing a match, or maybe they did the training and then just said, nope, this is terrible, I quit. I spit on this garbage. Which, whatever, I'm not your fucking dad. If that's how you want to interact with games, all power to you, man. Pretty much the second this puppy popped out of the oven here, people flocked to Steam to leave scathing reviews on it and post their, like, jokes and memes about how fucking trash it is without ever even loading into a single match. Right now it's sitting at mostly negative. And of course not all of that is from people just looking to dunk on it because of the whole Game Awards fiasco. There are plenty of things to dislike about it so far with my experience. For me, I always like to give things a fair shake, so I actually played it a little earlier today with Matt and Danny. I have a video up on Moist Critical Gaming if you want to see how our first match went.
And I want to give you like my early thoughts here. I'm going to stream more of it tonight. Real quick though, I want to interrupt to briefly mention something that I've been pretty hyped for. Starforge just partnered with Ducky and Jagex to deliver a very special RuneScape keyboard for the 25th anniversary. All of you know I'm a huge RuneScape enthusiast, a super fan, so I was just pretty pumped about this, so wanted to put it on your radar. If anyone out there also loves RuneScape and is looking for a new keyboard upgrade, pre-orders are available now. It's Starforge. So anyway, back to Highguard. Overall, the game is just, it's fine. Like, I don't think it's nearly as terrible as people are making it out to be. Like, this is one of the worst FPS games of all time or something. It's just not even close, really. It's just very generic. And not in terms of, like, the actual gameplay mechanics, because they actually do try something different. It's not a hero shooter. It's not a battle royale. It's a 3v3 raid skirmish. I don't even know what to really call it, where you have a prep phase where you reinforce things a la Rainbow Six Siege, except the reinforcements here are fucking worthless. Like, basically, you take paper walls and you put plastic on top of it. That's your reinforcement. You can still easily get through these reinforced walls. To me, it just feels like the prepping to defense is kind of useless. It doesn't really stop much, at least not so far in my experience. But you have this phase to prep like that. Then you have a resource gathering phase where you gear up, so you go out in the world and you do some fucking Fortnite mining for materials, which you can spend at the trader for weapons and armor. And you can also find loot out there for armor or, other weapons or even like ability cooldown type stuff. Then after that, then you have the sword part, the shield breaker, where you and the other team will then fight to get the shield breaker. Whoever gets the shield breaker takes it to the other team's base, and then the raid begins, and what you want to do is plant bombs to blow up their base. Rinse and repeat. It's kind of a mishmash of a bunch of different things put into this mode, and I don't dislike it, but it feels like some of it's entirely worthless. Like I mentioned, that prepping phase to like reinforce certain walls around the points. Like, in theory, that's a decent idea, like in Siege, but here, at least in my limited experience so far, the reinforcing just doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, again, it feels like you're just reinforcing a wall with like some fucking saran wrap. Like, it doesn't juice it that much. What you use to blow up walls when they're not reinforced, you will still use to blow them up when they are, with pretty much a very close level of success. So that feels like they could maybe do with an overhaul. The gearing phase also feels a little not super great, because as the rounds progress, like as the game goes forward, you can just buy what you want from the trader. So you mainly just collecting the crystals is the more important part than trying to like hunt for random loot. And it seems like you all end up getting geared to the same level anyway by the end. So those two things I don't think are amazing, but at least the horse makes this game feel faster than I thought it would be. I was under the impression this would be like Concord level molasses that you're playing through, where every character just moves at a fucking glacial pace. And then when I found out it's 3v3, I thought for sure this was going to be a snooze fest. But thanks to like having a mount, you're able to get around pretty quick, so you're able to go from fight to fight. And during the actual raiding, you do respawn pretty quick, reviving is pretty quick, so it does feel much faster than I thought it would. Movement is still pretty slow. Like, there's not a whole lot of like crazy movement tech that I've seen yet. I've tried like bunny hopping to a certain level, and that kind of works, so maybe there's just more unexplored tech there, but base movement is pretty slow. And the big thing is the gunplay. This has been a contentious one because there's a lot of people that fucking hate it and some people that really like it. I think that it's solid. I actually thought the gunplay was pretty solid. I enjoyed it more than I expected to. It's not the tightest. It feels like aiming sometimes fights against you because it's somewhat floaty, but overall, the guns did feel good. Like, getting into a fight did feel enjoyable. Like, I don't think the gunplay is trash like a lot of people are saying. The big thing with gunplay, though, that holds it back is that there are certain things that this game is missing, which is why I'm saying that it feels kind of generic when it comes to its gameplay. Like, it has decent bones, but it's very bland. So because it's missing a lot of the flavor from some better shooters out there, this one just feels lackluster in comparison. But overall, I do think the shooting is just fine. Like, I have no issues with the gunplay. Some of the abilities are cool too, I suppose. I haven't seen all of them, but the ones I've toyed around with seem pretty solid. Really, at the end of our gaming session, the consensus Matt, Danny, and I drew was that was more enjoyable than we expected going into it, though it's probably a game none of us are going to get like super into. Like I said, I'm going to stream more tonight, so we'll see if maybe I end up falling in love with it somehow, some way. But for what I've experienced thus far, it's fine. Like, it's just a fine game. There's nothing like particularly special about it, but it's definitely not like a really bad game that people are saying that it is. I really think Jeff Keighley fucked him. Like, actually went in there and face fucked him by putting Highguard at the very end of the Game Awards, where apparently, based on a lot of like articles and stuff that have come out and talked about it, they didn't even want to be there. Like, they didn't want that slot or anything. Jeff Keighley just felt so strongly about it that he made the decision to put him there. I don't know if all of that's confirmed or not, but regardless, what is true is that their place at the end of the Game Awards, the most important slot in the most watched event for gaming, went to Highguard, which puts a huge level of expectations on this product, and it puts so many eyes on it. So people were expecting something like really impressive, and this game isn't. Like, it's fine. Like I said, like, there is some fun to be had there, but it's not like a game I can really see people like dedicating their lives to as like, this is my comfort shooter now. I do think that there, like I said, are decent bones here, so if they do decide to build upon it, flesh it out, add more to it, improve certain things, and start to really, spruce it up a bit, maybe it could get to that point, but as it stands right now, not really in that state. And by being in that position at the Game Awards, it really did hamper them. It was a huge detriment, because if this game was just shadow dropped or something, like if this game just like randomly came out today, like, hey, from some of the creators of some of your favorite shooters like Titanfall, we have this new studio and we've been working on this game and we want to share it with all of you today. Come give it a try. Let us know what you think as the game evolves. I think people will be a lot more receptive to it and a lot more enthusiastic about like maybe seeing this game improve down the line. But because it had so much hype at the Game Awards, people went in expecting something that this is just not really delivering on at the moment. Anyway, though, I just wanted to give you my thoughts on the game so far from the little bits that I've played, and I'm very curious to see how Highguard shakes out down the line. They already put like a 1-year roadmap out there, so it seems like they're pretty committed to it. I guess we'll see. But it did have a much more successful launch than Concord, so that's great. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. The algorithm's got me by the sack right now. It's holding my peepers open, Clockwork Orange style, feeding me videos of horrible drivers now. I made 2 videos recently, one with that lady that wouldn't stop texting and driving and then crashed her rented car, and then one about the guy who wouldn't stop drinking and driving and crashed his car multiple times. And because I watched both of those videos, now I'm getting fed tons just like it. And I can't resist yapping about 2 of them in particular. This first one here is despicable. This guy should 100% lose his license forever. He should never be allowed behind the wheel of a vehicle ever again.
Doesn't mean moving in the truck, but I don't think he'll say, hey, Al, I need to move in the truck, or not, I gotta go, or anything like that.
Crash detected.
Oh my god, dude, I just fucking wrecked Israel's truck, dude.
911 assist.
Oh my god!
A 911.
Oh my god! Oh my god, dude! Holy Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh!
This guy's acting like a toddler in the backseat of his parents' car. He just has both hands glued to his tablet. Allegedly, according to the post title, he was playing Candy Crush on it. I don't know if that's confirmed. It could have been Clash Royale. Maybe he was trying to get some Robux or something. Who's really to say? But what's very clear is he is not looking up at the road at all. This isn't even distracted driving. It is the act of not driving. He is fundamentally just behind the wheel of a missile right now because he doesn't even look at the road a single time. He is just completely fixated on that tablet. And apparently it's not even his truck in the first place. He has turned this vehicle into a weapon. He is not operating at all. He just has his foot on the gas, fucking plowing straight forward come hell or high water. He is just playing on his tablet the whole time. This is like, I guess, what happens when an iPad kid gets their driver's license. I don't know. This is scary stuff, though. He truly should never be allowed to operate a vehicle again. I'd even go a step forward. He should never even be behind the wheel of anything that resembles a vehicle again. Like, even those, like, electric toy cars that toddlers ride around in, he shouldn't be allowed to touch one of those. He shouldn't even be allowed on a fucking scooter. And I don't even mean just an electric scooter. I mean even just like a push-powered razor scooter he shouldn't even be behind. So he crashes this truck that, again, doesn't even belong to him. And he doesn't even seem to care that he just hit another car, which has human beings in it. At no point does he ever even express any concern for their well-being. Instead, he just keeps reiterating, like, how bad it is for him. And then he starts, like, playing Bop It with every single thing he can find in the truck. Like, he just starts, like, fondling every single thing in that vehicle's cabin. I don't know if he was trying to fish around for the tablet because he can't be separated from it. That's probably what he was doing. He was probably desperately looking for that tablet. But you can hear him talking to somebody on the phone, and he just doesn't even seem to care that he may have just potentially killed people there. He is just only focused on, like, oh, jeepers, zoinks. I just wrecked Israel's car here. Oh, goodness gracious. Shucks. What a shame. This one made me furious. I don't know how it's possible someone would do what he did. Both hands off the wheel, staring deeply into a tablet like it's a fucking crystal ball that you're trying to see the future with. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about that douchebag. The next one here is a viral one. As far as, like, bad, distracted drivers go that I've covered recently, like with the woman who wouldn't stop texting, the guy who wouldn't stop drinking, this guy that wouldn't stop playing mobile games on his tablet, she is not in that category. She was filming an Instagram reel for Hit Me Baby One More Time and then crashed.
Hit me, baby, one more time!
So apparently the car slid on the gravel and then flipped over like this. And it came right after her saying, "Hit me baby one more time," so it was pretty crazy circumstances there. Now I don't know if there's a longer clip that exists, like how distracted she was with the recording here, like if she was doing like a full-blown fucking music video here for Hit Me Baby One More Time, her karaoke version of it. But she doesn't seem to be, like, overly focused on the phone. She glanced at it briefly, so it doesn't seem like it's to the level of, like, some streamers who are, like, reading chat and donations and shit and not paying attention. Though, I do think just don't record while driving. That's the simplest, most obvious solution here. Just don't do things that distract you while driving, like fucking filming Instagram reels and TikToks and shit behind the wheel. It's just not worth endangering your life and the life of everyone else on the road. When I was younger, my perspective on it was a little different, so I filmed like a couple of like rant videos while driving a long time ago. And nowadays, I just wouldn't do that. I was under the impression that as long as you're paying attention to the road, who really cares if it's being filmed as well? But I wouldn't do that anymore these days. It's just not worth the risk at all. Just pay attention to the road. Now, she caught a lot of shit from people for grabbing her phone after the crash, like, oh, look at this generation. They just have to get to their phone first thing to do after a crash. Typical. I personally find that take a little silly. Because I don't know how many of you have been in accidents, but it's a very panic-inducing affair. And typically, once you make sure you're safe, or if you got involved in an accident with others, you make sure other people are safe, the first thing you do is call for help. Like, in this case, it seems she recognized it was a single-car accident, so after she, like, came to, the first thing she does is reach for her phone, presumably to call for help. Meanwhile, people were clowning on her, saying like, oh, look, she had to make sure she posted her reel before doing anything else, when I don't think that was the case at all. I don't think the first thing she scrambled to do after being upside down in her vehicle was try and post the clip for some internet updates. I imagine she tried to get the phone to call for help. So I don't think this was like a really odd reaction to what happened here from her to like grab at her phone or something. Again, most people are going to call 911 in an emergency, which this is. I don't know. Maybe that's a hot take for me. I couldn't tell you. Anyway, though, just wanted to blabber about this. That's about it. See ya. Alright, I am going to be blabbering about a company that I have disliked for a long time. PSA. I made a video a little over a month ago covering a PSA scandal when it came to a lenticular Pokemon card, a lenticular Deoxys, where, just to boil it down to the brass tacks here, getting it to its birthday suit, basically, someone had a very rare Pokemon card, a lenticular Deoxys, that was a 10, a PSA 10, but it was an old cert and they were looking to have it reholdered so they could turn and sell it. They had interested buyers, and this was a very expensive card. PSA themselves had even sold this exact card for $45,000 very recently. Well, when this customer went to have the card reholdered, PSA damaged it, bringing it down numerous grades and tanking its value, which means they could now no longer sell it for a potentially life-changing amount of money. And upon this fuck-up, PSA offered to give them $20,000 for their mistake, which is less than half of what PSA had sold that exact card for earlier. There was also the stipulation that PSA baked in and made known to this customer that they had just face-fucked, that if they accept that $20,000 lowball from PSA for what they called fair market value, which is based on basically nothing. They pulled it out of their ass because, again, they themselves had even sold this exact card for $45,000, yet they're only offering this guy $20K after destroying the card. But anyway, the stipulation that they also had in place is that if they do accept that offer, they have to sign an NDA. So that way he can't speak about it. It has to be hush hush. Gotta bury it. Which most people found to be very sketchy, very odd. The whole thing was peculiar. If you want to get caught up on that, the video's up on my channel. But the point is, I have been really glued to PSA and its scandals for a little while, and I've been digging deep into PSA recently because it is just so much more fascinatingly odd that it is still as big as it is. It is the biggest in the card grading space by a mile, and I don't think it should be at all. To me, PSA is fucked up. I think it is shady beyond belief, and I don't know why card collectors still keep choosing to go to PSA to grade their cards, and I don't know why their slabs are the ones that have the highest price tag associated with them. I think there is so much going on under the hood here, with so much evidence and so many scandals out there, that I would be taking my business pretty much anywhere else besides PSA. So I was yapping about it on stream the other night. I'll show you some clips there, but I also want to dive a bit deeper into the topic as well. Oh yeah, I was watching some stuff on PSA. I have been so glued to everything that's been going wrong in the TCG community. I've always hated PSA. I've spit on them a lot over the years, but I didn't even realize just how deeply corrupt the company was. Like, it's bad, and I've always known it's bad, but it's much worse than I thought.
PZPTCG on X.
No, you're thinking of a different thing. That was the lenticular. That was a more recent PSA scandal with the potential swap. I'll sum it up. The buyback scandal is it started here, really. A user realized that their 9s that PSA had bought back from them, he checked the cert and saw that they had actually got regraded to a 10. So, to break it down, PSA has a system where they make offers, where they will offer to buy back some of your cards. So they graded his cards at a 9, and then made an offer to buy the cards at a 9 at that value. And then they turned around and apparently regraded those 9s to a 10, and PSA sells these cards. PSA sells their cards. So like with the lenticular that I talked about, they sold a card for $45,000. So they actively engage in this market. So they have a huge incentive, a big conflict of interest, to lowball grades, make an offer, get the cards back for cheap, up the grade so they can sell it for more. So they double dip. You pay for the grading. And then they also have an upcharge. So if your card grades high and it's a very valuable card, they will charge you more, even though it doesn't take more work for them. So if you have a card, like a really valuable card, like let's say it grades and it's a card that's worth, fucking $250,000 is what it is. So you have like a base set to PSA 10 Charizard, first edition. They will upcharge you $10,000 for that grade, even though it didn't take them anything else to do. It didn't cost them more money to grade it. So if your card is more valuable, they charge you more for that. Now, just to really twist on your nipples here, the reasoning they give for the upcharge that the community has swallowed with a smile on their face is like, oh, it gets insured for that amount. And we look at the value of the card, so, it makes sense. It's to protect you, the customer. But there are so many obvious problems with this. The most obvious is not everyone that's grading cards is looking to immediately turn around and sell them. So let's say you send in a card that you really like and it grades at a 10 and it's a really valuable card. You might not have any intention of selling that card, but it's very valuable, and now PSA is going to upcharge you hundreds, potentially thousands of dollars to get that card back. It's basically holding it ransom at that point. You can get your card back if you say like, no, I'm not paying that. They'll send it back to you ungraded, but if you want the grade, which you sent it to them for, so I presume you want it, in order to get it, you have to pay that upcharge because that's the value and that's their policy. They upcharge you because it's to protect you with this insurance. But there's plenty of YouTubers that have gone over why this is a bit of a baloney souffle that they're serving you with that garbage. But the community has bent over for it, and it has become normalized at PSA. I think it is completely unacceptable. It doesn't take more work for PSA to grade higher value cards. The work is still the same, or at least it should be. It should be consistent no matter what the card is. There's no reason for this upcharge. There are plenty of other ways of protecting you, the customer. This one is just extraordinarily greedy, and it's not good for just normal people. Because again, if you aren't looking to immediately sell that card at that value right away, you're just forking over a ton of clams just to get your card back in order to appreciate it in your collection. And here's another huge problem, one I also talked about on stream, but I'll just go ahead and reiterate it here. I'll just fucking fart it all out again instead of just show you the clips. Let's say you get a card graded, it grades at a 10, it's extremely expensive, now you pay $1,000 upcharge to PSA to get the card back, and you want to hold on to it for a little while, hoping that it goes up over time. But instead it fucking plummets. Like, let's say you send them a sports card, and by the way, sports card collectors don't take PSA seriously anymore because of just how egregious their absurdity is. But let's say you have a sports card, it grades high, right now it's worth thousands of dollars, so you have this upcharge, but then that player just fucking flops. Or maybe they get arrested or something. Like maybe you get a Wander Franco card or something. So now the value fucking eats shit, it's in the gutter, spiraling the toilet, and it's not worth what it was a few months ago when you got it graded. Well, you paid $1,000 upcharge at that price at the time, and now it's basically worthless. PSA doesn't refund you that, by the way. So now you lost even more money sending it to them to get graded and paying the upcharge. Like, it's just, I think it's a terrible system. It has so many flaws, and there's just much better ways of doing it that don't fuck the customer in their face. And also, I'm just fucking spitting, getting lost in the sauce immediately here because this is such like a passionate topic for me because I cannot believe PSA is still the top dog in the grading space here for TCGs mainly. I don't know why people keep going to PSA. It shouldn't be fetching the highest price. I think it is just got tons and tons of problems. I have had complete disdain for this company for many years now. This offers program they have, that should just immediately be having you run in the opposite direction. That should just have you go, whoa, yuck, ew, spit on it and leave. Take your business elsewhere. Their offers program, as I briefly explained there, is PSA will grade your cards and they will sometimes even make you an offer to buy those cards back because PSA is now a seller in this market. They also have third-party sellers, apparently, that they deal with for that, too. It is a huge conflict of interest that anyone can be able to smell the stink from a mile away. Now, even if in this buyback scandal it truly was a one-off, wacky, fringe situation like the PSA response seems to hint at. I don't think it was a good response, by the way. Not really a great excuse or anything. But even if it is a one-off thing, this does paint a very clear picture that there does exist a real incentive for PSA to lowball grades, make an offer to the person who might just be like, okay, you know what, fine, I'll take that offer. This cuts out the middleman. This seems convenient. I'll take that offer, even though, it's not exactly what I wanted. And then when PSA gets those cards back for cheap, they can then turn around and up the grade so that way they can sell it themselves for more, since they participate in this market with their own graded cards. Now, I don't know if that's actively happening often or anything, but it is obviously a conflict of interest because that is something that realistically can happen and potentially has. Who's really to say for sure? And PSA doesn't disclose why cards get the grade they do. It's just a source, trust me, bro. This is exactly what it is. Scientifically proven, by the way, with our secret recipe, the Krabby Patty secret formula of PSA grading, by the way. So there's no transparency with it. So to me, I just really feel like this whole offers program is very open to corruption here from PSA. It feels very fishy to me. Son of a bitch, I just thought of another thing I didn't yap about. Another thing that a lot of people are pointing out, because there are a chunk of TCG enthusiasts, sports cards in particular, that have totally swore off PSA and are boycotting it. And another thing that they listed as a grievance is how the upcharges, well, since there is a long processing period, sometimes cards will rise throughout that period. So a lot of times people will submit cards for grading, and it takes a long time for them to get the graded card back, and during that time, the price rises. So they go in there expecting one amount, right? Like they have an idea in their head on if this grades at this will probably be the maximum upcharge. Okay, that I can stomach. But sometimes the cards will rise throughout the processing period. And PSA charges you based on like the very end of it, at the very end, like after it has all risen, when you are about to get your card back. So if you submitted to them a month ago, 2 months ago, whatever, and a card just starts to fucking skyrocket, well, now you're on the hook for a huge upcharge by the time you get it back, which is always a shock to a lot of people that are submitting. Again, especially to the ones that aren't looking to turn around and sell it right away. So it is just a full-blown fucking awful experience, in my opinion, that for some reason people still willingly tolerate, because PSA is still the biggest in the grading space, even in spite of all of this overwhelming amount of like garbage you can find about their past and the allegations and the accusations and the scandals that they've been involved in. It blows my mind. Don't forget the part where they'll damage your cards and try to make you sign an NDA to not talk about it. That is again part of the lenticular one that I covered like a month ago, where they damaged this card, fucking torched it, and then wanted them to sign an NDA and lowballed them on what the value of the card was. It's a disgustingly scummy company. I have disliked PSA for very, very long, and I am constantly vindicated with every new thing I learn about them. Granted, these aren't super new. Like, this was being talked about 6 months ago. Buyback scandal was 4 months ago. Lenticular was like a month ago. Like, none of this is super new, but people keep using them. People continue to use PSA. Now, there are other grading companies in this space. None of them even come close to PSA. PSA is eating everyone's lunch when it comes to card grading. Even with all of this out there in the wild and known, people still continue to go to PSA. I personally believe it's because they were able to weasel their way into the mainstream consciousness of NFT and crypto bros that have flocked to this hobby to try and scalp and capitalize off it. So they see PSA in like previous sales and assume that that is the one that they have to commit to. As briefly mentioned on stream, most reputable sports cards players in this industry have abandoned PSA because there's no trust left with that company. Right now, it is mainly, from what I understand, TCG players in this industry that are choosing PSA, mainly Pokemon. They continue to go there. And again, I think it's because these aren't even really people that are in the hobby. They are just scalpers looking to immediately capitalize off of the hype and the hysteria of it. So they default to PSA. That's my personal theory on it. But there are alternatives. Now, full disclosure, I don't use any card grading services. I have a big distrust of them, where you just have to take them at their word that the grade is what they say it is, and you don't know why. The only one I've ever used is Beckett, and that's because for that skill check video we did a few months back where we had the Australian couple come down, where they had Father's Magic the Gathering collection, which had extremely rare magic cards from Alpha, including the Alpha Black Lotus. We had that graded by Beckett because they wanted to sell it for life-changing amounts of money, and for that, it does need to be graded, so we went through Beckett for it. But even then, I still just don't like the idea of, here's the grade, and here's like a little bit about why it got that grade, because if you look at like the subs on it, it should have been a 9, and even the comment section with people who actively grade said that it probably should have been a 9 based on all of that, but yet it ended up at an 8.5, so it's just confusing, and I don't like that. I don't like that there's not a whole lot of transparency around these grades. You just have to trust the chef that they know best. So I'm not the biggest fan of grading in general, and I've made that clear over the years. But anyway, we started discussing the alternatives, and I'll just play some of those clips. It's not just PSA out there, contrary to popular belief. Do CGC or TAG do anything similar? I don't know shit about CGC. TAG is the most interesting to me because they use a machine to do it all, so you can actually see why your cards got the grade that they did versus just this nebulous concept of what maybe caused the grade. So I like that idea, but there's no consistency with TAG from what I've seen. You can have the same card graded 5 times through TAG and it's a different grade every time. There's a channel that had a good video on that. I think it was Java something. Yeah, here it is. Is TAG grading as consistent as they claim? Apparently PSA bought Beckett. No wonder the recent manga grading has no consistency or criteria. Yeah, PSA bought Beckett a while ago. But Beckett doesn't have nearly the amount of shit that PSA does. So I don't know if they've fully corrupted Beckett yet. I don't know enough about Beckett. I don't like grading in general. I don't think there's any grading companies out there right now that are truly, like, reliable. Opinion on other grading companies? Well, that's what I was just saying. I don't know shit about CGC. TAG has a good idea from taking out, like, the guessing element. Okay, here.
Today we are putting TAG Grading's biggest claims to the test. I cracked out 7 cards from different grading card companies to see what those cards would grade at TAG. A TAG 8, or if it has changed in grade. Let's check it out. Here we go. TAG 7. Interesting. So we went.
So there's no consistency with the machine they use right now. So he runs these cards through multiple times and gets different results.
Down a
which is, that's unacceptable. Especially if you're using a machine that's supposed to be so consistent. But what I like about the idea is that they show you everything. Why your card got the grade that it got. And it even gives you like the scans of the card and points out like all of the measurements and like what knocked it points. But it clearly gets it wrong and it's not consistent. The idea is good. The technology isn't there, or rather, I guess the company doesn't have the technology required to actually be consistent. But of all the grading companies, this one has the best idea. PSA, I think, is just beyond corrupt, top to bottom. There are so many scandals and so much garbage that you can pull from PSA. I would never trust them. Beckett, I know very little about. CGC, I know nothing about. But at the end of the day, outside of TAG, your card grade is totally just up to the person's mood that's grading it that day. And you never know why your cards grade at whatever they come back at. They don't tell you. You have to guess. And there could easily be some shady shit going on there where maybe they don't want a whole lot of 10s out there. Maybe you gave them a 10, but by having more 10s in the population, it's going to devalue the other 10s out there. So maybe they decide to give you a 9 instead. Like, there's just too much guesswork. I just wouldn't trust it. Especially since they sell their own graded cards, it invites corruption. Exactly, that's why I think the offers program is just completely unacceptable from PSA. Yeah, you're not ready for this video. This is genuinely one of the worst videos on YouTube. It comes from a YouTuber named Trisha. She makes a whole bunch of shitty videos to begin with, but this is the max level. This is Digivolve to its highest level. If all of her other garbage content were just appetizers, then this is the main course, the dessert, and the diarrhea you get after eating it all. It's so shitty. I'd rather watch 2 Girls, 1 Cup with a beheading going on in the background than watch this again. But I'm going to watch it again. I'm going to be strong for all of you, so that way we can all sit here and experience the dark side of ASMR. ASMR in its most vile and deplorable form.
The video is called Making Out with My Couch, and that doesn't even do this justice. She does far more than just make out with the couch. Look at the alien underneath her. Look at the fear in its eyes. It looks like it's a hostage on Jeffrey Epstein's private plane. This whole thing is so avant-garde. I can only pretend to comprehend the full scope of Trisha's magnum opus here. The inner mechanisms going on in her mind, the neurons that are firing, her creative genius is on full display. It's fantastic. At least that's what the comments would have you believe. People fucking jerked off to this. I don't know how you can even listen to this without getting squeamish. As you can see, the plot is really developing now. She's graduated from making out with couches to making out with tabloids, as the alien on the floor tearfully prays that the building engulfs in flames before it's his turn to face this ridicule, this punishment, this loud sloshing. This isn't even kissing or making out with the Sprite bottle, it just looks like she's eating it like corn on the cob. I bet there's a good handful of people that watched this and then thought to themselves, maybe I don't really like Sprite all that much anymore. This poor guy, hasn't he suffered enough? Area 51, Roswell, New Mexico, all that shit. Hasn't he been through enough? Just look at the poor soul, looking like SpongeBob, drying up due to lack of water. He's clearly not into this, and I highly doubt consent was established beforehand, and quite frankly, this whole thing just sucks. I really don't get it at all. I don't understand if it's supposed to be wacky, supposed to be a fetish. I'm guessing it's supposed to be sexual, because in the description she says you can see the uncensored version on her shitty website. I really don't understand it. When I was initially watching this, I thought I was looking at her overdose. That right there is a sign of just fucking heroin overdose hardcore. She just looks like she's filter feeding while lying on the couch. She's fading out of this corporeal dimension over to the other side, and she's doing it in the grossest way possible with those abominable noises. This is just straight out of a nightmare where you have like a deep South Alabama grandmother coming to make out with you on the lips and you can't stop her. This is just gross to watch and listen to. It's as if her lips are the tentacles on an octopus and they're just suction cupping to something and just ripping it off, but she makes a much grosser sound than those do. I would rather listen to 2 dump trucks crashing into a whoopee cushion factory. I'd rather listen to 5 nails on a chalkboard for 10 hours than listen to this 5-minute video again. It's absolutely an attack on the senses, both visually and auditory. I'd have more fun watching a video of a public urinal at a gas station getting cummed into than watching Trisha's abomination here. This is just downright revolting. I can't even begin to understand what she thought she was doing when she was making this, like comedically or even sexually. It fails in every possible aspect imaginable. I watched an art piece where a woman cut out the vagina on a morph suit and had a bodyguard lift her up and carry her in a circle as she pissed on the floor, and that made more sense to me than Trisha's video does here. This is just unbelievable to me. She must have thought it was a good idea at some point. Yeah, I'll get an alien for a prop and make out with it. I'll make out with my hand. I'll make out with the camera. It's so lazy even in its attempts to be weird. She doesn't even have good props. It's just whatever fucking garbage she found lying around her hotel room or wherever she is. It's weird and shitty. If you were a virgin, you are no longer. Trisha just sucked that shit out through the computer screen like a succubus. I feel violated, absolutely violated, like I just sinned and now I need to go to a confession at the church. But yeah, overall, just a super
uncomfortable and shitty video. I understand she made it probably for attention, but not even that really worked for her. I guess it kinda did, but it was a massive net loss in subscribers for her when she posted this. And she's been doing this for a while, just really bad, shitty content to try and stay afloat, I guess. But it's not really working. It's just really pathetic at this point. That's about it. So yeah. Lakers 3-0 thoughts. Like I said, man, I genuinely cannot believe it. I thought that was just going to be a fucking sweep. No Luka, no Reeves. Like, I don't know how the Rockets are getting spanked by them. I genuinely don't get it. But it is pretty impressive. It is pretty crazy. I didn't see the ending to Game 3, but I hear it was actually all a LeBron carry job. LeBron needs to retire already as more money than God. Hey, it's probably not a hot take, but I truly think, and I've said this a lot actually, when I was younger I thought differently, but in my older age now, I truly think it is far better to just keep going. Like, if you have, like, the capacity to keep going, you keep going until you physically cannot. Like, when Tom Brady retired, I was pissed, because I knew that guy still had some more high-quality years in the tank. He could still be playing right now. He didn't need to retire. So I hope LeBron just keeps riding it till the fucking wheels fall off. Because at 41, he's still cooking. Like, I know, like, the standard classy thing is to go out on top, whatever. Fuck that. You go until you are pathetic. You go until you are literally a joke in your sport. That's what I'd rather see. Some Spartan type shit. I guess kinda. But like, to me, like, if I was ever at that caliber of anything, if I quit at the top of my game or like quit after like a good season in my twilight years, I would always think, what if? Like, and it would tear me to pieces. I would have 1000% like every day be like, fuck man, if only I just kept going. Now it's actually too late. And as a spectator, I want you to keep going until you make me sick. Then you end up like Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers is a damn hero for coming back. You were going to go pro in the NBA if you just kept going. I still think there's a chance. I still think you get me on a 10-day, I'm putting in a bucket. Like, I still think at any point in time, I could get that call. You'll do better than J. Cole at least. That's what I think too. I think you give me a 10-day, I will get either a bucket or a assist. A single assist. I'll be that role player. Because who's going to go out and guard me? Genuinely, who is going to go out and guard me? You'd be an idiot to do so. So I feel like I get maybe one, maybe potentially two open looks, and I'm good for one of those. What's stopping you? Lack of NBA contracts, if you can believe it. Unironically, no excuse, Muggsy Bogues, shorter, and the oldest person to enter the NBA as a rookie was 35. See, I'm telling you, there's still a chance. And I'm getting back into basketball again. So I'm getting the shot back online. Took a little extended break there for a while, but we're back. I'm telling you, I just need a 10-day. And you give me some quality minutes against the Wizards, I will get one bucket. I'll just splash once. And then you can bench me. You can take me out. I just need the one. LeBron will still be playing after you retire. Lord willing. Do you think you could score against Brian Scalabrine? White Mamba? No, man, not in a 1v1. What? You guys are totally misunderstanding what I'm saying. If you put me on the court in an actual game, an organized professional game, I feel like I could get a bucket because no actual athlete worth their salt is going to fucking close out on me. Why would they? It'd be silly to. And I know that I can sink some open looks. Like, you're misunderstanding me. I'm not going to beat even the worst player on even like a D3 college team. Most hated NBA team and why? Lions, New York. I've already talked about my most hated team. People don't like it. But, I mean, it's the Thunder. I used to be a huge Clippers fan during the Blake... Oh, that's so true. Yeah, during Blake Griffin's prime, everyone was a Clippers fan for a little bit. Blake Griffin, he was special when he first hit the league. But Blake Griffin highlights still go hard. Lob City. Yes, sir. The dunk contest now is so sad compared to then. Oh, dunk contest is just a wash now. It's so lame. I agree. I don't watch All-Star Weekend or anything anymore, but I at least tune into the highlights, and the dunk contests are just pathetic. No one cares anymore. No one actually takes it seriously. It's a shame. Whoa, Mac McClung's actually insane. I like McClung, but it's not like... He can't save the dunk contests or anything. But yeah, I like McClung. Can't believe he hates the Thunder, reigning champs, eventual 2-time MVP soon, lol. Brother, I hate his brand of basketball. An extraordinarily talented player who uses his gift for evil. Fucking foul baiting. Free throw merchant shit. And I know the cope is, he doesn't even have the most free throws in that kind of shit. I understand the cope. But that is still what he is constantly doing, is trying to get his defender and jump into him. Get to the line. I hate the way he plays. It's not fun to watch. It's just not fun. And he's not alone. He's not the only player I dislike for that reason. Embiid. I'm also a big Embiid Scrooge. I cannot stand when Embiid plays. Hurts my soul to hear that. Why? Okay, let's say SGA played for my team. Let's say he played for the Heat. I like the Heat. I've always liked the Heat. I'm not the biggest Magic guy. I don't dislike the Magic, but Heat have always been like the team I've gravitated most towards since the D-Wade era. But if SGA played for the Heat, I would still be like, his brand of basketball sucks ass. Glad we're winning. Hype we're winning. I hate watching SGA play. It's just not fun to watch. It's not. It's just truly not. No, you wouldn't trust me. I promise you I would. 1000% I would. Were you a big Jason Williams fan? His passes are still unreal. I still try and do Jason Williams passes in pickup games. I love Jason Williams. His highlight reel is a banger. God, he was so cool. He was so cool. Anyone remember this one? I try and emulate this at least once a year.
LaFrentz the rebound. The sophomore's out on the move. Williams in the middle.
God, I love that. It's so good.
Through the foul.
He was like the first player to bring some kind of street ball to the NBA. Who was first? Jason Williams or AI? I can't remember. Jason Williams came in 98. And Allen Iverson came in 97. So Allen Iverson beat him by a year. Allen Iverson was the one that really innovated the street ball game in the NBA. It is still such a crime that he had no ring. But he was loyal to the 76ers, bro. Allen Iverson, my favorite basketball player of all time. T-Mac goated. No one ever brings him up. Holy, we got an actual cultured basketball enjoyer in here. Tracy McGrady. I actually have a basketball signed by the T-Mac Magic Squad. I just pulled it out of storage the other day. I've got it sitting on the counter out there. I don't know what to do with it because it's kind of rotted out. Put it in resin. That's a good idea. Kobe himself said T-Mac was the hardest player he played against. T-Mac had some incredible stuff, man. He really did have an incredible... Well, unfortunately, he didn't have like a ton of success, but he had incredible highlight reels. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, he went winless in the playoffs. I had to double check. 0-6. He scored 13 points in like 50 seconds. You're underselling it. It was 13 points in 33 seconds, I think. Yeah, 33 seconds. Who do you think is better, Duncan or Kobe? I've really seen those two put against each other. Duncan is quietly just like one of the best players to ever play the game, though. I still think Kobe, but Duncan is definitely up there. Duncan definitely had I would say Duncan had a more, like, impressive, like, success rate, though. That guy's win rate was unreal. I don't know what it is, but it was crazy. But as far as, like, individual talent, I would still say Kobe. What do you think the golden age of the NBA was? Oh, that's so easy for me, though. It's
for me, it's the mid 2000s. I just think it was such exhilarating ball back then. I loved the early 2000s ball. That mid-early 2000s ball goes crazy. You had people like actually, like genuinely going crazy for it. You had street ball going in the NBA, like Allen Iverson, Jason Williams. And then you had so many incredible series back in the day. You had D Wade in his prime. You even had like the D Rose, like a brief era. It was so fun. D Rose was like on the tail end of it. I actually think for me, the NBA started going downhill after D Rose's injury. After that, I feel like everything changed. So when you were a kid, basically. But I still look at some of those games from time to time. And I still think it's incredibly fun to watch. All went downhill once Steve Nash left the league. True. Everything is too three-point prioritized, less of a spectacle. Streetball culture is mostly gone. Okay, let's not get carried away. Streetball culture isn't gone. It's just not present in the NBA at all anymore. But yeah, I agree with the first part. Everything is kind of focused around three-point and foul baiting right now. That's a good chunk of what you'll see. Well, let's see the result. I'm unfamiliar with the lead singer of BTS. I only know their music. I don't jerk off to like statues of them like Helga from Hey Arnold.
I want to look like a lot happier.
Can I see what Jimin looks like so I can see how close he got to mimicking his look?
I just don't
Maybe he's his doppelganger now.
Relate to this. You'll see I have the scars and it's still very sore.
What did he get? Nipple improvements to look like Jimin? Is Jimin known for his nice nipples? You've got to be a special kind of evil to like indulge in someone that wants to do this. Oh, what are they giving him? Horns? Making him look like Devil Jin out here from Tekken.
Yeah. Wow.
It looks the same, just swollen.
And like this is
Okay, so they didn't have the rights to show Jimin's face on this show is what I'm gathering since they blurred it, so I want to see what Jimin looks like. What? I'm guessing he's going maybe for this look? No. I mean, I don't have to look very hard to realize that this is not even close. You should get a refund. Like a blank slate. Have them set you up with like a new face. A canvas to try again.
To get to a point where you can't undo anything.
Look at him. He's looking like Pepe the Sad Frog right now. He's past that point where he can fix it. He's gone in too deep.
Thank you.
Just looks like Pepe going through an emo phase.
I think
You know, I will say, the hair seems on point.
taking incisions here and kind of cutting the skin out and then moving it across just to make the eyes more of an almond shape. So I don't want to look like a normal...
This guy's gonna look like an actual racist caricature of a Korean pop star. Wow.
So, yeah.
Jesus Christ, man. Well, this was a year ago. I've got to see what he looks like now. Oh, here he is. That was cute. That was real quick. I bet he looks exactly the fucking same. Just maybe like a pointier jaw, like a crimson chin.
Wow, this is the place. This is where they did Gangnam Style.
Where they did Gangnam Style? Oh my god, I need to go lick that floor.
And hope to all of his favorite hangouts, favorite places.
I'm sure that's exactly what Jimin would want.
Oh my god, I love you.
To run into some fucking serial killer looking whack job.
I love you so much. Starting Hey BTS.
This is the kind of guy on Twitter that's replying to every major hashtag with a don't care, stan BTS, and then a music video fan cam.
I just kind of want to...
Jimin flavor. Do they have Jimin flavor?
What does that
My friend is
mean?
coming. He's not my Korean friend, so I will order for him.
What does Jimin flavor consist of? He peed into the ice cream machine, jerked off into it, and busted a load for a flavor? Twitter would go nuts for that flavor, to be fair.
Because every time I have surgery...
It looks like it hurts for them to smile. He can't smile.
After the procedure, just so people
and now that he's gonna get his fucking jaw shaved off, it's gonna be even worse.
It's the best that you and he's
Oh, you wanna look like Jimin? That's the 5th surgery this week. We're getting better at it, but the first one looks straight out of a fucking horror movie. We'll do our best this time, though.
At the end of the day, cute K-pop nose and a very cute, smaller face. So that's kind of the surgeries I'm looking for.
This guy doesn't give a fuck. He's just here for your money, man. He's gonna do a little half-assed job and call it a day. I would.
Appreciation, not cultural appropriation.
Oh yes, K-pop knows, right?
An issue when
yes.
Can change to... I'm finally back in
Watch him
London.
actually
So
look
it's now
exactly
been
like
2
Jimin.
months, since my surgery. Hi. It's
Watch him look
me,
absolutely
yeah.
gorgeous, but I'm expecting handsome Squidward.
It's me.
Let's see it. Come on, Ollie.
Without the mask, with just Jamie, I didn't know it's you.
You didn't know it was me?
I'm in
Oh,
suspense.
thank you,
Come
Sam. I
on.
didn't tell you guys. You might not take it well.
It looks exactly the same. What the fuck?
I know. I know.
Every single one of their thought processes is act surprised. Make it sound like I'm surprised at how great he looks and how different. He just looks like a soccer mom. That looks like the same kind of woman that would walk into a GameStop and demand a better trade-in deal for her son.
Basically, I'll tell you what I got. So I got a rhinoplasty, which was...
Oh my lord.
And then I also got an alloplasty.
I got the Karen surgery. Very popular. Very popular, they said.
Very... What?
If you didn't tell me which was the before and which was the after, I would have no idea.
You know, it makes me...
Almost like...
You know what? Hats off to him. He had a dream, and man, did he fuck it up.
Your life began.
It began.
K-pop literally ruined this man's life.
Turned
All of
into
his
a
finances went into this obsession. I hope one day Jimin does meet this guy. That way he knows the true magnitude of what he's done. Yeah, I had no idea this existed. Call me naive, I suppose. I don't typically go on TikTok, but I was going to take the plunge this afternoon because I was reading and watching so many videos about, like, Swiftie meltdowns and, like, parties being thrown, tears being shed, like, the happiest moment of their lives all over Taylor Swift getting engaged to Travis Kelce. And I just wanted to take a peek at some of it to see what all the hoopla was about. And before I even had a chance to type in words to the search bar, this video started auto-playing.
I'm free bleeding in the grass right now, and it's occurred to me that a large collective of women are bleeding right now, and whatever this cycle is, whatever we're moving through our blood together feels like one of the most potent bleeds, and I sense more women are synced up now more than ever, so drop a rose if you're bleeding too.
Not gonna lie, that was a crazy hook. I'm free bleeding in the grass right now. It reminds me of Ty Lopez's infamous ad, I'm in my garage right now. There's a lot to unpack here. So she is on her period right now and letting the blood leak out from her and soak into the grass around her, returning the blood to Mother Earth. Now, shocker, I don't have periods. And I'm not going to pretend to be the preeminent expert on how they function, so this is a legitimate question. Is there really that much blood that comes out all at once? Because the way she's describing it makes it sound like the blood is pooling around her. Like in Grand Theft Auto when you kill someone and the blood just like starts to fan out deeply from them. I would have imagined that if you sat here spread eagle for like an hour, you'd have some blood getting into the grass and like on your thighs and stuff, but not like the quantity that she's expressing here, making it sound like a fucking crime scene or something.
And a reminder that your blood is not an inconvenience. It's actually one of the most magical gifts in the entire world. Whatever you experience before your bleed, in luteal, when you feel like you're moving through different emotions, different challenges, gets to come out through your blood. You get to die every month and be reborn through your blood. And the earth takes it, if you give it to her, and alchemizes it. So the sooner that you can give your blood back to the earth, the more alive that you become.
This must be a pretty common thought process in the modern day about like how period blood is magical and has like divine properties. You remember a few months ago I was making fun of that goober, that goofball who's like, I actually love to eat pussy that's on its period, or like have sex with girls on their period because it's divinity that I'm touching with my wiener. I get in there and there's like that period blood. Oh. And then his sidekick loser who's like, yeah, you know, I'd have sex with a girl on her period. You know, if I'm afraid to get my sword a little bloody, then I'm not a good knight. And it's not like exclusive to just those douchebags' perspectives. Apparently, like it's somewhat of a common thing on TikTok about like period blood being magical with arcane energies. So she is in that camp about like, this is magic, and by free bleeding on the grass, you are quenching the thirst of Mother Earth to make yourself more powerful. Not only that, you get reborn So every month when your period starts, you die. You flatline. You go straight to Valhalla. But through your period blood, you are born anew. As long as you're bleeding on the grass, I guess. I went to her page, and this is her entire channel. It's so fascinating.
You have, I believe, the most powerful and potent thing that you could be doing right now during this eclipse portal, during this last half of 2025, during forever your time on Earth, is to offer your blood back to the Earth. Why? Because your blood has the ability to end war. It has codes and instructions for the Earth to reprogram the collective grid. And I know that sounds powerful, and I know that sounds like a lot, because it is.
What kind of fucking anime plotline is that? Your period blood can end wars by feeding it to the Earth? That... Who knew the secret was right under our nose the whole time? Now, far be it from me to poke holes in the theory here, but let's go back in time. Let's rewind the clocks. Before tampons existed, periods aren't something that just got, introduced in new patch notes over the last 100 years and came packaged with tampons. There was a time where periods were here with no tampons. That period blood was hitting the soil back then. And there were still a lot of wars back then. I gotta tell ya, I'm not exactly convinced that period blood getting on the grass is enough to stop wars. And what in tarnation is the collective grid? That sounds like a secret society like the Illuminati, the fucking New World Order or something. It sounds like a villainous group out of a James Bond film. How is that reprogramming the collective grid, and how does that stop humans from starting wars against each other? I have so many questions. Also, what codes are in the period blood that are absent from every other blood? So, like, if I go out right now and I cut my hand, like a ritualistic cut with a ceremonial dagger on my hand, and drip some of that blood on the soil, what codes am I giving it? The Konami code? Like, what am I hitting it with? I don't know how there's a huge distinct difference there. Why does that have different energy and instructions and code? Also, why would the period blood even have instructions for stopping war in the first place? I just don't see how free bleeding on the grass is somehow going to drop a tutorial to the Earth on how to stop wars. Like, I feel like if there is instructions buried deep in the period blood, it probably wouldn't be instructions that pertain to war. It'd probably be about, like, babies or something, would be my guess, if there are instructions in there somewhere that you'd have to, find the WikiHow guide on in the blood. I can't quite understand how she's drawing this connection of, like, dropping your period blood on the Earth to stop wars and trying to preach it like, listen everyone, we need to come together and we need to pool our blood on the grass. It's the only way to stop war.
Because you are that powerful. And I know that we've been taught, hide your tampons, inconvenience, PMS. It's all bullshit, okay? It's all bullshit. Your blood is a key, it's a code, it has living, alive instructions to regenerate the planet and to reprogram the entire collective grid from your womb space. And as we all do this collectively together, we reprogram the collective, and what is not in resonance with this vibration, with this new programming, has to fall away. It can't survive.
What language is that programming in? Java? C#? Like, how are you deciding what that programming is? How do you have control over that? And also, what won't survive the new programming? Is this like an extinction event or something? Like, I can't wrap my head around it. My third eye is not opening here. She's just spamming buzzwords, vibrations being the classic. Vibrate this, vibrate that, fucking everything is vibrations, which means literally nothing most of the time. And now she's using a new one here, a new buzzword, collective. No explanation, no clue what that's even supposed to mean, but collective! Jump scare you with that. We have to fight the collective, reprogram the collective, bleed the collective, free bleed! That kind of thing, I don't know. All of this is just actual mumbo-jumbo nonsense here. And let's just go ahead and suspend disbelief for a moment. Let's say this is all very true, that by dripping your period blood on the grass, you are reprogramming the collective. Let's assume the collective refers to Earth and everything that inhabits it. How the fuck does every single womb space have the same instructions? Everybody is different. There is no way that her womb space instructions would match those of, Taylor Swift. Like, there's gonna be very different protocol embedded in that period blood they're dripping and feeding to the Earth. Like, maybe hers is trying to teach the Earth and reprogram it to not have wars, but then you'll have a womb space from somewhere else that's, like, really about war. Like, we need more battles. So wouldn't these womb spaces conflict in these instructions, overload the collective, and then there's no one's in agreement anymore? It falls apart. There's just nothing about this that is even remotely sensible. And that's what makes it so fucking amazing.
I have never lost weight so fast in my entire life with this elixir. Now that I have your attention, because we're in a system that preys upon your insecurities as a woman, this is my moon blood. This is my period blood mixed with a shit ton of water. It's not concentrated. And because 14 million people did in fact watch me free bleed on the earth, I thought, why not shock the system? Just a little bit more. Just be like, hi, there's a revolution happening of feminine wisdom, feminine magic, our feminine moon blood that has so much magic. I'm just feeling a little spicy, a little revolutionary, and God forbid a woman doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. Mixing your period blood with some water for the sake of a TikTok video to slam dunk on the haters definitely sounds like something someone would do if they didn't give a fuck about it. Now, if you thought she was going to drink this panacea, you're wrong. I'm pretty sure she's doing this just to get people, hooked on it, morbid curiosity. She doesn't actually consume this beverage, at least not on camera. Maybe she does in her, spare time. But for this, she's using it more as, a talking tool. I also imagine it's not her blood with water in there. It wouldn't come out this red. This is very clearly some kind of, juice that she is pretending is blood with water. How eye-catching. And she's using it to talk about this revolution she's leading about free bleeding on the earth to, regenerate and stop war.
And this is about the feminine reclamation. This is about feminine freedom. This is about remembrance. So I'm going to take this to my red rose bush outside. And you might be entirely annoyed and pissed off by this. And I might be too if I was stuck in the system. But anyways, I'm going to go offer this to the earth. And she's going to take it and alchemize and transmute whatever I've released through this blood, through this cycle. And then she's going to repattern and upgrade my energetic and physical field. So that's the gift, and that's on being a daughter of the earth.
Pissed off or annoyed is definitely not the right way to describe the feelings after watching this. It's more just confused, and it's very laughable. It's more silly than it is infuriating. Also, the way that she presents this here sounds far more selfish. How she's going to go dump her blood onto the earth so that way she can reap the benefits of basically leveling up. She's treating this like it's a Call of Duty lobby, and she's prestiging by dumping this period blood into her rosebush. So what, is it no longer about, reprogramming the collective to benefit Mother Earth so that way we can stop wars? Is it now just about your personal gain from doing this? I don't know. That no longer seems like this altruistic act of free bleeding on the grass to improve and regenerate Earth. To me, it just sounds far more sinister. I think she let the mask slip a little too much. You might be feeding her power by free bleeding on the grass, because now she's only talking about what she's gaining from it. She's getting her energetic pattern, reorganized and, reflaffitated. Also, her physical field is being upgraded, so she is now reaching a cosmic level that she wasn't at previously. She's getting up to Thanos galactic threat now. It doesn't really seem like it's about improving the Earth anymore. It seems more about what she gets to gain from it.
This is my current microdosing routine in under 30 seconds. I microdose with Flodos. They're my favorites. I've been microdosing with Flodos since June. They use a shamanic strain. It's very wise, very loving, very gentle. I typically microdose 100 milligrams or 200 milligrams. 100 milligrams is a really beautiful sweet spot for a starting point. So it's been over a year since I moved to Peru in the Sacred Valley. This is my home. From Los Angeles. I'm working with ayahuasca.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That checks out. So she was in LA and then had her spiritual awakening with, some microdosing, which I think I have a sneaking suspicion may have turned into some megadosing, and then she moved and started with ayahuasca. So a tale as old as time and only being more common these days. Albeit most people don't usually end up talking about like free bleeding on the grass to save the earth from war and whatever, but even still, very interesting. Wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. Ass, poop, and everything stinky. These were the ingredients chosen to create the perfect TikTok prankster. But Professor Goober accidentally added an extra ingredient to the concoction, chemical cringe. And thus, this loser was born. This is some complete trash, garbage, doo-doo that I just have to clown on this guy for. He should be ashamed.
Yo, there's a guy chasing me. There's a guy chasing me.
Where the fuck is he? Yo, why the fuck do you fuck my girl, bro?
This gut buster is his bread and butter. He's done this exact prank numerous times. He really likes this one. It's his Kamehameha. This is his signature move here. And it's a tried and true classic from TikTok pranksters where they go into fast food establishments and treat the workers like subhuman props for them to walk all over and disturb for the sake of their content. That's the joke. Haha, guys, let's go fuck with the employees making minimum wage, not able to live off of their salary, and just make sure their day's a little bit worse. And maybe if we're lucky, we'll even, scare them. Like in some of his videos, some of the employees, actually freak out and run away because they don't know what's going on. These could be unhinged, dangerous lunatics there that have, a gun or a knife, and they're just running around the back yelling and screaming, hooting and hollering. So, yeah, the employees are naturally going to be afraid, and that's golden to people like this. They love that kind of shit. Tee-hee, they think we're gonna kill them or something, like their lives in danger, but actually it's just us pranking them. Ha ha ha. Oh yes, the cloud is gonna be so juicy.
What the fuck wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, bro? What's like there, bro? Come on, bro!
Who?
Come on! Come on, bro! Go on! Go on!
Did you hear how loud that was at the end? Oh, jump scare. That's also a good joke. He ends all of his videos with that little sound bite, a little bit of the, eardrum blasting comedy. And that's one of his favorite pranks. This is the one I wanted to start with because I hate this shit so much and it's so common for fucking worms like this to do this, where they just believe everyone working a normal job is just an NPC that they can go and just disturb and be a nuisance and spread misery, so that way they can make content out of it. Now, typically, when I cover douchebags like this, I like to crop their name out. I do that because I don't want anyone to go harass them, and especially for pranksters, anyone that does trickle on over there is a net positive to them. They love that their name gets out there in any capacity whatsoever, no matter what it is. Even if it's getting shit and spit on, it doesn't matter. They are these shameless latrines, and they're more than willing to gobble all the piss and shit imaginable as long as it gets them attention. So I always like to make sure that the names aren't visible. In this guy's case, it's impossible because he's so proud of this vile garbage, this embarrassing trash, that he even watermarks the video itself. So you can see his name is Tyler. He puts his stamp of it. This is Tyler's work. Tyler made this shit-ass beat. Now, I want to make a special shout-out to Tyler's loser friends because I think they're actually even more pathetic than Tyler, and this is something I say a lot. The pranksters are awful, but their friends are even worse because they don't even get anything out of it. So this guy, who has to be the cuckold, by the way, the role that Tyler gives this shirtless guy in sunglasses is the cuckold who is chasing him around because Tyler fucked his girl. So not only is he playing the cuck in the video, but he is also a real life cuck because he does all of this and doesn't see a penny. Tyler at least makes a little bit of money off it, like a handful of doubloons. He's not like a big creator by any means, but he definitely does have some monetization here. So he gets something in return for it. But his friends don't. They are literally just there so Tyler can use them as his lackeys, his little sidekicks that actually willfully, on purpose, play the role of Tyler's bitch for no gain at all. Not even a mention in the description or in the video or anything, not a link to them that I can find, nothing. They just proudly be Tyler's bitch.
Yo, he fucked my girl. Nah, it's none of that. It's none of that. Somebody's chasing me. He's chasing me. Yo, he's chasing me. He's chasing me. Yo, what the fuck? Yo.
Nah, this is none of that. Where you at?
Yo.
Out the store.
What?
Out the
What?
store. Out the
Yo,
store.
nah, he fucked my girl. It's none of that. He fucked my girl, gang. He fucked my girl. Bro, he fucked my girl, gang. Bro, nah, I'm really on timing, bro.
Like I said, he's done this one multiple times. He keeps taking encore performances that not a single soul is asking for outside of lobotomized children that are just so fucking brain rotted that they're doomed from the start. But I wanted to show you this one in particular because you can actually see the fear on the employees as these assholes are just rampaging through the back like trashing the place. The employees are afraid. You can even hear one of them yell. Like, I imagine that has to be an extremely frightening situation. Like, you have no idea what's going on, and now all of a sudden, these two fucking douchebags are running through there yelling and screaming.
Right? She doesn't. Can you help you?
Oh! Oh! What the fuck are you doing?
I did not scan anything, sir.
Yeah, you did. Yes, you fucking did. Yes, you did. Yeah, you did. Yes, you did.
Do you want to see my phone?
Yeah, I do.
Hey, yo.
Hey, what? Hey, yo, what? Who the fuck are you to put your phone near my wife's phone? And I watched you when I was walking up.
No, don't touch it.
It's his phone.
I don't give
This
a
is
shit.
my
Move
phone.
the fuck up and mind your business. You want to get in my face? And held his. You want to get in my face now?
Alright, yo, get out of here. You're lucky I don't throw you. Get out of here. Go. Get out of here before you can't leave. Leave.
It's such a shame. That's a top 10 saddest anime moments right there that Tyler didn't actually get his ass beat there. I really wish that guy had swung on him. Tyler is always so confident to do his pranks on elderly people or employees that are currently working, so that way there's less chance of him actually getting, a bit of knuckle sandwiches being fed to him. But in this case, he did teeter on the edge and got pretty close. I have no doubt he was tinkling in his little britches. No matter how hard he tries to hide behind the gong sound effects, you can kind of hear the panic in his voice in the actual confrontation. Tyler also only follows pranks that others have done before him. He just bites onto their ass like a little hemorrhoid and does the pranks himself and does them even worse. So this Apple Pay prank was something that was pretty big on TikTok for a little while, where pranksters would go up with their phone, they'd have it make a noise when they tap it towards a stranger's phone, making them believe that something nefarious had just happened, that they had stolen money from them or some kind of Apple Pay scam or something. So these people here now believe that this stranger, Tyler, has stolen from them, which is why they're so upset. That's the whole point of the prank. Haha, they think I stole money from them. Get pranked. Ha 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 ha.
Think they like M&M's? Oh. 40 spot later.
No, I don't think that'll be the case, Greaseball. I heard Tyler's already booked out the remainder of your schedule. You've got to pretend that he fucked your girl again for the millionth time while you chase him around for his video to make money off of you being a pathetic little loser.
540? Boss, you gotta be playing with my balls right now, because that is way too much.
Way too much. I'm not paying for all that.
You're the guys who put it all on the counter.
You could donate it to us.
No, I cannot. It has to be paid for.
Here's one of his latest bangers where he grabs tons of items from the gas station, puts them on the counter, acting like he's gonna buy it, lets the cashier ring up tons and tons of items, which is a tedious process, but he's ringing up all the items. Then when he's telling him what he's going to need to pay, he's like, well, that's way too much. Shouldn't it just be free? We're wasting your time. That's the joke. We're wasting your time while you're working, and we're filming you. You're a prop, bud. You're a prop. So can you get irritated? Because that helps bring in clicks. We're annoying you. That's the joke. And then, when this is all over and we're not paying for this, obviously, then you get to go put all of these items back on the shelf. That's your job, bro. And we're making fun of you for it. We're making it worse for you. For our TikTok, dude.
What I'm about to do to Bob? Do to Bob. Me and Hoyoyoy and erase the square.
I don't give a fuck what the fuck that's supposed to be, because it don't mean shit to me. $540 for what I've scanned. You still haven't scanned a good $200. This is the kind of shit a fucking preschooler fucking pulls.
We're not getting this for free?
No!
Did anybody ever tell you you kind of cuss like a preschooler?
Holy, Tyler with the venom. The quick comeback there from Tyler. I really like that the employee just says, I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. This is like lame, like children shit that you're doing here. This is embarrassing. You should feel bad about yourself. But it just doesn't set in on Tyler or his brain dead sidekick there. Because the only thing that matters to them are these trash TikToks. The internet attention from TikTok pranks. And the employee is rightfully angry because he just spent this time ringing up the items. He knows they're not going to put it back on the shelves. They 1000% don't have the neurons activation to even think about that being something to do. So he knows he's going to have to go do that. He's annoyed, and he immediately recognizes that this is supposed to be some kind of prank at his expense, which makes him even more irritated. Tyler tries to make some whack-ass Doodle Bob reference that fell flat on its face, which is really upsetting because I love Doodle Bob references, and Tyler's out here ruining it. He's just torching it. He's just so unentertaining. He doesn't make me laugh. Everything he says is nails on a chalkboard. He is just so fucking cringe.
I can cuss whoever the fuck I want. I'm 33, motherfucker.
Unk. Yo.
I don't give a fuck.
Yo, relax,
you can call
bro.
me Unk. I'm the coolest fucker in their 30s you'll ever fucking find.
Relax, bro. Your cheese is throwing up gang signs.
Either get out or fucking buy it. What's the choice, motherfuckers? Seriously, I have a job to fucking do and you are stopping it.
I'm not paying for
Then get the fuck out! What the fuck don't you understand? I don't give a fuck if it's an April Fool's prank. Get the fuck out!
April Fools!
I don't give a fuck!
April Fools!
Joe!
April Fools!
Get the fuck out, motherfucker!
April Fools!
Nice work, boys. You really got 'em. Everyone was giggling and spitting up on this one. You guys came together, you and your little goblin gremlins that follow you around, came together and ensured that a normal guy working a normal job, a job he probably doesn't want to be at, you ensured he had a much worse day. You made it a lot more miserable. So that way you could film it for your TikTok. What a slam dunk, Tyler. Really impressive stuff. And I know Tyler, nor none of his little mosquitoes that follow him around, I know they don't have a job. I know that they're really banking on this whole fucking TikTok prankster career to be like their future. I truly hope it doesn't work out for them. I hope he ends up working this same job and through some kind of karmic justice, he meets a Tyler himself that just makes his day fucking awful, just so he can see what that's like once. I think that'd be great. I don't know if that'll happen or not. I'm sure he probably has money from his parents. He seems like that kind of guy from everything I've seen. But anyway, he sucks. His friends suck. These pranks are trash. It's garbage. That's really about it. See ya. If I asked you what your favorite sound was, what would you immediately think of? Applause to let you know that you did a good job at something? Maybe your parents telling you they're proud of you? For me, my favorite sound is the sound of 5 fingers meeting a face and creating this beautiful melody, this slap that echoes throughout space and time. Today we're looking at another brutal slapping tournament. This is security versus guy from the audience slapping competition from the Holy House of Slaps, this beautiful YouTube channel. Again, I'm only going to show you some of the slaps. I'm not going to show you all of them. You can watch the whole thing if you want. It's important to know before we dive into the crucible here that the closed captions are really off. The closed captions are not even close. It's like a Chinese bootleg DVD from back in the early 2000s. I don't know what the fuck went wrong with the captions. I've never had a problem before, but here it reads like Google Translate was overdosing on bath salts. I don't know what this guy did to deserve this. It wasn't exactly a competition between these two guys. This guy just goes up there to get the shit slapped out of him. Maybe he was just an asshole and was heckling, so they brought him up there to discipline him because his parents never did. I really don't know, but it's just a montage of him getting slapped. Looking straight out of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with the ora here. But anyway, after his cheeks get turned to dust, we get our first matchup between these two women. It was around right here where I noticed the subtitles got a little fishy, going with, "Then I will kill, now this type of masturbate to me." That sounds like something you'd read on the Facebook page where an Indian man's trying to flirt with a woman, you know, show me Bob's Vagana, bitch lasagna stuff. And it just didn't really seem right. It didn't seem like a joke that would have been made at the time, like this type masturbate to me type masturbate. But it only gets worse from here. So I don't know what's gone wrong with the translate feature, but it was not working very well.
So now we have the first official slap thrown of the tournament, and it's a glancing blow, bit of a wet fart, and only a couple fingers make contact, and it all hits her neck. So not the most powerful start to this new episode, but the real star of this first round goes to the closed captions. 3 times, 2-3, all you first give urine, hand on it, once we'll try not. I could definitely see that being the intro to a song. The 3 times, 2-3, all you first give urine. That sounds beautiful, very melodic. And she does give the urine hand to the other girl, just not on the cheek. She hits the neck, so the urine hand may have been in full effect, just wasn't aimed properly. I don't exactly know what it means. Maybe this girl, instead of using chalk, pissed on her hand and slapped her with it, which would explain why it was such a glancing blow, kind of just sliding off her face. Either way, I think that should be an illegal technique. You shouldn't be able to use bodily fluids.
Вот так, Ну так, в принципе.
Now, when it comes to sound, I don't have the golden ear like Mozart. I just can't hear things and know what notes they are and shit like that. But when it comes to slaps, I'm something of a savant. I know what a good slap should sound like, a real slap should sound like. You know, if we ever start deep faking slaps, I'll have to be the expert that goes in and tells you if it's real or fake. And in this case, these first few slaps, they sound fake. They sound like stock sound effects of a slap. It's just something doesn't sit right with me. They don't strike me as authentic slap audio. It sounds canned. I hear little hints of reverb, a little bit of barley in there as well. The sounds are just a bit crunchy, as if they've been recorded in a separate circumstance and then spliced in here. Maybe I'm wrong, and I very well could be, and I most likely am. I just thought it was worth mentioning. These slaps are so pristine that it's giving me the impression that the audio is faked.
Маленький замах.
Твоя рука, вот. Вот, размахнулась, вот, понятно? И со всего размаху. Think about?
This guy must really hate the other girl, because he goes around and gives her a tutorial on the proper way to slap to get the most torque and the most impact behind the slap. So he's really trying to get a knockout here, trying to really fuck this other girl's face up. He must just be like the coach of her. So now he's coming in off the sideline, calls a timeout, and then gives her another play here.
Я всех вырубал тут нахуй. Вот, ну тут, нормально, да.
Using her newly taught forbidden slapping technique, she's able to elicit quite the response from this spectator in the background here. Look at this kid. He is really into it. It's like he's just watching a car crash in front of him.
Ну, лучше уже, да, уже лучше.
That's the final slap of the round before the bell sounds, and it ends in a draw. I think right up until that last slap, this one was going to the girl with the neck tattoo. She was pretty much dominating it for the most part, right up until that last slap, which had some real meat behind it, which earns them the draw. Now we move on to our heavyweight division.
Oh.
Fuck you, fucking mouth. You so weighty, of course you feel the weight. That reads like something out of 50 Shades of Grey. Maybe I'm totally wrong and the captions are 100% accurate. This is really what they're saying here, and God, that would be fucking awesome. Feels, come on, posh posh, don't you losh, beat the cat poop is normal. Ooh! Now that is how you beat the cat poop.
Что это завоняло, блядь?
Yeah, I bet it smells like fucking in there. Fucking testosterone. This shit is hardcore. These are no doubt some really big blasts, and I really like the larger man's technique where he comes straight across and hits it and falls back a little bit with his own momentum. It's like he's doing the old sprinkler dance, but not stopping to actually sprink it. He just goes straight through. I really like the dude's technique, and it really pays off nicely because he has the upper hand right now, I'd say. And definitely has the upper hand, hand-wise. His hands are fucking massive. They cover the entire other guy's face. This slap is so powerful it elicits something a little bit more personal here. You homeless, unemployed guards, you have to fuck right away. So he slapped him so hard that they're about to make some guards have sex here.
Пососин, давай, блядь, дай ему воды попить, нахуй. На, сука! Да. Конкретно. Красава! Чисто на водопроводчик. На! Хуеть, ебать, пизда, ебать.
That's the final slap of the round, and he indeed slapped the pussy off of that guy for sure. That was a very powerful, meaty sonic boom slap. And he wins the round with that one there. He ends up taking home the whole prize, but I thought it was a pretty hard-fought match on both of their ends. It's not easy to step up in the heavyweight division like that, especially when you're on the lower end of the heavyweight, like his opponent was, and I thought he did an admirable job. Now we move on to the next round of the tournament.
Ты такой, я не в третьей смене. Прости, ой, блядь, чё, ебать, меня?
Всех ушатал сразу в шею.
Реально.
Давай один фол. This is the most disrespectful slap I've ever seen in the professional slapping sports event. It is just ridiculous. He's not even going for the cheeks, he just goes right for the neck like he's trying to slit his throat.
На нахуй, ебать! Близко, близко! Братан, ну...
That's a face that says, yep, I fucked up. And he did. He gets punished very hard for going for his competitor's neck. He just gets absolutely walloped on. A straight clobbered. And they count it as a knockout. He quits right there and the other guy takes home the title. All decided with a single slap. He shouldn't have gone for a cheap shot, and in return he paid the ultimate price because this guy really did give him the jazz.
Пошел? А, ну это пиздец, блядь, дядь, ну что за... Что делать, ебать? А это рыжий, блядь. Это все сделал рыжий. Сука! Я ебал, бля. Да. Ты что сделал? Черт нахуй! Была бы моя воля, убил бы. Ебать!
These incredible big boys out here busting cheeks, busted nuts, and these incredible captions to really complement all of it. This is just what slapping tournaments are all about. Just high octane, palms to the face, no mercy, relentlessness, while also talking about getting fucked on couches and fucking cars or whatever the closed captions are talking about.
На! На, сука, ебать! Я охуел.
No doubt the slaps are big, but the boys are bigger. The slaps don't really do much damage to either one of them, and in the end they give it to the guy that is not overly tattooed, because his slaps had a little bit more of an impact on the other guy, but not by much. I thought this was just a really close one. It wasn't the most thrilling of bouts we've seen, and it's only because they were so iron-jawed. There really wasn't a whole lot of damage being done that you could see, but you could definitely tell that those slaps were packing some mean power behind them.
Пиздец. Ой, бля.
Ты ему чуть нос так не сломал, блин.
Это вообще пизда.
Попал? По носу, да? This is the biggest mismatch in slapping history. This guy looks like a fucking hitman. This man looks like he's made out of steel. This looks like the guy that Superman was based on, and he's going up against an actual schoolboy. Now, interestingly, this is the security guard from the title of the video. This is the guy's security that decided to compete, and they really gave him some cannon fodder. They just gave him a lamb to a slaughter. Just look at this shit. Look at his hair. He slaps him so hard he nearly slaps the hair off of his head. Those follicles are all kinds of confused.
Ну так, чисто в натуре, ебать.
Not a single one of this kid's slaps makes his head move at all, not even an inch. He just doesn't flinch. His neck muscles are so strong, you could take a sledgehammer to his chin and nothing would happen. The sledgehammer would probably break.
Да ну нахуй. На. Давай, 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 давай. Ну чисто, блядь, вырубает. Может...
Два пальца, да. Я здесь еще, да, я...
Yeah, that's about all she wrote. It's absolutely brutal what the security guard does to this kid, you know. Maybe he deserved it. Maybe he was playing hooky to be there. So the security guard was just delivering justice right in the palm of his hand, right to his fucking frontal lobe. It was unbelievably powerful. And he had to get checked for a concussion too. I half expected the guy checking him for a concussion was going to rip off the face mask, Mission Impossible style. And it's just going to be the security guard again and slaps him one more time. Either way, this was such a good slapping competition, not only because the slaps were solid, but I loved the closed captioning. I hope they never fix that because these translations were fucking awesome. That's it. See ya. There's a new body cam that just dropped today that's got a lot of people talking because it features an extremely big Minecraft YouTuber named Popular MMOs.
Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
Weed and a ton of fireball. Homie is messed up.
Just put your arms like you're praying.
Look at what?
Like you're praying.
Yeah, just like palm stuff.
No, I'm about to get chased!
You won't believe who it is, Sarge. Who is it? It's YouTube boy.
It's really sad to see someone spiral like this.
Yeah, it was a really bad call to try and run away from the cops, especially in the condition he was in. He was way too fucking hammered. He was in a different dimension. He had left the corporeal realm. So when he tried to run away, it was in slow motion. He was looking like a claymation out there at 5 frames per second. So not the best call there for sure. One thing I found really weird about this, and you see it a bit at the end of the Sizzler reel where the officer goes, "It's YouTube boy," sounding like the owl from the How Many Licks Does It Take to Get to the Center of a Tootsie Pop commercial, is that these officers seem to fucking hate the idea of YouTube as a career. Like, it's not something Popular MMOs himself brought up where he was like, dusting his shoulder off. "Yeah, I'm a YouTuber. You can let me go now. Yeah, I'm a big deal." Squeezing on his own nipples or anything. He didn't bring it up. They found out, and then they start making fun of him for it and just kind of insulting it. They were just bullying him for YouTubing, like being a YouTuber. I half expected them to take him to a toilet and give him a swirly, or like an atomic wedgie while calling him a dork.
On March 20th, 2024, officers in Jacksonville, Florida receive reports of a man sleeping on a residential street. What they don't expect is to find one of YouTube's most popular former stars, who turns a simple wellness check into a chaotic encounter, leaving another mark on an already unraveling legacy.
You going to jail again? You can Minecraft that.
What? That doesn't even make sense. He can Minecraft that. What in tarnation kind of hogwash? If you're gonna try and come in here with your, huge quip at the end, at least have it be something sensible. "We're Ender dragging his ass to the slammer," or something like that. Better than this garbage, because this was nothing. This was literally...
Hi there. I just came home from picking my sister up at the airport, and there's a man kind of laying in the road. Any drink or drugs, weapons involved that you know of? I do not know.
Do you think he's trying to harm himself?
I think he might be dead, or I don't know.
An officer arrives to find a man lying on the pavement beneath a streetlight, dressed only in shorts and a t-shirt despite the chilly 45-degree weather.
So 911 received this call from a concerned citizen expressing that they thought this person might be dead. I half expected them to roll up and encounter a Peter Griffin death pose, but that was not the case. He looks like he was sleeping peaceful as fuck. He is sleeping like an angel right now. He looks comfortable. I am actually jealous of how soundly this man is sleeping on the concrete.
Hey, buddy. Hey, sheriff's office. Do you live here? Huh? Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
You had a bit too much drink tonight, man? You're good?
You live here?
Where do you live?
I want you to see what some of these.
I can't hear you, man.
I had a lot of seal drills there, sorry.
You had a lot of what?
See something girls.
He is really hammered, obviously. And his voice is really deep and really gravelly right now, so he almost sounds like Jigsaw. If Jigsaw was sculling Fireball. Almost sounds like he's casting some kind of spell sometimes.
Alright, well, hurry up, bro, because you're about to be going to jail.
I'm going to jail?
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
Probably at least 20 minutes out.
I was drinking. Friends wanted to come over to make sure I was good, that's all.
So how do you get over here?
Just drove. That's all they did.
Somebody dropped you off here?
Yeah, they dropped me off here, yeah.
You need rescue to come check you out?
No, I'm actually fine. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, can you call Uber or somebody to come get you? Because you're in this condition, you're not even safe to walk.
So they were talking to him for 45 seconds while he was trying to recombobulate himself back to reality and, get the sleepies out of his eyes and snap back to it. One of the officers, kind of threatens that he's going to go to jail if he doesn't, hurry up. So then he stands up, he explains that he was there drinking with friends. And now the officers are saying, just get an Uber or get a friend to come over and take you home because you're in no shape to walk. Also, you're nowhere near home. It's not even walking distance, even if you're the fastest fucking power walker in the world.
Pat? What's your last name, Mr. Pat?
Julianelle.
Can you spell that for me?
Better known as Pat, 35-year-old Patrick Thomas Julianelle is the creator behind the massively successful YouTube channel, Popular MMOs.
Oh, no, it's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, that's what it's saying is that little battery alert you're getting. That means it's dead and you need to charge it.
Now, one of the officers must have recognized that at the time because then it gets brought up about him being a YouTube star a lot. So the problem is his phone's dead, which is why he doesn't have an Uber or a friend to call. Would also explain why he's walking home and then eventually, passed out on the sidewalk. So what the officers say is that they can charge his phone and he can wait in the car while he, warms up because it's cold out. Like, he's dressed like it's spring break, but it's actually pretty cold. 45 degrees in Florida, that might as well be -5 everywhere else in the world. It's tough down here when it gets below 60. So, like, he's not in proper attire for that. 45-degree weather here, you're layered up in 5 different wool coats, you know what I mean? So the officer offers the car for it, and then that's where things go tits up.
I don't really feel like getting arrested.
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
Yeah, no.
Multiple people are calling it in. Their person might be dead. You want to sit inside the car. It's nice and warm.
I just don't go to jail again.
Pat is no stranger to the justice system. On May 16, 2021, he was arrested on charges of domestic battery causing bodily harm, but the case was later dropped. According to multiple news reports at the time, Julia Nell posted a statement on Twitter shortly after the incident that has since been deleted, claiming the accusations were false.
I vaguely remember bits and pieces of that story. I only recall little tiddlywinks of the details there, but it's brought up here because Pat made a mention about not wanting to go to jail again, so I guess EW followed up with what the previous time was, so they mention it here.
Place your bag on top of my hood. I just got to pat you down before you go inside my car. Place your phone right there. Okay. Just real quick, just put your hands out. You don't have no weapons, anything. You don't have anything on your bag that should be worried of. Any drugs or anything? Huh?
No, it's just called.
Do you mind if I search your bag real quick?
Officers allow Pat to warm up in the back of the cruiser while his phone charges in the front seat.
The officer gives him some pats for Patrick and then invites him into the back of the vehicle to warm up, but not before asking if he can search his bag, which Pat gives them consent to do. Big blunder here. He got put in the scholar's mate because they find marijuana and alcohol in his bag. The alcohol's not a problem, but the marijuana was. I'm guessing he forgot it was there, or he was just so intoxicated he didn't really know what he was agreeing to, but that's about to change everything.
It's weed and a ton of Fireball. Homie is messed up. That's why I asked. I knew. No.
He spelled his own last name wrong.
What's his name?
Yeah, so they checked his inventory here. They found substances they weren't super happy to find, or maybe they were happy to find. He seems to be like celebrating it. And then one of the officers mentions he spelled his own last name wrong, which he's extremely fucked up. It's not super surprising. It's just really sad. This is a guy who has a history of struggling with substance abuse, as I understand it. I'm not super familiar with popular MMOs. As most of you know, I'm not the biggest Minecraft enthusiast. Like, I understand why it's like the most popular game ever. I just never got into it to that level. But from what I understand, he does have a history of struggling with this addiction. And now that the officers have found the marijuana on his person, they are going to be taking him into custody. But not before one of the officers wants to make sure that this is the YouTuber he thinks it is.
The other confirms his suspicions that Pat is indeed the well-known YouTube star.
Hey, quick question for you. Did you used to play Xbox or anything like that?
Not Xbox. I never played Xbox.
You didn't have like a YouTube channel?
YouTube, yeah, but not Xbox.
What was the YouTube channel about?
Video games.
What type of video games?
Minecraft.
Minecraft? Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Minecraft YouTubing. Yep, that's an additional charge, buddy. It was just going to be drugs, but now we got to charge you with cringe as well. Now that the cat's out of the bag, they start calling him YouTube Boy quite a few times. It's also really weird listening to them talk about YouTubing as a career and how, like, they don't really seem to get it, which is surprising because they're not old. Like, they have to know that there's careers on the internet. It's not like this mystical, mythological beast anymore, this World Wide Web thing.
That's YouTube Boy off Commissioner Drive.
Just checked out the bag there.
guess. I mean, there's nothing to that, so.
Alright, turn around real quick.
Yep.
Just put your arms like you're praying.
Look on what?
Like you're praying.
Yeah, just like palms touching. We're not doing this.
Alright. Kill 261 fighting one. Kill 261 fighting one. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Already.
So they decide to arrest him for the possession of marijuana, and as they're going to put him in cuffs, he tries to break away. It doesn't go very far, but you can hear him say something that's just extremely sad, where he says he's tired of it all, before they bring him to the ground. They also said that he was resisting with violence, claiming that he kicked them. I didn't really see that in the body cam, because it looks like they kind of potato sacked him immediately. It's not like he got very far, and he was already really unsteady on his feet, but that is part of this. I can't confirm or deny if there were any kicks being thrown. All I know is that the trying to run away was a terrible idea. Like, even if he was in, prime shape right now, not super fucked up, even if he had all the makings of a varsity athlete, he was still not going to get far there. They had already had his arms behind his back. Unless he had like an Enderpearl to throw to get out of there, I think his goose was cooked on that plan.
He's big on, used to be big on YouTube.
Playing Minecraft.
And my audio blew up.
But he made a lot of money.
Really? Well, what are you doing here?
Say a friend dropped him off.
He
But it doesn't
likes
make
to party
sense.
with strippers.
So he's like currently big in Minecraft now?
No, he died off about a year and a half ago.
He made
Millions. I looked him up on YouTube before. You won't believe who it is, Sarge. Who is it? It's YouTube boy.
I just find that so strange, because it's not like this is some kind of like oddball career. It's like the number one thing kids want to be these days is like a YouTuber and shit. Like, there's no way they could be that in the dark on it, where they're acting like it's such a foreign concept of making money online, playing video games. Now they're calling him YouTube boy, like some kind of wacky, zany alien creature. I don't know, it's just very surprising to me, because this is just like, it's Florida. They're not in like podunk middle of nowhere where they don't have internet access or something. I don't know, I just found that behavior very surprising, I suppose.
He's the one who ran through the gate again.
Yeah.
The Jaguar game.
The Jag game.
In 2022, Pat and two others were arrested after one of them ran onto the field during a Jacksonville Jaguars football game. He received a withhold of adjudication and a sentence of 2 days in jail with 2 days credit for time served.
That I never heard of. That is an interesting plan. I have to imagine alcohol was involved with that decision making as well. Yikes.
You gotta resisting.
Yeah.
You're going to jail.
Again.
You can Minecraft that.
35-year-old Pat Thomas Julianell was formally charged with resisting an officer with violence, as well as possession of marijuana under 20 grams. In 2024, he was declared indigent, meaning a determination was made that he couldn't afford a private attorney, and he was appointed a public defender.
This part actually shocked me. Like a child watching the Pokemon movie for the first time when Ash gets turned to stone, I had my jaw on the floor here. That he would be declared indigent and unable to afford a private attorney. He did undoubtedly make millions of dollars from his career on YouTube. That is a fact. Making Minecraft content being the size he was, he definitely did make millions. To have no money left to afford an attorney is mind-boggling. That's just tragic. And I know that happens a lot, where a superstar pisses away all their money in a very short amount of time, but that is an unbelievable amount of money to somehow not have access to at all anymore. It's just all gone. All just dried up. Holy shit.
He initially entered a plea of not guilty, but later accepted a plea deal on November 20th, 2024, to the Police Memorial Fund, and write an apology to the officer he assaulted. However, on January 8th, 2025, he was found to have violated his probation due to substance-related issues after failing a drug test on December 20th, 2024. Pat claimed he was given a pill at a party several days earlier and didn't realize what was in it.
After the plea deal, he had some of the charges dropped and had some stipulations and probation, which he did subsequently violate after he claims he got served a pill at a party and didn't know what was in it. So it's not like things have been looking up for him. It's not like he's, getting the help he needs. He's still very much struggling with it. And even to this day, it seems, is still having problems with the law and having problems with drugs and alcohol.
This violation led to a warrant for his arrest issued on January 10, 2025. On February 2, 2025, police responded to Pat's home address in reference to a mentally ill person, where he then was arrested for the active warrant. His probation was subsequently modified to include GPS monitoring and completion of an inpatient treatment program. On May 12, 2025, a warrant was issued for his arrest due to a second violation of probation, when he submitted a urine sample which tested positive for marijuana and alcohol.
Yeah, so it is still an ongoing issue, a huge battle he's still engaged in here. It needs professional help, for sure, because it's ruining his life. His life has been circling the drain, it seems, and it's fucking rough to see. But anyway, I saw this body cam today and just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's really it. So, yep. For close to a decade now, I have watched every Amy Schumer movie and every Amy Schumer stand-up special that gets released. Not because I am a fan, in fact, quite the opposite. I don't like Amy Schumer. I do not like green eggs and ham. So then, why have I made it a tradition to watch every single new thing she puts out? That's like making hitting yourself in the head with a brick a tradition. Well, it's because sometimes in life, you have to do things you don't necessarily want to do, like growing up eating vegetables. Well, Miss Schumer is my vegetables. Does it make me healthier and stronger? Am I better for it? Absolutely not, really. It just kind of makes me unhappy. But I do this because I believe it's important that I do. This work I find to be crucial. In the words of John F. Kennedy, we choose to go to the moon and do the other things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. And I promise you there's nothing fucking harder than watching an Amy Schumer movie. She just released a new one. It's called Kinda Pregnant. It's on Netflix. It's not very good. Not the bravest take, not breaking new ground. I don't think anyone fell to their knees in surprise at my quick and dirty thoughts on it. Most people aren't really liking the movie. It's not being received overly well, which has become standard protocol for a Schumer production. But I'd still like to debrief on what I watched. It's therapeutic for me. It's very obvious I'm not the target demographic for this movie. Kinda Pregnant is not a film that's aiming to make me happy and kick my legs up in my chair in excitement. I recognize that. So it's entirely possible that you or a loved one really enjoy this movie and completely disagree with me on my critique of it. But just know if that's the case, you're wrong for it. This movie's just not good, and I don't think achieves anything it sets out to do. I will say, though, her movies are significantly better than her stand-up. That's always kind of been the case. Not exactly the highest praise, I know that. That's like saying pee is better than piss. Kind of the same thing, but I imagine many of you haven't subjected yourself to the torture of watching a full Amy Schumer comedy set. Just take my word for this. It's one of those things where you finish it and you feel the need to go on Facebook to mark yourself safe. Like, that shit after a tragic event where people, like to let their family know they're alive. That's how it feels to finish one of those. Finishing an Amy Schumer movie, however, is just exhausting. Was I entertained? No. Did I laugh? No. So what did I get out of it? Nothing. Just an hour and 40 down the tubes. That's really about it. So Kinda Pregnant has Amy Schumer as the lead role, Lainey. Lainey wants a family badly. She's always wanted to be a mother. But the relationship she's been in for 4 years ends abruptly when the guy asks for a threesome and then starts being like this playboy. He's becomes like fucking Tony Stark, where he's got 9 women following him at all times. So that falls apart, and now she's approaching 40, and she doesn't have a husband or anything, but she still wants to be a mom, and now her best friend just found out she's pregnant with her husband, and it makes Lainey really jealous. She then puts on a fake pregnancy tummy, and people assume she's pregnant. She doesn't correct them, and then she ends up making friends while still putting on the ruse of being pregnant. And then she even falls in love with someone who thinks she's pregnant, and now she's truly stuck because she has to keep up the facade, otherwise they're gonna know that she's a liar and a weirdo for faking pregnancy for attention and friends in the first place. Now, an interesting twist on that concept is that she's only pretending to be pregnant half the time. So she fakes pregnancy with, like, one group of friends, but with her best friend, Kate, who's actually pregnant, she doesn't. And she's a middle school teacher, and she doesn't fake pregnancy there either. But she also told the other friend group that she's a teacher, so then sometimes they come and visit her at school, so then she'll take a balloon and stuff it under her shirt, so that way they'd be none the wiser. I'm not gonna bother yapping about the story that much, because who gives a fuck? It's really just there as a vessel to lead Amy into wacky, sticky situations with this mess she's found herself in. And that'd be fine if the scenes were amusing. Which, of course, was never in the cards, and I knew that when turning the movie on. Expecting an Amy Schumer movie to make you smile is like expecting salt water to not hurt your eyes. But with nothing else in the film, basically just being a bounce between one wacky scene to the next, it needs to hit on the comedy, and it doesn't. I will say, though, that there was a surprising lack of vagina jokes, which Amy Schumer has become known for. That's her fucking bread and butter. Like, Amy Schumer and talking about pussy, that's spaghetti and meatballs right there. Now, of course, don't get me wrong. There is moments where she talks about her holes. In fact, she has a whole sequence dedicated to her mentioning all of her holes in a variety of ways. And there is still, of course, her talking about vagina. That's present, but in a lesser degree than it has been in her previous work. And that's because she has now delegated that role. She's kind of passed the torch to a different character in this movie, the guidance counselor that works with her at the school. I cannot remember that character's name, but it's a guidance counselor whose whole purpose in the film is just being very vulgar and over the top. You know, I just jerked off this alpaca and I put its cum in my macchiato. And she takes a swig of it, that kind of thing. And then she's talking about, like, you know, labia and all that. So it's still there, but it's just not always Amy Schumer being the instigator, which I found to be pretty interesting. Instead, Amy Schumer is focused on being really bombastic and, like, slapstick. So, like, the earliest attempts at comedy in this film are Amy Schumer walking up to her date and she stumbles. So she falls down like a stair and she's like, oh geez, oh man. And then she comes up to a cake and fucking slams it because she thought there was going to be a wedding ring in it. So, and then she starts yelling and screaming like, you want a scene? Here's a scene. Rips off her dress, twirling it over her head. And that's kind of her comedy in the movie, is just being like really loud and becoming the center of attention. Like there's another scene where she's on a date with Will Forte, who becomes the main love interest. And he mentions there's a guy on the ice that's kind of ruining the ice. So she screams at him that he's going to get killed if he keeps doing it up. She's fucking yelling and screaming at him. And that's most of her jokes throughout the film. Now, of course, she has like the little quips and she bounces off Will Forte for these quips. It doesn't work for me. Maybe someone out there will really enjoy the comedic stylings of Amy Schumer. Wasn't hitting for me. That was shitting, unfortunately. And one thing I found really interesting is that throughout the entire runtime of this film, I would imagine there is not a single scene that goes by without Lainey being present. I'm pretty sure across the entire hour 40 or however long the movie is, she is there for every fucking second of it. And it feels like every character in this movie is there solely to elevate her character, because she just steps all over them. Every character just feels like some kind of fucking, you know, like plyometric that she'll jump on top of in order to get like the joke in. So the most egregious example is her best friend Kate, the one who's actually present and then sends her down this spiral. Kate, she's not even a character. She's just kind of like a step stool for Lainey to plop herself on top of. Because every time Kate is in a scene, Lainey's there too, and then Lainey makes it all about herself and making her the spectacle of it. And it's not like, you know, that's the message, how Lainey's been selfish, like you're jealous of your friend's happiest moment, you know, having this baby. No, because the film doesn't actually give any consequences to Lainey for her lying and all of her dishonesty. And also the way that she like melted down in class. Like she started a fucking fire in the school because she was having like this big breakdown, and she's just in general a bad teacher from everything they show, but she doesn't get any consequences at all. She doesn't learn or grow. So that definitely isn't a message. It's just every time there is a scene with another character, Lainey will be there to ensure that that other character doesn't get to do anything. It has to be Amy Schumer being the full fucking focus at all times. It just felt really weird to me. It seems as though there was this almost spiteful decision made from the production staff. This was produced by Happy Madison. Adam Sandler is credited as one of the producers. And it almost feels like Adam Sandler was like, okay, so people don't like Amy Schumer? Well, how about a movie where it's Amy Schumer in every fucking scene? You don't like her? Well, you're gonna get her for every goddamn frame of this movie. It's like when, you know, your parents catch you smoking a cigarette and they're really disappointed. It's like, what are you doing? Okay, you like to smoke cigarettes? Well, here, you're gonna smoke the whole damn pack right now. You know, that kind of thing. It's just, it was so much Amy Schumer. And I know it's an Amy Schumer movie, but holy shit. It really, like, I can't think of a scene that happened that didn't have her in it and trying to take all of the attention away from all of the other characters. No character in this movie besides her has anything to do except for Will Forte's character Josh, whose only role is to love Amy unconditionally, immediately, and not care that she has completely deceived him from the very beginning, and he actually doesn't know anything about her because everything she has ever said to him basically is a fucking lie. And he's just supposed to be like a clapping seal that's okay with it because they fucked once. It's just, I don't know. I don't really understand what the movie was even trying to do, like, with the messaging of it or anything, if there even was one. Because it's not even a movie that celebrates pregnancy or anything. A lot of these slapstick jokes Amy plays is about how, you know, she's gonna, like, kill the baby and get an abortion, and she's, like, falling on her stomach all the time. So, like, there's panic ensuing. So there's not, like, even really anything beyond just giving you, like, wacky scenes that are supposed to make you laugh. But I just don't think the comedy hits, so I don't think many people will laugh at them. And judging by, like, most people's reception to it, it's not really hitting in any of the demographics, even outside of just, like, the fucking dumb idiot like me that'll sit down and watch it knowing full well he's not going to like it going into it. You know what I mean? Anyway, though, I'll stop ranting about it. What an extraordinary use of a bit of my Valentine's Day here watching Amy Schumer's Kinda Pregnant. So, just needed to vent about it. And, you know, I watch every Amy Schumer production, and I'll continue to do so. And maybe one day we will find gold. There will be an actual banger from Schumer. But that day has not come to pass yet, and it is not Kind of Pregnant. But who knows? Maybe it'll be the next one. That's really about it. So yeah.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing the theater for the PC. Let's do this shit. Now this looks interesting. I've got a bit of mucus built up in my nostrils, but we're gonna fight through it. These advertisements would be a lot easier to read if they weren't covered in a camel's pubic hair. What time is it? That's a shitty clock. I guess it's made out of a camel's pubic hair. Nothing in this hallway is functioning properly. The posters are eating bullshit and the clock's set to the bullshit time zone. Oh, go fuck yourself. Oh shit. He's a cardboard cutout. Alright. He must be a spring-loaded cardboard cutout. Fucking cardboard cutout. Damn it. Shit. Fuck. What just happened? You teleported me to the entrance? You are a twisted, tittyless tube of shit. You know that? Are these tokens? Is this an arrow? I can't look down to see, but I think it might just be loose change.
Thank you. Please enjoy the movie.
Yeah, how about you eat fucking shit yourself? Damn it! What a horrible teleportation chamber. It only has one setting. The asshole setting. And this piece of shit over here is just shitting himself. Okay, tell me, where is this movie? You are withholding information from me. Bitch, I will use you as a surfboard. Tell me where this movie is. Don't try to hide in quicksand. I'll find— there you are. This is not World War I. Your trench warfare is useless. Damn it, son of a bitch! Oh, where'd he go? I see I may have squashed him. I did everyone at this theater a favor. For all I know, that could have been the dreaded theater anus. A man who was an anus at the theater. Absolutely terrifying. I didn't even pack my astronaut gear and we're traveling through space. My goodness. Alright, did I complete this or what? I've been holding down the W key for 5 million minutes. There's no way this is the end of the game. I wouldn't even end a video game like this. I'd give a game a spectacular ending. Like you play as a woman who lost her left hand, so she goes on a massive journey to try and find it. Then at the end she looks down and realizes that her hand's been in her vagina the whole time, so she yanks it out, and then BAM! The credits roll and you see pictures. What the fuck is going on? Alright, fine, you win. I'll enjoy the movie. Just go fuck yourself and take your spaghetti face with you. Don't try to scare me with your perfect posture. Oh, what the fuck? I'm back at the entrance again? You have no laws, Mr. Enjoy the Movie. You're just a fucking ruthless son of a bitch. This is just ridiculous. This is absurd, it's preposterous. I'd go as far as to call it bullshit. Why can't you just let me watch the movie that you want me to enjoy?
Please enjoy the movie.
You're an asshole. This is ridiculous. How about you just go ass-cheek yourself to death? Hey, how are you doing? Why don't you go take a bath and some vomit? Doesn't that sound like fun? Fuck you. Please enjoy. You're shitting. Do you know what you and humans have in common? Not a thing.
Thank you. Please enjoy the movie.
Find another job. This summer, a sperm volcano will erupt in the upcoming family film Volcanic Ejaculation. Coming soon to a theater near you. Someone shit on my snow cone. Find out who did it this winter in 3D. You've seen the Avengers as humans. Now get ready to see them as a giant squid. Don't miss the film everyone's talking about, The Blue Waterfall, starring Sonic the Hedgehog. This clock is broken. Watch the mystery unfold in the Oscar-nominated film, Who Broke This Fucking Clock? Where are you keeping this fucking movie? Tell me right now, you son of a bitch! That's right, you're a skateboard. This better work. I guess you can't complete this game. Alright, well I'm done playing this. Well that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Yeah, this movie is fucking great. Chances are you don't know anything about Parasite, haven't seen anything from it, unless you've seen people online constantly praising it and jerking off about it. But they're jerking off for a good reason. This movie is magnificent. In essence, the movie is about rich versus poor. You have a less fortunate family and a very fortunate, very wealthy 1% family. And at some point, one of the children from the less fortunate family begins tutoring the daughter of the rich family and begins to brew a scheme to exploit them. The first half of the movie is spent setting up the difference between the two classes. They use a lot of humor during this period, and the humor for the most part lands. Some jokes fall flat, it could be a translation thing, but for the most part the humor's on point. They immediately show you what it's like being on the bottom of the food chain. They have them, trying to steal Wi-Fi from upstairs. There's a fumigation crew going around. They keep the windows open so the fucking chemicals blow in while they're folding pizza boxes, so that way they get free fumigation. They are not doing well. They're just struggling to get by. There's drunk people pissing on their property, damn near using the drunk man's urine as a shower to save money on water. It is not a good living situation, but at some point, the son gets a break and gets to tutor a rich family for pay. When you see the rich family, it's totally different. It's beautiful. It's an incredible landscape, and quite literally the difference in their social status is shown just in the altitude of where they live. The less fortunate family lives in a basement. The rich family lives in a hilltop mansion. And this changes their perspective on things drastically. For example, a biblical rainstorm blows in, one that would make Moses wet his pants in fear, comes in, and the rich family just views it as just a beautiful thing put there for their own entertainment. This storm is a blessing, they say in the movie. It looks great through their windows. Their son goes out camping in it because to them, it's no big deal. It's just a cute little storm. But to the less fortunate family, that shit is disaster because it floods their home, their basement.
It gets ruined. Sewage spraying everywhere. The fucking toilets overflowing, spewing shit out like some type of volcanic eruption of ass feces. It's very different. And they do a great job of showing you all of these things. There's so much attention to detail and so many great shots to establish these things. Even just something as simple as going from the rich house to their own place. The difference in the journey. They have to go down like fucking 50 flights of stairs, like it's a reverse Rocky montage, going from the top of the food chain back down to the basement. It's just a really cleverly made movie that does a great job of bringing you into the universe and making you care about the characters. And they don't set up the rich families like some evil, cartoonishly mustache-twirling evil villains, spitting on the poor. Get away from me. Oh, I must wash my hands now because it was near poverty. Oh my goodness. I won't shit right for a week. I'll have to have 2 maidens wipe my ass. They don't do that. They actually have you care about that family as well. But it shows you the difference, even in the unintentional elitism. It is just so well crafted. I can't gush about this movie enough. The acting is on point as well. It's so good. I really, really cared about pretty much every character, and their performances were super fucking solid. What I imagine the biggest turnoff will be for this movie is it's entirely subtitles. Unless you speak the language, you're going to be reading subtitles the entire movie. So if you're unaccustomed to that, like if you don't watch anime, if you haven't opened your third eye and started anime yet, you're not going to be used to reading subtitles in a movie, I imagine. And for a lot of people, that's probably a turnoff. But I definitely think it's worth it, even if this is your first time reading subtitles in a movie, going in a subtitle virgin, the subs crew coming in. It's definitely worth it. This movie, it has such a clever story to tell. Its humor is great. And at the second half of the movie, there's a tonal shift, a huge turning point where it gets very dark and very serious, very real. And I didn't expect it, and it was so great. It's just this whole movie is really, really good. Plugging Parasite into the Moist Meter, I'm giving it a 95%. For me, it's tied for my favorite movie of the year, tied with Joker. I really can't decide which I like more. They're both great movies. Parasite, though, is something entirely unique that I haven't seen before. I'm unfamiliar with the work of Bong Joon-ho, the director of this piece. The only film I've seen from him is Snowpiercer, which I liked, but he has a whole catalog of bangers, which I'm probably going to go visit for the first time after seeing this, because this was just such an incredible display of talent, just across the board. Writing, cinematography, just everything. It nails it. It is a great movie that I can't recommend enough. That's it. See ya.
That ever got God, and that he wanted to change
Well, God
his
must have
life.
told him to get the fuck out of there or something, because this man's possessed.
Finally.
Was he arrested for a really shitty hairstyle or something? What was his crime? Is this the whole episode? Oh, this is definitely the whole episode. I have to know how the fuck he...
Offer them $100,000, they're gonna turn you in.
You bet your sweet ass I would.
In for that.
I ended up on Eastern Avenue.
I ended up just putting
About a mile
myself
from the
back in
I
jail.
escaped from and right
I
next
said...
to
He will attempt to do it again.
Well, how about we just nip that problem in the bud and put him in solitary, where there is no chance of him escaping, shy of performing the world's most incredible magic trick, and literally snapping his fingers and teleporting out. What the fuck is he gonna do in solitary? You're feeding him through a little hole. You read the title and you've heard the news. Battlefield 6 just released its Battle Royale mode. It's called RedSec. Get ready to put some hair on that chest, dweeb. I've now dumped like 4 or 5 hours into it, which, obviously compared to many others, is nothing. That's like a very pitiful amount. But for me, it's enough to give you a review of it, because I now feel like I've pretty much experienced everything the game mode has to offer. And it's no secret, I haven't been the biggest Battle Royale enthusiast in many years now. The only one I keep up with is Apex Legends. It's just a genre that I find to be extremely stale at this point, just super bland. It's like the 6-7 of game genres, where just hearing about Battle Royale makes me fucking cringe like that god-awful meme. It's just, I'm so tired of it. But I like Battlefield 6, so I thought it only fair that I give this one a shake to see if it's any good. And now I can confidently say, it's fine. There's no huge flaws with it. The tanks are kind of annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. It's just a very by-the-numbers, very generic Battle Royale mode that they seem to have just slapped on here like a hemorrhoid, because There's no reason not to have a Battle Royale mode. It's only a boon to the game because there are plenty of people that will play the Battle Royale that maybe weren't interested in playing the multiplayer. And the Battle Royale is free. So it gets a lot of people in the door, and then maybe they turn into a paying customer. So it makes a lot of sense. But boy howdy, let me tell you, it really does feel like they just tried to draw Warzone from memory here for RedSec. It is 1-to-1 in certain instances. Like, it feels very copy and pasted in a lot of ways. Like, I'm pretty confident there are times where you could show side-by-side gameplay of Warzone and RedSec, and you wouldn't be able to differentiate which is which. It is very similar in a lot of ways, but the thing that sets it apart is the Battlefield 6 gunplay. Like, the gameplay elements in Battlefield 6 versus Warzone are very different. And for my tastes, I prefer it. So I've had more fun with RedSec than I had with Warzone. Warzone I have many more hours than RedSec with, obviously, but I fucking hate Warzone now. I think it sucks major ass. That is some turbo cheeks over there. RedSec at least feels fun to play. It feels nice. I prefer the Battlefield formula, so I've been having more fun with RedSec. But if you already like Warzone, I don't know if RedSec's going to win you over. The game mode is extremely similar to Warzone. You are likely going to just stick with the one that you prefer the gameplay of. So if you're someone that likes the less movement-based shooting of Battlefield, you're probably going to prefer RedSec. But if you already like the Call of Duty formula and all the movement tech there, RedSec's not going to be stealing you over there. It's not going to be taking the Warzone lunch money, I don't think. I feel like it's just going to be boiled down to a matter of personal preference in gunplay. And for me, I prefer Battlefield 6 gunplay. Like, everything in Battlefield 6 gameplay, I vastly prefer to Call of Duty. But again, RedSec and Warzone are so incredibly similar, I can't see a fucking world. In the entirety of Doctor Strange peering into the multiverse, I can't imagine he would see one where Warzone players are so blown away by RedSec specifically that they leave Warzone for it, if they already prefer the Call of Duty gameplay. Because RedSec just does Warzone with Battlefield gameplay in tanks. That's really it. Like, I can't find any other big differences. Maybe the ladder. You get to place a ladder down in RedSec if you play Assault or something. Or like the artillery strikes. But even then, there's comparable things in Warzone. It's just very, 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 very similar. So there's nothing crazy about RedSec. It's just been there, done that standard Battle Royale shit. And if you're someone that likes Battle Royales, you'll probably have fun with it if you already like Battlefield 6 gameplay. It's just as simple as that. But it's worth mentioning that Battlefield devs here are really trying to shove RedSec down the throat of everyone that plays Battlefield 6, even if they're not interested in RedSec. So I've been seeing that there's been a lot of negative reviews, not even so much about RedSec existence, because if you don't care about Battle Royales, just ignore it. But they've tied a lot of like weekly challenges and shit to playing RedSec, so you like needing to farm and all of that. And it seems like there's going to be a big emphasis on like the premium currencies and shit now. It feels as though that even though RedSec is fine, it's just a really standard Battle Royale, it is alarming to the community who believes that this could be the vanguard of more things to come that they just don't want. Like, you can ignore RedSec and not play it and just miss out on the XP tied to the challenges. Plenty of people will do that. Yeah, it's a bit of a headache for some players, sure, but you can just ignore it. What you can ignore is if RedSec takes off, the resources that they'll pump into RedSec that they might be taking away from the rest of Battlefield 6 multiplayer experience. So there's many in the community showing legitimate concern that maybe the rest of Battlefield 6 starts to be neglected as they try and focus more on RedSec so it can stand toe-to-toe with Warzone and try and squeeze some of those players over to RedSec because they'd make more money that way. So I understand the concern there. Like, that does check out. Like, that makes sense. And it does seem like they're placing a huge emphasis on it, which isn't surprising. It's a brand new mode they've introduced. But yeah, it remains to be seen if RedSec is going to end up being like the primary development focus to try and, blast as much money out of it as they possibly can from the community. But I am very curious to see how everything shakes out. I truly don't think RedSec is going to be a battle royale that stands the test of time that people are playing even 3 years from now. As I said, in its current state, it is like the most bare bones Battle Royale experience. It is clearly an afterthought to Battlefield 6, something that they put in here because they knew it's a very popular game mode that will get a lot of people to check out their game, get them in the door, get their feet in the door because it's free, and Battle Royales are still just so popular. Even though the genre went through oversaturation for a while, there's still no shortage of Battle Royales for people to choose from. But you'll probably notice most people just stick to the big ones that they already like. Warzone, Fortnite, whatever. I don't see RedSec doing anything here that's going to get anyone to stick with RedSec. What I think's more likely is people will try RedSec and maybe if they really like the gameplay, they'll buy the multiplayer and then just stick to playing the multiplayer because it's just the better version of the game. Why would you be playing a watered down version of Battlefield 6's multiplayer with RedSec when you could just play the multiplayer? So I just don't think that there's a lot of staying power to RedSec. I could be very wrong. I guess we'll see. Only time will tell. But my early impressions here are it is just fine. It is just Warzone, but better if you like Battlefield gameplay. So if you're looking at RedSec wondering if it does anything new and different in the genre to stand out, the answer is no. The differences between RedSec and Warzone are pretty small in terms of like the actual design of it. The differences in gameplay are substantial, but like the actual mode itself is almost one-to-one with Warzone. Again, the only differences I could pick up are the tanks, the ring of fire. Instead of having like continuous damage if you're outside the zone, you just die, which I do think is a good change. I actually really like that change. I think that's solid. And then the only other one is like classes. So like the classes carry over from Battlefield 6 where you could be like assault and put up a fucking ladder, you know, or recon, support, engineer, that kind of thing. But I can't think of anything else that's different from like an actual design perspective of RedSec versus Warzone. The rest is just the exact meal you're expecting to eat with this mode. And for some people, maybe that's exactly what you want. For me, I just am tired of the genre, so it doesn't really stick with me as something I'm going to be actively playing. When I want to play Battlefield 6, I won't be choosing RedSec. I'll just be doing the normal multiplayer. Anyway, though, I just wanted to drop this little review on you here. That's really about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at the new Maleficent, Mistress of Evil. It's weird, Maleficent's one of the very few Disney movies where critics felt confident enough in their 3 inches of usable penis to come out and just openly shit on and tear apart in their reviews. And that's very uncommon and uncharacteristic of these pathetic worms because usually they'll suck the ass of anything Disney related. They're usually not overly harsh on Disney movies, but for some reason Maleficent was where they finally rallied their flags and started shitting on it openly. And now for Mistress of Evil, they're doing the same thing and openly shitting on it, just being super hard on the movie, which, I mean, it'd be great if it made sense, but to me it doesn't. Maleficent's not exactly the Disney movie that I think's deserving of this kind of bukkake session. It's not bad. The first one I enjoyed quite a bit, and the second one I enjoyed even more so. Well, not even more so, but just as much, for a different reason. I don't understand why it's the subject to the critics just annihilating it. It's very strange to me. Maybe it's just pent-up aggression from not being able to give honest reviews in some movies because they get funding from some of the studios and don't want to look bad or offend fans. But I really don't see what critics hate about the movies. It's the first one, for example, had a very fun twist on a classic story we've all heard and seen in the animated version. It's an alternate telling of the story that's really visually pleasing, as well as being pretty goddamn dark for a Disney fairy tale. It's something unique, which is significantly better than the lazy fucking rehashes of the same story with a one-to-one recreation of the animated to live action like Lion King and shit like that. I much prefer a unique twist on it or a new creative vision of the story. Mistress of Evil admittedly isn't as good as the first one in the department of telling you a unique story to the universe. This one doesn't really have the same type of emotional levels that the first one did, nor does it really try to. The emphasis on this one is more about fear and war, which is very unique to a fucking Disney classic fairy tale, and I like that. By the time the credits roll in this movie, fucking 10,000 humans and 10,000 fairies have all perished brutally. I'm talking straight murder. The fairies get vaporized like they'd been caught in an atomic bomb testing facility. It goes pretty goddamn hard for a PG Disney fairy tale movie. Now, one complaint I have is Maleficent herself, Angelina Jolie, really isn't a big part of this movie. She's very rarely on screen in this movie. She's like Godzilla in the Godzilla movies, where he's barely ever on screen. It's just kind of a letdown because I think she's a great Maleficent. I think she fucking kills it. So to really not have her as a very big presence in the movie, I think is a bit of a misstep. But it's still fun. It's still well made. The story, admittedly, isn't the most complex or the most surprising with its twists and turns or anything. But it's unique enough to the universe that I still very much enjoyed it. I don't have a whole lot of complaints about this movie. All I have is nice things to say about it because I enjoyed it. I felt like I was watching more than just a passionless retelling of something we've seen already 1,000 times that Disney for some reason just keeps fucking whipping with the whip over there with Mickey Mouse and forcing it to dance on screen for more money from China and from, you know, the coming of age people that haven't seen the animated versions. So to see something that has a different twist and does try and be unique in an already existing IP is something I'll always respect. And I think both Maleficent movies do a good job of that. I don't think anyone's going to be bored with them because they move along pretty fast and they are kind of hardcore. They do kill characters, which I don't see a whole lot of in movies for kids these days. I mean, I understand it's a kids movie. You're not going there expecting blood, tits, and rock and roll flying around. But to actually kill off important characters and to kill them off in the way that Maleficent does, it's pretty rare to see. So I like what they've done with the Maleficent 1 and 2. Maleficent 2 I think is a bit weaker than the first one, but it is still just as visually pleasing, probably more so, especially when it comes time to the battle and the war. It's a really nice spectacle of this red mist that's just vaporizing the fairies, as well as some combat between them. And then there's some like really anime moments, you know, arms go out and then all of a sudden spells are flying out of her hands. I half expected to hear the Evangelion theme song to come on half the time during the fight. Before I forget, there's one thing I want to mention. There's like 5 or 6 times you think the movie's just about to wrap itself up, like you would just hit the climax and now we're about to come down towards the resolution, and then it doesn't. It keeps going, which isn't necessarily a huge complaint, but it's really odd that they'd have like these really hardcore emotional moments that you think are about to just be like the deciding end of where this is going, and then it keeps going. I don't know, it kind of threw me off a couple times. Not that it's that big of a deal, but it's just something to make note of. They really wanted to, you know, tease you over there with that little foreplay, that little hint that it's coming. Oh, kidding, it's not coming yet. We've still got the stamina. It's just, from start to finish, I did enjoy the movie, and I think Maleficent 1 and 2 are a nice addition to the established property that they're spinning off of. I think they justify their existence, and they seem like a passionate retelling of a classic tale, and I like that. So putting Maleficent Mistress of Evil on the Moist meter, I'm giving it a nice fat 70%. I would recommend it if you're a fan of Disney movies or fairy tales in general. I think it's a fun movie, and usually these kind of movies I think are very forgettable, but with Maleficent, at least in the first one's respect, it's a movie that I think about a little bit because I did like what it did, and I like the universe it created, and Mistress of Evil really goes in hard and doubles down on that universe. Doesn't really add a whole lot to it as a whole, because I feel like the first one kind of wrapped itself up nicely enough that the second one didn't need to be made, but it had a story to tell and it told it well, and I enjoyed it. That's it. So yeah.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. The footage you're seeing in the background is me getting absolutely fucking eviscerated in Mission 84 of Earth Defense Force 2025 for the PlayStation 3. Now I'm making this video just to say thank you to all you who are subscribed to me. I really appreciate it. I know this is cliche and it's out of left field, but I really do mean it. Thank you. I'm not very good at this type of shit, but thank you. I don't like to talk about my YouTube channel, and very few people who know me in real life even know that I make videos. It's just not something I like to talk about, and I know I keep myself isolated from all of you, but I really do appreciate it. I read all of your messages, and some of them are extremely touching, so I just wanted to express my gratitude. And I'm just fucking atrocious at expressing gratitude. I'm just terrible at saying thank you. So I'm sorry if I sound stupid and dumb and fucking shitting. By now, all of you know I just make videos for fun. And to see my channel where it is now, it's extremely meaningful. I never expected my channel to grow like it has, and I never really cared whether or not it grew. And to be honest, I still don't care if my channel grows or not right now. I am content and I'm happy just making videos as it is right now. But I wanted to say thank you because it really is special to have this channel and have it be where it is. And I just wanted to thank you all for that. Now, I also wanted to say thank you because since I got partnership last year and began donating all that money to various charities, we've managed to donate over $35,000 to a bunch of charities. And if you want to see the donation receipts, you can see them on the Charity Critical Twitter page. That's my only form of social media. You're welcome to check it out. Now, I say we donated that money because I couldn't have donated that money myself. I'm not that fucking made out of money guy from those commercials. But because all of you watched my videos, we were able to raise over $35,000 for those charities. And it's still going up. I'm still donating it every month, so the money's only going to keep going up for those charities. Now, I know in the scheme of things, $35,000 isn't a lot of money. But damn it, I still think it's a decent amount of money. Now, I know I don't tell any of you anything about me personally. I just prefer that you all don't really know anything about me. But, you know, since this is a serious video here, I mean, that's what it is. Let's go ahead and call a beaver, because you don't want to fucking call a beaver something else. It's a fucking beaver, so this is a serious video here. I'll tell you that I have one goal in life, like one ultimate goal, and it's a naive one, and it's unachievable, and it's probably the stupidest thing you've ever heard, but I want to end corruption. And I know that that's probably impossible because to end corruption you would pretty much have to change human nature itself, unfortunately. But I really think that I could at least make corruption not so fucking common. That's what I want to do. When I was around 17 years old, I took a really hard look at the world and I saw a lot of good things, but I also saw a lot of bad things. And I drew the conclusion that a lot of the bad things stemmed from corruption. So since then I've been trying to find ways that I could mitigate it. And for years now I've been trying to find a way to do that or think of a plan, and I still don't really have anything. So now you all know my goal. And you know, since this is a serious video, let's give a serious update on some serious shit. The lawsuit. Not much happening with that shit. But I'm hoping for the best. That's about the update on that. Anything else? Yes, about being a voice actor. I appreciate everyone that sent me information on how to be a voice actor. And I've done the research now. I don't think I'd be a very good voice actor. I can't do a myriad of voices. The only voice I can do is my own voice. So I don't really have much to offer a studio, so I don't think they'd really want me. But I still think it'd be fun to be a voice actor. Anything else? Any other updates? Anything I've missed? I don't think so. Alright, that's it. See ya.
I want to highlight a hero. And I mean that in the truest sense of the word. I'm not using that loosey-goosey as like a meme or a joke. Local Redditor posts Big Chungus under Ubisoft tweet, what a hero. I mean a legitimate, selfless act of bravery that led to lives being saved. It's a story that I feel flew under a lot of people's radars, but I think this kind of selfless heroism needs to be something that's applauded and talked about extensively, because this is rare and it is special. In Oklahoma this week, a principal named Kirk Moore tackled a school shooter and in the process got himself shot.
Heart-stopping video shows a heroic Oklahoma high school principal tackling a Columbine-obsessed ex-student moments after allegedly being shot. 60-year-old Kirk Moore charged at 20-year-old Victor Lee Hawkins, who was armed with 2 loaded semi-automatic pistols, in the lobby of Pauls Valley High School last Tuesday afternoon, a moment that was caught on surveillance footage.
A beautiful tackle from Principal Moore right there, putting it on the numbers, looking like Derek Brooks in his prime. I feel like he was even fishing for a pseudo Goldberg spear there for a moment, and it was extremely effective. So Principal Moore investigated the commotion that he heard, saw the gunman, and instantly sprung into action, putting his life on the line to protect the students. So he charged at him, was able to tackle him to the bench, and then pin his hand until he was eventually able to disarm him. And in the process, he did get shot. But this act of bravery saved who knows how many lives, because this shooter was inspired by Columbine and intending to kill who knows how many people.
Moore, who was the only person injured as Hawkins opened fire inside the school, was hailed for his bravery and preventing a tragedy of a much larger scale. Hawkins allegedly told investigators he didn't like Principal Moore and went to school to kill him. He ordered everyone to get onto the ground before trying to fire at one student in the lobby, court documents reportedly revealed. The crazed gunman's weapon malfunctioned before he aimed his pistol at another student, who begged him not to open fire.
So according to the reports, the deranged gunman came in, ordered the students onto the ground, and attempted to shoot one of them, but the gun malfunctioned. He then cleared the malfunction, and it is at that moment where Principal Moore charged at him and then got shot in the process. Now, he said that he didn't like the principal, he was no fan of Principal Moore and wanted to kill him, but it wasn't just him that he was there to execute. He wasn't there on like an assassination mission just for the principal. What he wanted to do was conduct his own Columbine mass school shooting. He admitted to going to the school with 2 firearms which belonged to his father and said his intention was to kill students, faculty members, Moore, and himself.
Moore, who has worked in the school district for more than 35 years, rushed to the school lobby to investigate the commotion. Hawkins was seen pointing his weapon at Moore's head and firing a shot, which struck the educator's right leg before he was tackled. The principal shoved the gunman toward a bench before getting on top of him, while the terrified student fled. Moore pinned down Hawkins' right hand, stopping him from firing his pistol before the weapon dropped onto the floor. Another adult male wearing a red shirt and beige pants sprinted into the shot before helping Moore and kicking the gun away.
You can see the gun was pointed directly at Principal Moore's noggin. It is a miracle that it missed and hit his leg instead, because that easily could have just been curtains right then and there. But the heavy balls on Principal Moore could anchor a cruise ship. Holy cannoli. So he charges at him, again, putting his life on the line to protect the students there, tackles him to that bench, and then he uses like fucking Viltrumite level strength to pin him there. The way he like grabs his skull, I thought he was gonna pop it like a scene out of Invincible or something right there. He's got him like fully immobilized there with his grip strength, and then squeezes his arm until he eventually drops the gun.
Hawkins has been charged with shooting with intent to kill and other firearm-related charges and will appear in court on May 8th. Meanwhile, Moore said he's healthy and recovering after being hospitalized.
In every sense of the word, Principal Moore is a hero. Who knows how many lives he saved that day? And he did so while putting his own life on the line to protect them. That is the most commendable action a human being can take. He exemplified true, selfless bravery in the interest of protecting others. And in the process, he did get shot, and he made a pretty fast recovery. He actually even went to the prom that happened last night, where the students crowned him prom king, appreciative of his willingness to put his life on the line to protect them. It was an extremely wholesome moment, really. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a little bit, and that's really about it. See ya.
Anthony Sullivan here. Whoops-a-daisy, I spilt my beverage. This ordinary sponge just can't handle this type of shit. Go fuck yourself, sponge. Introducing the Mighty Thirsty. It's the super absorbent vacuum block humans have been demanding since the beginning of time. It can hold 8 times the weight of a rhinoceros. Where'd all the liquid go? Right there. Watch me trick this Mighty Thirsty into sipping up my piss. Did you know Mighty Thirsties were not created but instead were found deep within the Amazon rainforest? Research shows that each Mighty Thirsty is made with liquid love and PVA, which stands for pure vagina action. Look, the Mighty Thirsty absorbed all the wiener juice with no spills. Scientists agree that drinking without a mouth will lead to a huge mess, but if you have a thirsty sidekick on standby, it'll just gobble it right up. Look at this. Smooth as ass cheeks. This sponge is diarrhea's bitch. Check this little experiment out. Some water over here, some uranium-235 over there, some plutonium to enhance taste, and the Mighty Thirsty does what it does best. It's thirsty, it's mighty, it is fucking thirsty, so it's gonna fucking drink. On the left, you can see me torturing an innocent roll of paper towels, while on the right, you can see that naughty Mighty Thirsty taking a bath. Toothpaste on the windows, no problem. Stand back, assholes. Anthony Sullivan special dance moves for this bitch-ass glass. Zoinks, you invited me over to your house and I poured soda on your carpet. Ordinarily, you just have to get rid of the entire carpet, maybe even sell the house, but thanks to the Mighty Thirsty, you can just clean it. Ponce de Leon searched high and low for a Mighty Thirsty. You can actually wash this thirsty son of a bitch in your sink. Got shit stains in your fridge, we'll send you 2 Mighty Thirsties to wear as flip-flops. Got shit stains in your car, we'll send you 2 minis to clean your titties. Got shit stains on your desk, it's probably time to get a new job. Aquaman ejaculate on your granite countertop? You just earned yourself the Jumbo Mighty Thirsty. For only $20, you can have your own fucking family of Mighty Thirsties. But call right now, and I'll fuck the offer in half. You get the same deal for $10. You save $10. Imagine what you can do with an extra $10. But wait, I'm not done. You thought I was done? You must be shitting. I will double this offer. That's right, you get your own army of Mighty Thirsties for only $10. So if you're fucking tired of the ocean, take this deal. Throw your collection of Mighty Thirsties into the ocean. They'll absorb all of it. Get rid of the ocean entirely. Hold the ocean in your hands. Get thirsty, bitch.
What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm playing Orion Dino Horde for the PC. Let's do this shit. I didn't buy this game, I just saw it in my Steam library as I was fondling myself. It said 3 days left, so I'm assuming it's free for 3 days. Yahoo! So, let's give it a shot. Alright, so there is no hard matches available. I really wanted to play a fucking hard match so I get my feet wet, but I'll just go here since I'm welcome here. Everyone's welcome here. I don't know the controls, I don't know anything about this game, let's begin. Now that I'm 15 years older after having waited there, let's try Playable Dinosaurs. That seems like a jolly good time. Daddy's got a lot of options. Do I want to be a Ramphurus Caucus? A Dine? 9? How about tickle my rectum? Let's be a Stegosaurus. Growing up I used to like Stegosauruses a lot. Just look at this fucking majestic. This is a beautiful creature. Is this my attack right here? What is this? Am I telling a pedestrian to go ahead? Am I giving him the right of way? Oh fuck! What the fuck? Little volcanic eruption under my feet. Alright. Watch out, Earth. There's a new sheriff on duty. Double whammy. Give it to me. Yes. Take it. Yeah. Where is Godzilla? I'm trying to call him, but he's not yielding the call. Come on, please. You don't leave me hanging, baby. Come on, Daddy's looking... Oh, T-Rex. Alright, let's follow him. He shall lead us to victory. I'm a Stegosaurus, don't you forget it, you bitch. I'm coming. As much as I love walking around for 4 hours, I think I'm gonna try and find a more lively match. It was really a lot of fun being a Stegosaurus and just living my life, doing me. But I actually would like to get a little action here. Fuck playing Recon. We all know the Reconomy is in the shitter right now, and I don't feel like supporting anything other than titty firecrackers, so let's play Assault. Give it to me. Activate the generator to begin. I don't know what that means, but I'll figure it out, Chief. Is this Hoth? Where am I? What do I do? You know what? Who gives a shit? I'm just gonna hit a bunch of keys. Oh, shit. Alright, we're getting closer now. Oh, fuck, grenade out, fire. Everyone get back. Alright, we're safe. Resume your normal activities. Only another 1,470 meters till I get to power generator. We're really getting there now. We're in it now. Daddy Longdick is coming in flaccid. But when he gets there, oh buddy, does he get it going. Almost there. What the fuck is this thing? Yeah, get me in here. Alright, let's do it. This looks like something right out of a cereal box. It's just a fucking frozen wonderland out here. Alright, buddy. Thanks for that, Mr. Hostile, getting all pissed off about nothing. Hot Wheels is coming in with fury. Bam! Bingo! How do you do? Connect 4. Nope, I think that one was a squirrel that just met its end. Oh well, it happens. This dude is very unenthusiastic about his Kilosaur. Shit, I lost my multi-kills, fuck. I want to get that back, come on, I want more than just a Kilosaur. Come on, comrades, son of a bitch, let me get a few of them. Let me get all of them, actually, I got it. Bam, take that, Smurf. Fuck, wave completed. Damn it, I wanted to get every single dinosaur kill. They call me the Snow Plow. Nobody calls me that. I don't know why anyone would ever call me that. Oh look, there's the power generator that I ran across the galaxy to get to. That's underwhelming. Well, here's one of the corpses. That just looks like old silly putty there. I don't know what it's doing with its hand. I guess it was trying to snap its fingers, but little did it know it can't do that. No, and little did I know that I can't stand on top of a fucking power generator. I guess I'll just go throw myself out of a helicopter. You're gonna sit there with socks on your feet and tell me I ran all this way to not even be able to stand on top of a simple appliance? Wave 3 incoming. Survive the horde. Well, I'll do more than that. I'll go right ahead and fuck myself. I'll show you who's boss. There's clearly room for 2. Let me on, you selfish piece of shit. Why won't it let me on? Oh, what the fuck are you pushing me for? Damn. I gort this when it was in alpha. It's awesome, but I'm surprised $1 for this game. Well, then you would absolutely be shell-shocked to know you can gort this for free right now. Get out of here, dinosaur, you fucking acid-spitting piece of shit. Come here. Come on, Daddy's trying to open up his new shop. I need customers. Come on. Oh shit, they're calling in their elite squadron. Oh fuck, reload. Damn it, Team Rocket's taking it to me. Yeah, there we go. The receipt's in the bag. You're mine. Damn it. You're mine. You're still mine. If you got coal on your hands, chances are you were in a mine. Wave complete. Wave 4 incoming. Survive the horde. Affirmative, Captain. I shall do just that. Oh, yes, yes, give it, yes, fucking perfect. There we go. Oh, shit, you want it back. I'm sorry, you know, it's just sometimes you gotta do that. Get shit fucked! Get out of here! You want ass? Come get this ass! Yeah, oh, wow. Welcome to the cosmos, dinosaur. Please keep a journey of your travels. Oh, this dinosaur doesn't even see me prowling. I feel bad. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Monster, I bought it. Buy your own. Oh, I'm sorry. I think you meant caveman. I'm caveman. And believe me, friend, I would buy this if I knew how. I simply just am not familiar with this game. But here, you know what? You can take it back. It's a real swell ride, pal. Enjoy it. And I would enjoy remembering why caveman as a name sounds so damn familiar. It's either from a book or a movie. I just gotta it's from Holes. That's what it is. That Holes. I should have remembered it right away, but you know what? I got it. It was Holes. Perfect. Get over here, dinosaur. Where are you going? Where the fuck do you think you're going? That dinosaur gave me the work. I'll catch him on the come up. Where is he? Where's... Oh, alright. Objective, secure the outpost. Did we complete the wave? I guess so. Alright, this is thrilling. Alright, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. I was once the ultimate ping pong player. I was unstoppable. I went by the name Zailashi, which is Chinese for the shitting. Few could return my serves. Even fewer could keep up with my speed. Most humans were unable to even trace the ball after I'd hit it. They tried to use computers to understand how I was able to play ping pong while fucking. This was a mistake. I once defeated my own brother in a match that would ultimately decide the fate of the galaxy. If there was a squirrel climbing up a tree, you can bet at that same moment I was playing ping pong. I was focused. Until I met her. She was about the size of a small antique shop with an ass that transcended the ass realm. Her eyes were so powerful, they could make a boulder lactate. I was gonna teach her ass cheeks how to read a clock, so that way they never had to wonder what time it was again. She was incredible, so full of titties, but in an instant, those titties were taken. She was abducted early on a Thursday morning by a Martian naval vessel. Now I fight to free her from her bondage the only way I know how. With ping pong. You think you can handle my fucking speed? I'm going too fast. Fuck that, if I'm going fast, I'm going too damn slow. I'm going faster than fast, I'm going very fast. Slam it! Put your asshole in an envelope and send it to the post office, because you are not winning this ping pong match. Not on my watch. Do you think you can hide from me? Surprise, you cannot. Now give me my girl back. She was not meant to shit with you or your associates, so give her to me. Or can you at least send me her ass?
That'd be mighty nice of you. After years of searching, I finally found you. Professor Zortnox. There are two ways to fertilize your lawn. The first way, the way you do it, Zortnox, and also the reason why you will not win, is you go out and you buy the fertilizer. Not necessarily the cheapest, fuck, you might even buy the premium fertilizer. Then you pour it on your lawn, you get moderate results. Nothing spectacular, but you're content with it. The second way to fertilize your lawn is while you are out fighting for something noble, something bigger than yourself. You accidentally shit yourself during the immense effort you put into achieving your goal. That shit gracefully runs down your leg and makes contact with the soil. From that contact blossoms a luscious rainforest. That is why I will be victorious. Zortnox, I have just shit myself.
This is kind of random, but do you ever buy sealed Pokemon collections? No. But you did just remind me. This video I watched earlier, I have it in this tab here. This is crazy. It's not necessarily a full sealed collection. She does have sealed product, but Pokemon has now reached the point where it's like a full-blown, like, luxury, like, display of wealth. So this is the Jolina Giselle collection, and it's being touted as, like, the largest and most valuable collection. I don't think that's true. If I remember correctly, there's a Saudi Arabian royal family member who's reportedly got the most valuable collection of Pokemon cards, but he doesn't want to publicize it. So of the public collections, this might be the largest and most valuable, but I don't think it's full bore the most valuable, but check this shit out.
Amazing collection ever seen here in Switzerland. This is just a small part of it, and trust me when I tell you, it's like huge. Over 60,000 cards and products of the Jolina Giselle collection. I mean, for me as a collector, we have here the Illustrator Pikachu not one, but two times. Even the
it is crazy.
That is the first time it got graded. Yeah, so it's super crazy. I'm Thomas Kovac. I own a store in Zurich, Amazing Toys, and I'm in the hobby.
No idea where the wealth comes from for Jolina Giselle.
And it's not only my hobby, it's my job. I own the store online.
2 Illustrator Pikachus is wild. Oh, actually, you don't know the half of it. What's even more wild, it's not just 2 Pikachu illustrators. This one, this 9, is the first ever graded Pikachu illustrator, which is why it's not PSA or anything. It's literally the first illustrator card to ever get graded. It's fucking absurd what she has.
It is the first time it got graded.
Oh, he even says it here.
It's super crazy. I'm Thomas.
I didn't even hear him say that.
I own a store in Zurich, Amazing Toys, and
yeah, it is a very cool
for the
card.
past 25 years, and it's not only my hobby; it's my job. I own the store, online shop, Amazing Toys, and I'm proud to show you all of this collection. This is just a small part of it, and trust me when I tell you, Illustrator Pikachu is a small part of it. There's way more in this collection. We have back here.
I will tell you something though. I wish she displayed it better. I don't really like this feel. It feels very sterile, very like almost callous from Destiny. I don't know, just a little gaudy. I think there would have been a much cooler way of presenting this collection. You'll see what I mean.
Favorites? Gold stars. We have all of the gold stars. It's just some highlights in English, PSA 10, also in Japanese PSA 10, and way more, which you will see later down the road. For me, as like, I breathe Pokemon cards when I see this. It's for me, I've never seen this at one spot and place, and that's why we have also here.
Scalper's already planning an Ocean's 11 heist.
I don't know if you can see this anywhere.
I don't think so, man. Judging from this facility that they're in, I feel like scalpers would have a real hard time getting in here. They'd probably get shot by 15 phalanx turrets.
On the world, the University Magikarp, the Tamamushi University Prize, 5 times a Gyarados or Gyarados PSA 10. It's basically every Charizard you can think of. It's here, and it's from the even with the because we have
these gold walls open to just more PSA 10 Pokemon cards. So this is the Legendary Collection, full reverse holo PSA 10s. And she has that for like Crystal over here. But the thing is, it's in just like a
like shoebox rack. Like, I just don't think this is a cool way to present it.
Legendary collection PSA 10 set in reverse foil.
Pokemon scalpers are scum of the earth. Completely agree. Now, like I said, I don't know what Jolina Giselle does, but I saw that she also did an interview with this guy. She explicitly states that she doesn't and apparently will not sell anything from her collection. Obviously, I'm assuming she's buying from, like, scalpers and, like, some fucking scumbags. But at the very least, it seems like she's just doing this for herself. It's not even a publicly accessible collection. Like, you can't pay to go see it or anything. So, as far as the hobby goes, this one's on, like, the lower end of degeneracy. This is just someone who has absurd fucking wealth that dumped it all into Pokemon. God, do you see what I mean, though? It's just, I don't, like, you have reportedly 60,000 of, like, the most valuable Pokemon cards money can buy, and you display them like this. There's so much room for improvement. You could make a whole terrarium out of your fucking slabbed cards. How would I display them? Oh, I would have, if I had something like this, I would 1000% have had, like, custom displays made for it. Something to highlight the cards and the story of the cards, and I'd have a lot more, like, character to it. So instead of just being, like, you know, fucking empty inventory just dropping out all of your PSA slabs, I'd have, like, I don't know, other cool things from the hobby. You know, like maybe the McDonald's Pokemon promotional products from back in the day, like the old gold things that aren't super valuable anymore today, but they're still really cool. Just to help emphasize the cool items. Like, this is just, to me, very bland. It doesn't have a whole lot of character to the display. You're just asking for scalpers to steal it at that point. Oh, I'd never do it. I mean, I don't have anything like this. I'm just saying, she is clearly in a position where money is no longer even a tangible thing. It's now just infinite unlock. She can do anything. I'm just surprised that she wouldn't invest more heavily in something very visually striking for this collection. Because this is, at the end of the day, just a closet and a couple of shoe racks that are filled with Pokemon cards. There's an interview that I think is on this channel. Oh, maybe not. That's her, though. I'm assuming she just comes from unimaginable wealth. Go to her website. Yeah, the website's weird. I went to the website. That's how I saw the interview, because I was so curious where this comes from. The website is a little odd. Like, in the history, I thought for sure it would say, like, the origin here, but instead it reads kind of like a Saturday morning cartoon villain kind of thing. One evening, almost casually, she asked the question, "Dad, couldn't you simply buy all the Pokemon cards? I think it would be really cool if we had them all." That's the wholesome beginning to the most valuable collection ever. In her words. I don't think it's the most valuable collection ever, but it's the most valuable publicly displayed collection.
Jolina, thank you for having me here. I've already saw part of the collection, so I'm very happy that I can see it, and it carries even your name, and it even more has like a story from your childhood. So can you tell us a bit about the story of this collection and how it came to be?
Of course. Well, in school I was pretty shy and introverted, so I had a really hard time making friends. And I always brought something to school.
No, I don't think it's AI. If this was AI, I would be beyond shocked, because this guy, from everything I can see, is legitimately someone that owns a TCG shop, is in the community. It would be crazy if he just flushed everything down the shitter to do this promo piece for a complete AI sham. And again, you can't buy anything, so I don't see what the scam would be. Like, you can't spend money here. So it'd be a really weird thing to AI scam people with, because you get literally nothing out of it. How old is she? I don't know. She looks like maybe mid-20s or something, but I have no idea. I didn't look too deep into Jolina Giselle. From the very little bits I did look, I didn't find anything. So I really couldn't tell you. Where'd she get her wealth from? That's what I said, I have no clue.
I briefly tried to find it, but there's no information on where it comes
to
from.
focus on myself. And one day there just happened to be Pokemon cards, and it sparked interest.
But I didn't finish this interview. I stopped like here. Maybe it's the last question she answers.
The other kids,
I don't know.
and that's how friendships form naturally and pretty playfully.
Is it true that as a little girl, you wanted to buy individual cards or trade individuals?
Unfortunately, no, because we like to keep the collection together, because that's what makes it so special. And if we were to sell it, only as a whole.
So, and why share it now to the public that this collection exists, which is basically for me also once in a lifetime?
We thought very carefully about it if we should go public with the collection or not, but we thought for the 30th anniversary, it would be a real shame to keep it hidden, and we wanted to have something for the fans.
I mean, I'm a fan, but way out of my budget, unfortunately. If you were ever to sell this collection, what would the future owner of this collection need to bring that you could entrust this to him or her?
For us, it'd be super important that the future buyer would know what the collection stands for, because it's so much more than just Pokemon cards. It's about a promise my father made to me and always kept. And
okay, that's very silly. That promise is, Daddy, why not just buy every Pokemon card? Daddy, every Pokemon card, please. I don't know, it's not exactly the most wholesome of promises. That shouldn't really be the story or the message behind it.
Today it is the Jolina Giselle.
That's in her words, by the way. I'm not just making shit up. That is literally part of the history. Dad, couldn't you simply buy all the Pokemon cards? It'd be really cool.
Pokemon collection, the most exclusive and complete in the world.
Okay, so yeah, it doesn't explain where the money comes from. This lady literally didn't exist till last week. I know, actually popped out of nowhere with the video. But I'm gonna be honest, I think that lends more credibility to it being real, though. Because if Jolina Giselle was like some kind of influencer or like, I don't know, had some failed like schemes in the past and then all of a sudden happens to have the most valuable Pokemon collection ever publicly seen, then I'd be like, this is very sketchy, this is clearly a fucking sham, look at her history. But she comes out of nowhere and's like, we finally decided to go public with this collection, a collection that has unbelievable treasure to it. I feel like it makes it more believable. A Pokemon industry plant. Yeah. Actually, that would be pretty big brain. Because this is very clearly designed, like almost like a ChatGPT template for turning Pokemon into like some kind of Louis Vuitton like accessory, like a luxury fashion type thing. Or actually more appropriate to liken it to watches. It's designed the same way they would design like luxury watch spaces. So it could be, maybe Pokemon's trying to make a play like, we need more Jolina Giselles out there with collections like this. How much would you guess the collection is worth? Haven't seen all 60,000 cards, but everything that's visible here, I think it's easily north of 20 million, probably like 25 million. This Pikachu illustrator alone is probably already like 3 by itself, and she's got 2, but this one's going to be more than this, because it's the first ever graded one. I feel like the story's real, she's real. The bigger question I have is, who is her family? Seems suspicious with how secretive it is. I would love to know. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. It's very fishy. There's only like 20-something illustrators, right? Yeah, I don't remember the exact number. It might actually be 20. Let me see. $39. There are 39 verified Pikachu illustrator cards. Look up the Giselle family. I tried, nothing came up. Because like when you look up Giselle, this is what I saw earlier. When you look up Giselle family Sweden, the first thing is Sweden charges man for selling wife to 120 men. And I was like, well, that's peculiar behavior. But it's definitely not her family. I couldn't find anything on the family. The dude on the website posing as a Swiss actor, though. Oh, this guy, who I assume is her husband? Or maybe boyfriend, I'm not really sure. They're Swiss, not Swedish. I thought they were Swedish. Is it Swiss? Doubt this will help us figure out who this family is, but you are correct. Kevin Lutolf is a Swiss model, and that is absolutely him there. He is not a small model either. Wow, actually very popular. Her dad worth at least 500 mil, cause ain't no way he's giving his daughter 25 like that if he isn't. Oh, I mean, I think it's very... Brother, that's just the collection alone. This room... Like, just look at this room. This room alone is probably in like a fucking $30 million mansion. Like the chandeliers, the glass, even just like the cupboardry, like all of it is very clearly an extraordinarily expensive mansion. There's a second floor up here that's just gaudy gold. This is a billionaire family. The question is, who though? In 1,000 years, anthropologists are going to think this Pokemon cards were like Sumerian tomes or something. True. That ain't no ordinary glass either. It's Italian Murano glass. How the fuck do you even know that? I'll take your word for it because you're speaking like an authority on the matter, but you can just immediately identify glass on sight? He made it. Yeah, dude out here glass maxing. Actually, I designed those for it. Also, it's sitting on top of pure obsidian. If you stack those up, you can go to the nether. The earliest mention of her Pokemon cards is on his Instagram, February 18th. It's gotta be some kind of psyop. What was the mention? Was it like a hype-up thing? Or is it like a... So we just started collecting these Pokemon cards, me and my wife. Like, what is the mention? I mean, I feel like we could probably track it, right? By some of these purchases, these are very low pop cards. So, this is a relatively new video. I imagine as some of the, like, real OG collectors look at this, they'll be able to figure out who this is. So, like, this Pikachu Illustrator card, I have no doubt you can trace the transactional history of it. Or this PSA 8 Illustrator. These are incredibly low pop cards. People keep their eyes on these all the time. I'm just not deep into it like that, so I don't know where I'd be looking to find all of that info, but the real collectors know. So you could easily find out if this is some kind of like psyop and these are just like, I don't know, extremely wealthy zombies that are instantly trying to flip this to like a, you know, Saudi royal family member looking to expand their collection. Or if it is like she says, and it's been like this lifelong journey over 30 years collecting this. Entirely possible they hired him for that shoot. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's really true. Can you come pretend to be like my boyfriend or something for my Jolina Giselle Pokemon collection tour? I'm crafting a fine narrative. That's very true. I didn't think of that either. That'd be so fucking sad. Jolina apparently did an interview on a Pokemon forum where she said the collection doesn't belong to her, it belongs to her father, who wants to remain private. She also said her family's not rich, they've just been collecting cards for over 10 years. Wait, where's that forum? I've got to see that. That's the biggest fucking load of barnacles I've ever heard. Family's not rich, just been collecting for 10 years. Golden Mansion, by the way. Even 10 years ago, by the way, these cards are still hundreds of thousands of dollars. Pokemon blew up recently, but these are still extremely expensive cards 10 years ago. What forum is that from? I want to take a peek. Oh, this is new, too. Oh, is this in response? Oh, this must be in response to the video going up. No confirmation that this is actually her, but I guess still read it. Hi everyone, so sorry for the delay. We've been so overwhelmed with everything, but now I'm finally here to answer your questions. Guinness World Record, would you apply? Yes, technically we could apply. We've decided not to. It's a long process. We also don't want to take a title away from anyone. To be honest, we're also just not that interested in it. What matters to us is sharing the collection with the public, as many collections like this stay hidden for years. Guinness World Records are pretty meaningless anyway, to be fair. I could buy that. Where's the collection from? Is this about money? We're honestly just a normal family from Switzerland. Nope, not true. Very, very, very rich. I don't know why she's trying to pretend otherwise. This collection didn't come from being some super creepy rich family, but from a lot of time, dedication, and consistency over many years. Of course, it costs money, but most of the cards were bought a long time ago, long before they reached the values they have today. That being said, I know I'm very lucky. My parents have always raised me to stay grounded and humble. They both started with very little and worked really hard for everything they have. So for us, this was never about money at all. It was simply a shared passion for Pokemon, and we never expected it to become this valuable one day. So when I first asked my dad if we could collect all the Pokemon cards in the world, I had no idea what that actually meant. I wasn't aware that Pokemon cards could be so expensive. I was just a 10-year-old completely obsessed with Pokemon, and somehow that obsession ended up taking over my dad as well. Why Pokemon? Seems like she's telling the same story that she told in that interview about helping her make friends. About her favorite Pokemon. Okay, here's something interesting. We've had the collection for a bit more than 10 years. And although Pokemon is still huge and pretty emotional part of our lives, we feel like we would be ready to pass it on to someone else. Okay, hold on. That being said, we would only sell it as a whole. A collection like this took an incredible amount of time and effort to build, and we don't want to break it apart. But of course, my own personal cards are something I will always keep, and I'll share those very soon. Alright, now it's looking significantly more fishy. They've had this collection for only a bit more than 10 years. That kind of flies in the face of like collecting it for a long, long time. Again, these cards are still... You're spending millions of dollars to have this collection 10 years ago. Shit, even if you bought this collection 20 years ago, you're still spending millions of dollars on it. These are extremely rare low pop cards. There's just no way. And it's apparently 60,000 cards. So now it's seeming like they are looking to try and find a buyer for it. Which to me is probably the impetus for why they came forward with this collection video at all. All of those certs are old certs too. Not many new PSA cert cards are there. That's an interesting observation. Who owns the collection? Who's Jolina? Collection belongs to my family and was built by my dad over many years. I'm Jolina, his daughter, and I never claimed the collection was mine. I've seen some assumptions that I'm a model actor pretending to be a fake daughter, which is honestly so funny to me, but no, I'm simply his daughter. My dad prefers to stay out of the spotlight, so I ended up being the one to share the collection since it all started with me, and that's literally all there is to it. There's still a lot more questions. I'll do my best to check in here from time to time. I'm a normal student preparing for my final exams. Huh. I don't know what the Reddit stuff is that she's referring to here. You think the cards are fake or just the story? The cards are not fake. I truly don't believe the cards are fake because, again, you can check the certs yourself. It would be very difficult to fake that. Even if you were trying to do like slab switching, it would still be a hard sell. Because you'd have to... For this, it would be noticeable. So the cards are not fake. I do not believe these are fake at all. The story and everything kind of around it, that's where I believe there's a lot of red flags. I like how she says she never claimed the collection was hers, yet it's officially called the Jolina Giselle collection. The people they follow on Instagram range from Logan Paul to Crypto Dudes. If you look at the playlist on the channel, they made an entire short film for this. All very sad. An entire short film. Oh, wow. What? Okay, wait a minute. They got Fincher in here making a short film for the Jolina Giselle Pokemon collection. Wait, I'm all in.
On action.
Okay, where's the actual short film? Because this is just behind the scenes. Oh, here, let's see the trailer. Maybe that's the short film.
Robbery.
Not rich, by the way. Normal Switzerland family, by the way.
I'm all in.
This isn't just a collection. It's a legacy. Ready for round 2?
Huh. Wow, this really is peculiar. Imagine they got Neil Blomkamp to direct this. That'd be cool.
The energy on set, it was so much fun, and especially during the robbery scene, Kevin and I laughed all the time. It was so funny.
Nice. Action.
Nice stunt. Good work, Kevin. So this is definitely just her house. I was wondering if this was going to be like a set or something. Like this is just the house they rented for the sake of this short. I think this is actually just her residence. If you're that rich, why even sell the collection? If you're that rich, why sell the collection? Brother, more money. But, huh? Money, bro. What? There's still a lot of money out there that they don't have. It is weird. But again, like, I don't really see the fucking point. All of this to appeal to some crazy, gigantic turbo whale out there to buy their collection. It just feels absurdly over the top and unnecessary if that's the goal. It's very weird. It's all very weird. That's what rich people do, though. Do they? I don't know. I can't say I've seen a lot of rich people making a short film trailer to advertise their collection of Pokemon cards before doing a tour. That's pretty new to me. Like those fucking goobers that spend 50 mil on Jackson Pollocks and stuff, I don't see them making trailers to show you their Jackson Pollock, where they have Colonel Sanders fucking rappel through the window. I gotta get my hands on that Pollock! This is the fucking Rim Jimbo collection of Pollock paintings. Fucking world renowned. You're just not tuned into the scene. Eh, maybe. Will you buy it? Will I buy it? Brother, what the fuck? Yeah, I'll toss her an offer. I'll play ball.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Excalibur 2555 AD for the PlayStation 1. Let's do this shit. It's loading. Ort Underworld. Sounds exciting. Oh, speaking of exciting, more loading. Whoopee. Here we go, alright. Just kinda threw us in here with no information, no story. But we don't need that shit. That is one hairy ass. Goodness gracious, I could use some trimming. Oh, sweet merciful nipples, it's not just the ass that's hairy, that is a very hairy vagina. It's like a Pokemon's attached itself to her vagina. Like Grimer's just hanging out there. She's hairier than a damn wig. She needs to invest in scissors, lawnmowers, weed whackers. Just look at it, look at that shit. She's got her own ecosystem down there. Just look at her face. She looks scared. She looks scared of her vaginal hair. And her ass hair. She's probably worried that the filamentous biomaterial growing from her asshole and her vagina is going to try and take over the rest of her body. Just the thought of that could scare the shit out of fear itself. Please move over, RoboCop. I'd like to go through here. Oh shit. How did I do that? Have you ever wondered what it would feel like to swim in a lake made out of shit? I know I have. Is this an enemy? It is indeed an enemy. Alright, how do I fight? How do I fight, damn it? I'm just getting pounded. I don't know the controls. I'm gonna try and get him stuck on that boiling pot of... Oh, fuck. The pathfinding is revolutionary. Oh, there we go. I must have walked through a door. Alright, a little moment of solace here to learn the controls. That's good enough, that's all I need to know. The overhead swipe. Oh, zooming in on what should be an ass, but on her it's more like a giant toupee. Well, looky here, I found an empty glass. Just the item I needed to throw out of a fucking window. With my one offensive attack, I will take you down, Genghis Khan. Oh, is that block? That looks like a block. Damn it. Damn it! The timing on his hits is remarkable. Oh, there we go, blocked it. Ooh! Returned with a nice offensive attack. Son of a bitch. Did you order from the hairy herding services? Take this, and some of that, some more of this. I'm the ultimate gladiator. Oh shit, did I win? I don't think my attack hit him. I think he just got a headache and decided to take a nap. I've found the chicken leg. This may be the most monumental discovery in human history. What's this fuck fondler doing? Is he looking for the chicken leg? Is he Sherlock Holmes? What the fuck is going on here? Oh damn! It's an angry, camping caveman. Oh, it's not a problem. Oh, damn it. Not a problem. Not a problem. No problem. That text really zipped by. I don't know what it said. Oh, there's something here. I found the meat. It's not just any meat, it's the meat. Now we're cooking. I have no idea where to go. There are so many fucking doors here. The name of this game shouldn't be Excalibur 2555. It should be Doors, 2,555 of them. Good luck finding your way around. Kind of a lengthy title for a game's name, but at least you know what you're in for. Go through the door. Am I inside someone's stomach? Oh shit, what is this? Where did this thing come from? Oh, what the fuck? He's got a laser shooter? A cheating person he is. Oh, there we go. There's a hit. He's blocking all of my attacks. Damn it, he knows every move I'm gonna make before I make it. There we go, landed a hit. Sir, if you stop blocking, you win $1 million. Nope, you just lost $1 million. Oh, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself again. You are not on Santa's nice list this year. I'll give you a moment to catch your breath. Go fuck yourself. Damn it! This is some bullshit. This is just bullshit. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Double, triple combo! This battle is mine now. He let his guard down for a moment, and I struck while the iron was hot. He's getting sliced and diced. Pulverized. Shitterized. How many hits does it take to win? What the fuck is going on? This dude is the immortal lumberjack. I hit him at least 1,000 times with this sword. Unless this sword is made out of foam, that should have killed him. I think he was just showing me that he's invincible. So he just stopped blocking because it just didn't matter because it wouldn't do anything to him anyway except tickle him. This is just terrifying. It looks like the bartender's about to wiggle his ass cheeks on her titties.
Off. Whatever you want, you can't have it. Unless, of course, you found Cecil, my pet rat.
As a matter of fuck, I did find your pet rat. Here you go.
Cecil! You found him! Anything I have
Alright,
is
yeah,
yours.
no. Keep whatever you have. I just want to fucking complete this level. This is a very, very poorly designed level. And I know it's an older game, so the level's not going to be as sophisticated as today's levels, but I can still play and appreciate the classic games, but this is not a classic game. This is an ASIC game. I have what you're looking for, Captain America. There you go. Your fucking giant battery. Now please just let me through. That was mighty generous of you. Well, you have perfect posture, but your lateral agility could use some work. Fantastic. More loading. Oh, level complete. There we go. There it is. Yeah. Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
It's rare that I can't yap up a wacky intro, but learning about this menace has left me stunned. I just saw this video from EWU Body Cams about this guy that would hide cameras in like every bathroom on the planet, it seems like. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got hidden cameras in my own porcelain throne territory there. Like he's infiltrated my domain and is filming me.
I'm calling because we just received an anonymous tip that someone has a camera in our employee bathroom and is uploading videos online.
You still haven't raised my charges. What's our charges? You're not supposed to be judgmental to anybody's crimes, by the way.
What the hell is even that? You're not supposed to be judgmental of crimes? I don't remember hearing that in the Miranda rights. I can't even really imagine that. Like, you show up to a murder scene, you catch the suspect, and you just happen to say, like, hey, buddy, look, I don't mean to be judgmental here, but you strike me as a bit of a jerk for this, you know, taking a lot of human lives here. I know, sue me, I don't mean to judge. I feel like as far as judgment goes, crimes are a pretty solid one for people to form an opinion on, rightfully so. If you are found guilty of secretly recording thousands of people using the restroom, you're a fucking freak and people will judge you as such.
On July 19th, 2022, the police in Ann Arbor, Michigan responded to the Briarwood shopping mall after receiving this unusual call about video footage from a store bathroom being uploaded online. Horrifically, the resulting investigation into a tech-savvy peeping Tom would spread throughout the city of Ann Arbor. The final number of cameras and victims is enough to make your skin crawl.
It's not exaggerating either. It actually did, by the end of this investigation, have my fucking jaw on the floor with how many cameras and how many videos and how all over the place it was. There wasn't a bathroom in Michigan that was spared his peeping. Like, this guy is like the supervillain of shitters. There was nowhere safe, no porcelain throne left unsullied by his eyes. His near omniscient eyes. He dedicated his whole life, put his soul into his craft of spying on every bathroom in Michigan. He was literally like the architect from The Matrix.
This morning it was my boss who took the phone call. I don't know what time it was this morning from a restricted number. He was like, it's a restricted website, you're not going to find it, but I just wanted to let you know.
The responding officer headed to the bathroom to take a look for herself. Notably, the bathroom was usually reserved for employees.
Like sideways, yeah, on that shelf. But, I mean, I don't know how. I know it can be tiny.
Police would learn soon enough that the employees at Altered State were not the only ones to have their privacy violated. In an unanticipated shocker, the police would find over 200 hidden camera videos from no less than 7 different bathrooms throughout the city over the next month and a half.
So this was the first domino to fall here that led them down this crazy trail. They found so many cameras and videos from this guy. It was like actually hunting Riddler trophies in the Arkham series. It was crazy. He violated so many people's privacy, spied on so many people, and it turns out this is only the tip of the iceberg because he actually has a previous case very similar to this, and had in his possession 7,000 videos of unclothed or partially clothed individuals that he filmed without their consent. 7,000! That's more than, like, all of Markiplier's uploads since he started YouTube. That is an unbelievable amount. And that was in the course of 5 years from 2010 to 2015. We'll get to that here in a little bit, but this guy's entire life has been dedicated to violating people's privacy.
All were filmed without consent between January and July 2022. Horrifically, this included illegal images of children. The depravity didn't stop there. When searching the offender's laptop, the police found he had engaged with online adult websites, where images and personal information of unknowing victims were distributed. Police suspected the culprit intended to participate in such exchanges after they found additional images of the victims taken from social media downloaded to his laptop.
Just when you thought it couldn't get worse. So, it's pretty clear he was also sharing these with other fucking evil creeps out there, and was even distributing personal information of the people that he would identify through these hidden cameras. So, from the sound of things, he would broadcast this onto restricted websites, and additionally, he also had illegal images of children. This guy is legitimate evil.
Even though the anonymous caller believed the video he saw was a live stream, he could have been mistaken. The working theory was that the culprit could have put the camera up at the start of a shift and then taken it home to upload the footage.
So, back to what started this whole trail of breadcrumbs that they followed was an anonymous caller tipped them off that at this Altered State in this restroom, there was a live stream of people using that bathroom, of course being non-consensually filmed. And so officer went to the scene, they searched high and low for a camera, but they couldn't find it, but they did see that a lot had been like adjusted and moved around. So it's not that they completely disregarded this as just some kind of like phony baloney nonsense. It's one of those things where they started speculating, well, maybe it wasn't a live stream, maybe they had taken the camera home and uploaded the footage to those sites, and the caller was just mistaken, thinking that it was live.
Something else the anonymous caller said prevented the current lack of evidence from stonewalling the investigation. The man fitting the caller's description was 36-year-old Eric Deshaun Morton. This was not his first run-in with police.
But everyone said he was going to the bathroom a lot last night, and they thought that he just, was trying to not work.
It seemed likely that Eric was up to something far more nefarious than just slacking.
Yeah, jacking. This disgusting asshole has an entire history of doing shit like this. The anonymous caller was telling them about someone that could have been behind it, and the person they described fit this man's description. So they looked into him a bit. They were talking about how the previous night he was going to the bathroom a lot. I guess he drank way too much soda, so he just had the big-time pee-pee, a lot of urine in his bladder. But they speculated, this is probably when he was setting up the camera or tending to the camera.
Especially when the manager added that he made a habit of using the ladies' restroom rather than the men's room. When he was previously asked about this, Eric made the excuse that he used the ladies' room because it was stocked with gloves, which he said he liked to wear while he worked.
A bulletproof defense right there. It's watertight. Man rolled a 20 on the charisma check. That was impressive. So he had a habit of using the ladies' room, and his reason for it was, well, they have gloves there. I like gloves. Checkmate. Damn, his story checks out. This guy's good.
After learning that Eric's son was present, the officers decided to uncuff him. They escorted his son outside to play and brought out some snacks to keep the child occupied while the search progressed. A pen camera containing a micro SD card was connected via USB. When going through one of the bedrooms, they found a small black bag containing more hidden cameras, some of which were like the pen camera found in the living room. Computer forensics experts discovered his stash of more than 200 secretly recorded videos of people using the bathroom.
Unsurprisingly, the authorities didn't necessarily buy the excuse he used for the ladies' room being the really nice gloves that they have stocked in there. So they ended up getting a search warrant. They then arrived at his abode. He mentioned his son was there, so they brought his son outside to play while they searched the house. While searching, they found tons of hidden cameras. They even found a pin camera that was actively plugged into a computer. So you had all these Mission Impossible doodads and gadgets, all of which used for surveillance, hidden surveillance. And they confiscated some packages and a lot of this for evidence. And then eventually the forensics experts found his stash, which was 200 videos of people using the bathroom. Which, maybe there's a perfectly valid explanation. Maybe he was just checking to make sure they weren't doing back-to-front wiping, because, that in and of itself is a sin. Maybe he was just looking out for people's well-being, ensuring proper wiping technique, Maybe there's a perfectly justifiable excuse that he was secretly recording all of these people. Authorities got an arrest warrant. They went to his other job at a hotel and arrested him there, which surprisingly was not his first run-in with the authorities. In fact, in 2015, he was arrested for very similar things.
He'd previously been arrested back in 2015, coincidentally by some of the same officers. In May 2015, Eric was arrested after a woman caught him filming her through a peephole while she used a porta-potty. Further investigation revealed more of Eric's disturbing behavior.
He tried to film a stranger through a porta-potty peephole. I didn't even know porta-potties had peepholes. I'm assuming he custom built that himself, fucking threw a glory hole in there and used it to film people. Or maybe he, built his own, sound stage that looked like a porta-potty so it could film people. I don't know. It's fucking crazy, though. The lunacy knows no bounds. And he would actually proudly post about shit on Twitter, too. So, they bring up tweets here. The first one they show about him cleaning out his phone, and then he has the gall to say, "In Jesus' name."
In 2022, Eric was confronted by a coworker who found a camera disguised as a phone charger in the women's restroom. It was plugged in and facing the toilet. Eric insisted it was a regular phone charger and fled with the device. Unsurprisingly, he was fired from his job.
I'm assuming this footage they're showing comes from his Twitter, or maybe he had a TikTok account where he's doing this loser shit like Naruto running while doing a 360. I have no idea. But it is unbelievable the links he would go to for this depravity. So he had a hidden camera phone charger, this fucking crazy, spy gadget that he plugged into a wall outlet in the bathroom and had faced the toilet. like, you can't trust any household objects in Michigan while this guy was on the loose. I didn't realize technology reached the point where we could disguise phone chargers as hidden cameras. So good on the astute observer that happened to pick up on that and then confronted him about it, which of course he denied, and then he snatched it away and Naruto ran off into the distance. But like, it's just crazy. Like, there was nothing sacred in bathrooms across Michigan. You think that that's a skid mark in the toilet from a previous poop? Nope. Actually a hidden camera from Eric. You think your parents are actually your parents? Nope. Actually DARPA drones that Eric designed for the sole purpose of trying to convince you to go to the bathroom so they could spy on you for Eric's hard drive. It's unbelievable how many cameras he was setting up in bathrooms across the entire area.
The case escalated to a whole new level when the police found an appalling 7,000 videos of unclothed or partially clothed people in Eric's possession. Some had even been recorded in a private residence. They also found images taken up women's skirts, which suggested he had a camera device attached to his shoe. This particular unpleasant collection dated all the way back to 2010.
7,000 videos, and also turns out he was a notorious upskirt pervert creep. He put a camera on his shoes so he could take those pictures, and I'm guessing by that tweet would even post it on Twitter. Like, he would publicly post the upskirts, it seems, or at least some of them. What? Also, it turns out he was arrested in 2006, but that one had actually been scrubbed from the records. That shit was like the cloning planet from Star Wars. Like, it had just been removed from the archives because of a program to try and help young first-time offenders or something like that. Anyway, he posted his $100,000 bail. He did get picked up again later. Turns out him getting arrested didn't mean shit to him. In fact, through some of what they recovered, they were able to actually figure out the timing of a good chunk of it, and some of it he had recorded after being discharged the same day. So he just kind of viewed getting arrested as like a nuisance. It wasn't actually a deterrent or anything for him. It was just kind of like a bump in the road, like he hit a pothole. So now all of a sudden he would have less videos that day, but he still went right back to it the second he had the ability to. It's fucking nuts. And then, in the back of the police car, this is where that clip in the beginning comes from. He then tries like a bunch of like weird conversational tactics and gotchas to try and like, I don't know, strengthen his case of innocence while in the back. And that eventually leads him to stating that the officer is not supposed to be judgmental of crime. So now he starts to try and lecture the officer on morality.
You're not supposed to be judgmental to anybody's crimes, by the way. I need your badge number, by the way.
I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, when I say I do worse, when you say I do worse stuff when I was getting in the car.
No, when you said
you're not supposed to do that.
Don't fight. I said, you're right. It's worse.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to do that.
Why am I not?
Because you're not supposed to judge crimes. You're supposed to be.
Okay. What are you talking about?
All right, man.
Not exactly Phoenix Wright, but a very interesting tactic to try nonetheless. You judged my crime. I'm going to need your badge number. You're not allowed to do that. And the officer's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Didn't even do that.
In 2024, Eric was convicted of 13 felonies. Eric was sentenced to 8 to 20 years and will not be eligible for parole until 2030. The true number of Eric Morton's victims, along with the identity of the anonymous caller who started the investigation, will likely never be known.
They successfully identified 15 victims, and Eric was convicted on these 13 felonies, so he's facing 8 to 20 years. Ideally, he'll get the full 20 behind bars, but the thing is, even 2 decades in the slammer, I feel like the day he gets released, he's going right back to it. He's hopping right back in the saddle. He has been doing this for over a decade, and no matter how many times he's been taken into custody and arrested, or even been in jail for these crimes, he then gets right back to it. Like, this is, to him, his life's mission. This is why he was put on this earth. To compromise bathrooms. It's fucking sickening. Anyway, though, I wanted to just talk about this a little bit. This story just had me stunned. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. I bet if you went through every movie review I've ever done, you could probably count the amount of comedies I've reviewed on one hand. It is very rare for them to come around. It's like a solar eclipse in film. Like, it is just not a genre that gets made much anymore. And the ones that do come out over the last decade have just been pretty trash. Like, there's not a whole lot to like about them. Usually you just end up wishing you had seen something else or just stayed home. Which is a shame, but the new Naked Gun movie just came out, and I saw it mainly out of respect to the franchise. I wasn't expecting a whole lot from it. I was somewhat hopeful that Liam Neeson would kind of slap in the role, because he did a great job in that one Ted scene, so I knew he had some comedic chops, but I was beyond surprised with how much I enjoyed this. Liam Neeson as Frank Drebin Jr. had me giggling like a baby playing peekaboo. I was actually, not exaggerating, out loud laughing multiple times in this movie, which does not happen. When I go to a comedy over the last 10 years, the few times that I have, for all like 7 comedies that have come out, I sit there like the Grinch, stone-faced, and it feels like I'm watching a snuff film. Like, I bet if you walked in on me watching a comedy in theaters, you would think that I was watching traumatic footage of my grandmother being set ablaze or something by a terrorist. Like, I am just not having fun. But in this film, I could not stop smiling and actually got loud laughs out of me. I was so impressed because it felt like Hollywood remembered how to tell a joke. It did feel very reminiscent of some of the great iconic gags from the original Naked Gun films. Like, without being just like super derivative. Like, it felt like it was paying homage without just trying to walk the same path and emulate it one-to-one in the modern age, which I really, really appreciated. So, Liam Neeson plays Frank Drebin Jr., the son of Frank Drebin. R.I.P. to the great Leslie Nielsen. I really think Liam Neeson fits perfectly here for this film. He does a great justice to it. Like, I really was impressed. But not only with him, Pamela Anderson. She is, like, really good in this movie, too. Now, of course, the chemistry works really well between them because apparently, like, they're actually in love in real life, which is actually somewhat wholesome, and it really works well in this film. But by far, like, the best part is just how serious Liam Neeson is. And of course you know that going into it, but I've seen countless of his films, and I don't think I've ever seen him so stern. Every single word that leaves his lips sounds like the most important thing you'll ever hear in your life. It really helps elevate it. So the film has a lot of different kinds of comedy that it weaves in here. It has classic slapstick, even like some prop humor and gags, really clever wordplay. Like, it's non-stop jokes. It reminds me of old Tom and Jerry cartoons where they spit out watermelon seeds like a Gatling gun, but instead of it being watermelon seeds here, it's just like endless jokes in every single scene. Pretty much every line of dialogue is setting up a joke or like expanding on the back of a joke, and it works. Like, it never gets tiresome. Obviously not all of them land. In fact, I would argue like maybe like 60% of them aren't gonna have you like, you know, gut busting in your chair, fucking Santa Claus ho-ho-hoing or anything. But the other 40%, like, they're actually, like, they had me laughing. And that's exactly what you want. Just having a good time start to finish. Not every joke needs to be a fucking home run grand salami, you know what I mean? But this film does what I've missed so much from movies that the old comedies used to do, like the old Naked Guns, God rest their soul. Really doing a great job of being a smart, stupid person. Like, you can have all kinds of oafs, bumbling fucking morons, like drooling homunculi idiots, and that's fine, but to have like a really smart one is special. What do I mean by this? I mean, like, the character is clearly supposed to be incompetent, but it's written in a way where it's like really smart incompetence. So, like, some of my favorite, like, lines are things like, Pamela Anderson is at Liam Neeson's apartment, and he's cleaning up off his table. He's like, I just haven't had the drive to clean up after my wife died, and he's like throwing away bullets and guns and hand grenades. And she says, how did she pass? And he responds, extraordinarily well. She had an arm like a cannon, could easily throw the pigskin over 50 yards, and then she died, so we'll never know if she could have gone pro. Like, that kind of writing, I have missed so much. That had me laughing pretty hard. It almost felt nostalgic. I don't even know how to explain it. I just had such a fun time with it. And I love how over the top it is with, like, its action, where, like, he's ricocheting his magazines off the bad guys, and then he's, like, going under them and like punching their nuts on the way through, like really just old school classic gag comedy like that. I haven't seen it in so long. It felt really refreshing. But by far the hardest I laughed in this movie was probably its most throwaway nothing burger joke. It is literally 2 words. It's when Frank goes and meets the film's main villain, Richard Kane. It's like a tech conference display, like fucking Comic-Con for nerds. He's showing off all the new technology and gizmos and doohickeys and gadgets. And Frank has got, he's on his investigation and everything. Richard Kane notices him, and he goes to introduce himself to him. So Richard Kane approaches him, he extends his hand and says, Lieutenant Drebin. And then Frank reciprocates the handshake and just says, me too, with like a huge smile on his face. And it had me laughing so hard. And then the two are walking away and they immediately, like, it lasts maybe less than a second. It is 2 words, and it made me laugh that hard. And then as they're walking away, maybe 2 seconds later, there's like a little art display or a little tech thing that looks like a staircase. So Frank walks his fingers up it, and then it breaks, and it had me laughing so fucking hard. Like, that sequence maybe lasted 5 seconds, and I laughed harder during that than in any comedy of the last 10 years. Like, I know I'm glazing the movie kind of hard, but it's not like a perfect film by any means. It's just like the most refreshing comedy I've seen in a long time. Comedies have been dead and buried in Hollywood for a decade at least. This was such a breath of fresh air. Like I said, a lot of the jokes don't land. Some of them are like almost dad joke tier, like bits that they throw in here. But it's never like eye-rolling and it's never cringe. Like, it's still just so charming. It is such an honest-to-God attempt at bringing a classic comedy to life again. And I think they've done a really good job. It's super clear there was a genuine love for this style of movie and real passion put into this one. It just oozes throughout the film. It even had a nice little cherry on top that I want to mention. I would venture a guess that the one singular line from Naked Gun most people still quote to this day is the classic, like a blind man at an orgy, I was going to have to feel things out. This film has 2 lines in a similar style to that, and I think that they are very strong lines, and I was very happy, delighted to see them do that. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect them to even try, but they did a good job. It even had its own couple of lines like that, and they were very solid. I don't want to spoil them by just like giving away the joke there or whatever, but I just wanted to say, like, it is clear they love this kind of movie, and I think they've done a great job at making something that feels very in line with the Naked Guns of the past. I went into this without huge expectations, and I left really pleasantly surprised. I enjoyed it a lot. I do think it's worth seeing. Easily the hardest I've laughed in a long time at a movie. I can only hope that somehow this will start the resurgence of good comedy movies back into cinemas. I've yapped about this a lot. I think we're just in this age of infinitely bloated budgets for superhero films, or just like really lackluster, safe garbage like Electric State. Like, I would love if we got back to movies like this also hitting the box office. I think it would be so pleasant. Anyway, though, I guess we'll see. Hopefully there's more good comedies to follow. That's about it. See ya.
Do you feel better about yourself after you said that?
And coming up.
Now she
a
does.
couple days after Jay left.
She didn't
I
at
got
first, but
really
once she
sick.
got out that
I
fat
ended up
pig,
going to the hospital.
a wave of euphoria washed
to be
over her.
alone.
That looks like the ideal couple. What's up, Cole?
Larissa is freaking out right now, and my mother kicked her out of the car. And
Was it
I came home
moving?
from
Because
work,
I'd be pretty upset if I got
and
kicked
she
out of a
just
moving
went
vehicle
off on me
too.
because I want to go upstairs.
You figure that your husband like this wife.
Cole, don't let her talk to you like that. Show her your Fortnite, KD. Show her the Twitch chats you moderate. Prove your worth to her, goddammit, Cole.
David doesn't allow me to do it.
What are these like goofy Looney Tunes expressions he's putting on his face?
Okay, go ahead, protect your mama.
Like a fucking animatronic with eyebrows moving around and shit.
I'm going to divorce you.
Well, now you've gone a little far.
Oh, don't treat me now.
That's a little far.
This won't end well.
Oh shit. She's getting the sledgehammer. Colt, get your mother. Use her as a meat shield.
That speed bump scared her. Please slow down.
That speed bump. He's clearly on the interstate. What are you talking about?
very nervous.
But if something made the car jump up like that, he must have run over a body. There's no speed bumps on the interstate.
Not wanting her to hold the baby. She got to the point of she doesn't want anyone holding.
Well, I mean, it's fair to have that complaint, I guess. I don't know. I haven't had a baby. I've never held a baby. I don't want to.
Yeah, that is another thing. So
I don't even want to have
right
that
now,
responsibility
Paula
for
just
even a
wants to be the one
smidge of a second.
And she doesn't want you holding the baby.
Especially in this
she
climate
doesn't
where I
want
hold the
house.
baby, and if the baby ends up
She does
autistic
the
or
same
something,
thing
they'll
with her
blame me.
mom.
Like I transferred like gamer autism to it or something. I just want no part of that entire ordeal. Holding babies is overrated.
I'm a little worried about
We got a
my
baby
mom
holding veteran in the
being
chat.
happy
Level
because
20
I told
baby
my
holder. He's
mom
already maxed the
our
game out.
relationship isn't the best,
Prestige
but
mode baby holder.
I'm really glad that.
Well, he's been doing some fishing stuff, and then
Fishing? What kind of fishing?
like
Internet scamming, fishing for RuneScape passwords
I
via
guess.
Twitch streams. An honest living, Robily. Stop being so fucking judgmental.
She's a lot more needy than I thought, just because she's like a brand new baby. So I'm not getting much sleep at all.
I mean, yeah, that's like a
but
level
she's my
0
little
human
sweet
right there.
girl.
Like, it has no skills or anything. It's gonna be a big fucking burden to train.
Sure. She has a stinky diaper though, so. Uh-oh.
Perfect. He was hungry anyway. Scripted? No, it's not
Okay,
scripted. They just happen to be chilling in the kitchen, full makeup on.
No se siente bien para el precio de ustedes.
It's not that big of a deal. And mic'd up.
quiere involucrarse con nosotras, no
Who doesn't wear a lapel mic? Just in the off time. I tell you, the only time I take mine off is when I shower or jerk off.
What?
I prefer full episodes, bro.
Idiot into the driver's side door. She broke phones, plural.
It's a good joke, isn't it?
She erased my phone. She's very controlling.
You got fucked so hard for no reason. Yo, fucking take that, pussy.
What are you doing?
You know, maybe the pussy's not worth it, big guy. It's like he's being haunted by it.
I am coming back. I am coming back now.
She's being exorcised. Can you at least be there for when they pull the demon out of her? Ed and Lorraine are really doing their best, goddammit.
What about price point? What are you comfortable with?
10 grand.
What is your most expensive dress? Our most expensive dress would be $45,000.
Is that okay?
Whatever makes you happy.
There is no way Jorge is pulling that much
Now
money
that
for a
I'm here, he keeps
$45,000
telling me
dress.
that he can't afford everything.
Do you at least get to put it in her butt sometimes? I mean, what are you getting out of this, Jorge? It's just like you're spending money and get nothing in return.
Come on in.
I can do that too if I flushed it down the toilet. Just a little smooch?
No, obviously, I don't have 20,000 in cash right now.
Nerd, who doesn't have 20 grand in cash? What? Dude, have that in small bills like under my seat.
So it's not your
And
problem.
Fisa, get with a real man.
Yeah. Say for all of the
Jorge
things that you
got
like,
arrested for moving
that are
300
really
pounds
expensive
of
that you
weed.
want, like right now.
Really? Wait, are you serious? My boy Jorge's pushing 300 pounds of weed?
In February 2018.
He looks like
According to
Jake
Radar
Gyllenhaal,
Online,
but
police said
chunkier.
Nava had 293 pounds of high-grade marijuana in his vehicle. He was charged with possession of marijuana, possession of
Like the
marijuana
ice
for
cream
sale,
man of marijuana.
transportation of marijuana for sale, and possession of drug paraphernalia. He was released on $25,000 bail
Not
after spending
bad.
2 days in jail.
That's less than he
Pleading
spent on
innocence.
one dress for his
TMZ
wife.
reported that
That's a
police
fucking
found
deal.
Nava's marijuana stash surprisingly supportive of him during his arrest and sentencing. George told TMZ, "There's really nothing wrong
Their
in
first
our
kiss.
relationship right now."
He's breaking promises that he gave me before I arrived.
That'd be tight too if someone said they'd give me anything I wanted and they couldn't buy me a $45,000 condom or whatever she wanted. Dude, you're pulling 300 pounds of weed on like a Monday night. You might as well at least splurge.
50 years to pay off.
If Jorge brought me to the States and I knew he was peddling that kind of numbers, I'd be asking for $45,000 dresses too. That's pretty impressive.
George and I.
So basically, you're saying if I can't provide, I'm worthless to you.
That's what love is.
I don't understand what's wrong about it.
She's very controlling.
I thought that was a really good one. This guy looks like Josh Peck, like Drake and Josh version of Josh, but if he started peddling 300 pounds of marijuana instead and ordering Russian mail-ordered brides. In gaming, there is no community more accustomed to bad news than the Halo community.
Halo and bad news goes together like french fries and ketchup. It's basically all you ever get from Halo is more doom and gloom that just puts a big frown on your face. And it is just so sad to see. And just when you think that it has hit rock bottom and can't get worse for the franchise, they always find new lows. Most recently with their potential big investment into Gen AI for the upcoming Halo titles, which we'll dive into in a moment. But for over a decade now, Halo has been in such a sorry state for what was once a juggernaut in the gaming space, an absolute trailblazer, a powerful IP that the world knew and respected. Halo has been reduced to just kind of like a sad queef and like an afterthought in the modern day and age. The only time you hear Halo brought up nowadays is when there's new information like this about Gen AI and how it's going to be crucial to upcoming Halo titles, and people shooting spitballs at it and making a mockery of the 343 Halo decade that we've been unfortunately subjected to. Even when they do have a win, like Halo Infinite's multiplayer on launch, a lot of people, myself included, really enjoyed the Infinite multiplayer. The problem was they released it in such a bare-bones state and didn't tend to it for about 2 years. So you could spend like 3 weeks grinding it and you basically finish everything Halo Infinite's multiplayer had to offer, and they didn't add anything or update it for 2 years, and they couldn't deliver on any of their promises. Like with Forge coming out in that time, it took them so long for Forge, and even just the most basic features. They never even followed through on like split screen, for example, because it was too hard and confusing or whatever. It's such wasted potential because they did have that good start. People were finally like kind of pumping their fist. Oh, Halo might be back. This is really enjoyable. And they couldn't translate that into momentum because I guess they just all of a sudden took like a 2-year break at the office. They said, all right, job's done. Time's up. Time to clock out and go home and do nothing for the next 2 years. And obviously people kind of got bored of it when there was still nothing being added to it. It was the same thing every time. So even though now in its current state, it's much better. And from a competitive standpoint, it's amazing. Not to suck our own dicks again, but our esports team, Shopify Rebellion, we are literally the Halo World Champions. We just won the World Championship, which is the final HCS World Championship. And it was incredibly hyped to watch this entire season. But it took so long for Halo Infinite to get to this point that most casual players have already checked out and didn't ever come back to the game because it just too little too late in their eyes. And the gaming industry is moving so fast with so many games coming out, most people aren't willing to give a second chance to a game that they dropped 2 years ago under the potential idea that maybe it's better than it was then. They added more to it. So the casual audience doesn't stand behind Halo. The competitive scene may be great, but it's just they weren't able to, once again, have people believe in Halo. And now there's so little confidence in the 343 team, they rebranded to Halo Studios to try and, start fresh, going to a new engine with Unreal 5, abandoning their $500 million investment in the Slipspace engine that crashed and burned for them. And even with this new rebrand and everything under Halo Studios, they still find a way to squeeze defeat from the jaws of victory. Their strategy, based on all available evidence, is to remake their remakes. So they've already confirmed a Halo CE remake, which is now the second remake. This is worse than fucking Skyrim re-releasing 1,000 times for every digital alarm clock and smart fridge on the planet. They remade Halo CE a while ago, and now they are remaking that remake coming up in 2026. But without multiplayer. So it's just a worse remake. Yes, it's on a new engine and everything, and it's like a big overhaul and everything. But what the fuck is the point? You've already remade it once. And it's so misguided. And they are also now allegedly going to remake the Halo 2, which has already been, having a remake of its own. And they are going to be remaking Halo 3, which is the first remake there. But they're not doing new Halo. Their strategy seems to be, hey, remember our good Halos? We're doing it again. That's just a very sorry approach, and it's hard for me, as a huge fan of Halo, to get hyped. And make no mistake, I've been a gigantic fan of Halo my whole entire fucking life. I got Xbox Live when I was 10 years old to play Halo 2 online. I love this franchise, and I hate what's happened to it. I've even been doing a Legendary Marathon again, which I've already done on stream, for my gaming channel, and I love it. Revisiting them, they still hold up so well. They're timeless classics, but I don't want to just see them constantly just fucking like revived from the grave like necromancy and with a new, coat of paint on it, new makeup. What the fuck is the point? Just try and make good Halos again. It's just so sad. And I know they have like an unannounced Halo multiplayer title apparently that they're working on. We don't have any info there, but we do also have info on is apparently their big investment into using AI as a crucial component to developing their upcoming Halo games, which again is a huge fucking L. It's such a shame. I was yapping about it on stream. I'm going to play those clips for you real quick and then I'll come back in and talk more about it because it just hurts a lot. Again, I fucking love Halo. Like, this is a certified LeBron scream if you love Halo moment. Ah! Like, it is such an incredible, near and dear to my boners franchise that has fallen on hard times for well over a decade now. It's so sad. You see, Halo Studios might be going all in on Gen AI. I didn't, but you did just remind me. I need to whine and complain about something I saw that I wanted to look more into, and hopefully what I read was wrong, about how Halo Studios is prioritizing remaking the original trilogy. I know they're already doing the CE remake. I've already given my fucking 2 cents on that. I don't think there's a reason to remake a game that you've already remade. I don't care if it's on a new engine. They have already, with the MCC, remade Halo CE. Like, you don't need to do it again. And they're doing it without multiplayer, so they're literally just remaking the remake on just the single player. That's useless to me. And I read that they're doing the same thing for Halo 2 and 3. Again, with the MCC, they have already remade Halo 2, kind of Anniversary Edition. They don't need to do it again. A Halo 3 remake, that is a little more understandable, but still, you already have the MCC, why not just work on a new Halo that's good? And we can forget about, what's been happening recently. Now, I want to look it up and see if that's actually true or not and hope it's very wrong. Because I think that is so silly. I think that is just so silly. If you want to give the Halo series to, like, PlayStation, like, get them involved, just give them the MCC. Don't waste years and years of resources and time remaking your remakes. I'm here talking about Halo Combat Evolved remake. New multiplayer planned. We don't have any info on that. New report from Rebs Gaming indicates that there are also plans to remake both Halo 2 and 3, in addition to CE. And is this a reliable source? How reliable? Yesterday I confirmed Halo Studios is planning to remake the original Halo trilogy, and today I'm working on another report about Halo Studios. Is this about Gen AI then? Was that his next report? I can already just feel the writing on the wall. How did it come to this? What happened? What happened? Report Halo Studios going all in on Gen AI. Xbox Studios hiring ML experts for Gears and Forza as well. One key aspect the developer is focusing on is generative AI. New evidence spotted by Rebs Gaming, that's who broke this one, highlights how artificial intelligence is expected to become a pillar of development for future Halo titles. Yeah! That's what we needed! Halo Studios has hired a new chief of staff, Angela Hesian, who previously worked as the global head of gaming safety and trust at Microsoft. However, she also started her own AI consulting company in 2024. We're so back. Halo's returning to the glory days! Gen AI ought to bring it back. The first thing you think of when you hear AI-generated games is high quality. Now imagine when you take the talent of the former 343 team and couple them with AI. What they can create. The sky's the limit! Unbelievable, man. Oh my god. Whatever, it's not like it was working for them anyway. Like, they have been in a rough spot for a while. I can't imagine it getting worse. Whatever. Rebs Gaming is pretty reliable. He started the rumor about the CE remake. Well, he was right there. And this sounds... I mean, this is not really a rumor, that's pretty cut and dry. Yeah... It's not looking good for the future of Halo Studios. I'll be honest,
I bought into the hopium that maybe rebranding as Halo Studios, switching engines, and just ground up would be a fresh start and be good. It's looking worse. It's looking much worse. Oh, that makes me so sad. Why would you fall for that? The same people still work there. I don't fucking know, man. One of the things I think really fucked them with Halo Infinite was spending like 8 years developing a $500 million slipspace engine that they couldn't even figure out how to use. So I thought by just switching to an engine that they don't have to constantly like tweak and fucking titty twist on, it would save them a lot of trouble and be able to actually focus on making a good game. By the way, that $500 million slipspace engine now retires with only one game ever being made with it. Fucking awesome investment. Was the engine any good? Maybe they should just release it. I don't think anyone wants to touch it. If the people who fucking made the engine couldn't even use it to develop Halo Infinite where they had to like restart twice or whatever, I don't think anyone's gonna want to take the time to try and learn it themselves. That's because they use contractors so they didn't have any time to learn it before they left. Oh wait, is that what happened? I remember the contractor fiasco. I didn't know it was engine related, where they just basically bounced without ever teaching them. I didn't know that. Remember how they said adding Team Slayer was a difficult task and might take some time after release? I don't remember that. I just remember how the multiplayer came out. I actually had like a lot of fun with it for a couple weeks, and then I finished everything the multiplayer had to offer, and then for 2 years after that, it stayed exactly the same with nothing in it. Yeah, it was like 6 maps and nothing else in 3 game modes. They couldn't get Forge out in time. They still never even followed through on the split screen or anything. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's so sad. It's so sad. Didn't Glitchers find a way to do split screen because they couldn't do it? Yeah, eventually the community found a way to brute force it. Yeah, no, it makes me salty. I just... Especially after replaying the good Halos, I just wish it could somehow get back to that former glory. That's all. I just hate to see what's happened to this. Now, I fully recognize there are people out there that are excited about remaking the original trilogy again. I just am not one of them. I really can't fathom why you would be excited about that. They have already remade CE once. They have already done an upgrade to Halo 2 once as well. Why do it again? Like, I don't care that it's a new engine, it's still the same experience. Like, I don't care if it's prettier and whatever. In fact, I prefer the old look of those games. I like the originals. I don't need them remade and then remade again. I would much rather Halo go forward as opposed to just staying in the past for all of these, like, nostalgia trip moments. Like, you remember this? Well, check it out now with ray tracing. Like, I don't give a fuck, man. Just try and make a good Halo again. That's what I really want. And I truly don't understand the decision to remake CE and then not include multiplayer. That is actually like a crazy stupid idea. That is an indefensible notion. I do not get that whatsoever. But again, maybe the multiplayer Halo they're working on will save all of it. I just don't have any confidence in them to. I really don't. This feels like they are completely directionless and just stuck trying to recreate the magic of the past. And not even recreate it, they're not even really trying to do that. They're just trying to once again show you the magic of the past made by people that don't work at the current studio that's showing you it. So like I just think there's so little to be excited about with that direction. And I know I already addressed this on stream. I've seen the cope where people are saying this is to introduce a new generation of Halo to get them excited about it on like PlayStation and everything. Okay, great. Give them the MCC. That is the whole point of the MCC. Why would you waste all this time and money doing this for that? You already have the MCC. Give them that. I don't like it. I do not like the green eggs and ham here. And I really, 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 really don't like the Gen AI enthusiasm that's reportedly present here at Microsoft and Halo Studios for their upcoming Halo titles. They were already slop before AI was introduced. I can only imagine how much worse it will get with that. Like, again, just when you thought it couldn't get worse, it's looking like it can.
If they are truly going all in on Gen AI for Halo games coming up, there is just no hope. So yeah, I've been yapping about this for a bit now, I know. But I just really love this franchise and really hate what's happened to it. And it's not looking like there's any greener pastures coming up or anything like really shining bright in the future with Halo Studios here at the helm. But I guess maybe the multiplayer game might have some potential. I don't know. I can't believe I'm still latching on to hopium here, but I just had to whine about it a little bit more. That's really about it. So yeah. It's been well established that the universe is infinitely expanding, but I'd argue expanding is the wrong word. You see, I think the universe is running away as far as possible from one man, Vasily Kamatsky, the God Hand, the slap that could overthrow empires. Vasily Kamatsky is the hardest slapping organism in the entire universe, I'd wager. We don't have like a fucking tournament of power Dragon Ball Z style that we can run to test for sure, but I'm just going off of pure instinct saying that I don't think anyone has the pure carnage in the palm of their hands like Vasily does. It's incredible, and I'm happy to say, in the newest slapping tournament, Vasily Kamatsky makes a triumphant return to the battlefield, defending his title as the world's premier slap god. Now, again, the whole video is fucking great, but I'm only going to be showing you certain slapping clips from it, and I recommend you check out the full video if you're interested in seeing more. And with that being said, let's get right into round one where Vasily comes in raw and no rubber.
Ебать куни накануне. Какой у тебя вес?
70 килограмм.
И у тебя сколько?
177.
A real David vs. Goliath matchup if David was really into Marilyn Manson, tattoos, and body modifications. Over 100 kilogram difference between the two of them, and this man still has the nutsack to step into that octagon. Nothing but respect for this young man. Absolutely inspiring to get in there, looking certain death in the fucking face and willing to throw hands with him. It's amazing to me. They say there's 9 circles in hell. I'd argue there's 10, the 10th circle being repeatedly slapped by Vasily Kamatsky's hand.
Давай, давай. Сука!
A glancing blow, the beard just brushed it right off. You didn't even hit Vasily Kamatsky's skin, I imagine. It couldn't even get through his fucking force field of hair. I was half expecting a priest to come out to read him a final sermon as he was leaving this corporeal dimension. I thought that doctor was coming on the scene just to pronounce him dead on the spot. But he took it like a champ. He wasn't even knocked out. Obviously, it was a one-slap KO victory for Vasily. It didn't go past this round, but I'm impressed with the iron jaw on that kid right there. That young man really bit down on it. A normal slap like that on an ordinary man would be enough to ruin his entire legacy. I thought it was going to look like something out of The Walking Dead where he fucking slaps his jaw out of his mouth and it ends up by his ear or something, but he took it real well, and another great showing for Vasily, showing you why he is the fucking eternal champ. Round 2, we have Papa squaring off. They're bringing out all the superstars for this Stone Face event, and he's going up against Jason Statham as a zombie.
Слышь, это маленький размах, сделай больше. Да блять. Правильно?
Not the best slap I've ever seen. Papa looks almost insulted that his face even got slapped by something that trivial. It seems like he felt it was beneath him, like, man, I signed up to get slapped like this. It's like a level 1 in an MMORPG going up against the final raid boss, level 100.
Тихо! Блять! Жив?
As you probably guessed, the round ends right there. Papa wins. That's back-to-back first-round KOs, which you would expect from the champions, Papa and Vasily, the superstars. I love Papa's wind-up. He really cranks that shit way back, Looney Tunes style, and delivers a real crushing blow. It's a kind of slap that could change the weather outside.
Come on.
Now, we were introduced to this character in the last slapping episode. I genuinely think he's one of the most intimidating looking men on the planet, and this only further proves it. His opponent cranks it way back and gives a big slap, even following through like a fucking 3-point basketball shot, and he still barely moves. Now the round actually ends after that slap, despite it looking like he took it pretty well. He actually used a forbidden technique that you're not allowed to use in this Olympic game. He turned his head. You can't do that, that's illegal. And then when they asked him to, keep going, he said no, because it's his instinct, and I get that. It's obviously the instinct to try and dodge a fucking furious slap coming your way at Mach 5, but you can't do that in this Thunderdome. So, it's another one-round KO.
Ухо 24 года. Вес? 135 дед, да.
Просто представь, что током ударило. О, удар такой. Нормально.
Now, when I first saw I don't know how to say his fucking name. When I first saw this man step into the ring, I thought it was a NASCAR pit crew member that was deciding to be a little adventurous, and I thought it would be over immediately. But I couldn't have been more wrong. This guy has maxed out his facial defense stat. Yeah, his offense isn't that great. He's going for like Austin Power judo chops on his neck, which does work because he says it made him very dizzy because it gets him in his nerves around his jaw and his neck. It's just not a slap, so it doesn't really work. It's unfortunate because his defense is so good, he just needed to put a little more points into his one-handed offensive traits. They stop the match because he complains about his cheek and wants to see what it looks like, so they take a picture and show him, and he's horrified of the bloody pulp his cheek is becoming. There's a clear bruise outline of this man's fingers across his cheek. It's gonna look like a fucking tattoo of this man's hand on his cheek, which he doesn't want, so he calls it right then and there, and that's the end of that match. But he went longer with this guy than anyone else we've ever seen. He put up a great fight and his defense was really well done. It's just a shame that he couldn't get the offense working for him. Yeah, this guy, his name is Vlad, and he's a fucking monster. He's like 7 feet tall, packing straight fire in his slaps, but unfortunately his accuracy is his undoing. He slaps his neck instead of his cheek, which is a foul each time.
Даже целился ему в ухо. Когда ты приклад...
Yeah, unfortunately Vlad just can't control his power. He's got like a railgun of slaps, but the targeting system's malfunctioned. He just keeps fucking slapping the Adam's apple off of his opponent, which is 2 fouls. His opponent says, nah, that's enough, 2 fouls, you're done. So he just takes it, walks away with the win. Not that he didn't earn it. His opponent fired back with some straight meat on Vlad's cheek, but it's just a shame that Vlad couldn't aim his slaps appropriately. I would have liked to see this go more rounds. This guy is fucking scary. He looks like he's here to murder people with his slaps, and he fucking does too. He's making his debut. This is the first time we've seen this competitor, and he comes out and makes a statement, perhaps even Rookie of the Year. Check this shit out.
Все, я думаю, все. Ты как? Все.
Knocks his fucking lights out. For a brief moment, that man's soul left his body. He just gave him an exorcism through slaps. Fucking slapped the memories out of him. Brutal. I believe his name is Oner. I don't really know how to say it, but my god, you know how to, you could feel his presence. If he entered a room, there'd be something unholy in the air with his slaps, those hands of his entering. It's fucking crazy that a rookie came out here and delivered that kind of performance. He's one of the security men, just like the other like giant guy that I think is super intimidating and haunts me in my dreams. He's another one of the security guys, so I have to wonder where the fuck they're recruiting them from. These people, these security guards, are monsters. They were born for slapping, and I love that they're bringing them into the mix. Now, I'm really excited because the way they hyped it up, and if the captions are accurate, I believe Vasily will be going up against Oner in the next one, which will be just an incredible clash of the titans. But either way, a fantastic slapping tournament yet again. This was the Stone Faces slapping contest, and it was fucking great.
That's it. See ya. I saw 2 videos today that really had me salivating to yap. The first one is an unruly customer whose entitlement is infuriating, and she squared off against an employee at Sonic who was just having none of that nonsense.
Give me the receipt.
I don't have a receipt.
Then you can't get it. I need the receipt.
Okay. I shop in here. I should come here every day. So you're telling me some bullshit, Andrew.
Now, we don't have the previously on Dragon Ball Z explanation for what's led up to this. She starts filming in the middle of the confrontation. He's double fisting cups here. He's got 4 cups stacked on top of each other like they're fucking Lego bricks here. I'm assuming he confiscated them from this woman, who then goes back to this bench showcasing she's still got oodles more. She's got a whole collection here. And a couple of them seem to be kind of contaminated with what looks to be dirt and flies, so I think they're really old cups. I believe what's happened here, and this is just a hunch here, a little game theory, I believe she goes to Sonic with old cups in order to get free refills on drinks, because the employees would think that, oh, she's got a cup, thus she must have made this purchase, and she treats herself to these free beverages by using these ancient relics that she's probably had for years. She mentions point blank that she goes there every day, and I'm assuming she's always traveling with the One Piece here, all of these cups, and today she encountered the Zen Master, Andrew, who hit him with the Matumbo, no, 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 no. He put the kibosh on it. And you can hear him say in the beginning, show me your receipt. If you don't show me the receipt, you can't get, and then he starts, and I think he was saying refill. I believe. So I'm pretty confident that's what's happening here. Andrew is not playing ball with this garbage here. He's not letting her just go in and just fill up these old fucking cups there at the beverages for free. And now she's making a huge stink about it. And she is recording this herself with no shame at all, believing that she's in the right, which is always just baffling to me that delusion like this exists.
I'm gonna call corporate and I'm gonna send this video.
You think I give a fuck?
Okay.
Like,
Andrew.
genuinely, like, you think I give a fuck? Like,
Okay.
honestly, like,
First of all,
record
he
this,
brings you the wrong cups of
record
cup.
this, record this.
I'm recording it.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Hold on,
Now you're getting out of line.
I love that the other dude chimes in. Wait a minute, wait now, you've gone too far, you've crossed the line. How dare you say, shut the fuck up to this angel over here who's hooting and hollering about no longer getting free drinks from these old cups she keeps fucking bringing in here. Andrew is 100% in the right. Even if I'm not 100% correct on, like, the actual situation here, I think her attitude is just so fucking awful. I hate that level of entitlement. I'm gonna call corporate. Ooh, oh no, she's alting. Like, come on, get the fuck out of here. I love how Andrew handled it. Just uncaring. I don't care. Shut up. Leave. Like, that's the way you have to sometimes handle people like this. It's really the only way. She threatens his job, Andrew hits her with one of these, and he is just not taking any of this horseradish. And he shouldn't. I cannot stand people that berate and harass and exploit employees working in the customer service field. I know I talk about this all the time, but it is just so low. It is just so shameful to act like this woman here. I hate this shit. And pranksters, I know I make fun of them till the cows come home when they do things like this to insult and treat these employees like props. And it's just refreshing to see Andrew's attitude during this interaction, just shutting this shit down right away, not playing ball with it at all. And I can only hope that he doesn't lose his job for it. This video blew up, so I'm hoping he doesn't, like, get fired or something. Because there is a reason why employees don't often, put customers in their place like this, because there is a fear of them losing their job. So in most cases, employees grit their teeth and just bear it. Just take the verbal abuse from these unruly assholes, these fucking degenerate customers. Anyway, I just wanted to commend Andrew here for this. This was a banger response to her, Karen freak out moment here over what I think is refills with all of the cups that she brings. Now, the next video I want to talk about is kind of similar in spirit. It is another unruly customer who is berating an employee, but this one goes on for an extremely long time.
You don't give a fuck. Wait till you get fired. You stupid as shit, bro.
I'm stupid.
I bet you just got this job. You just got this job. You just got this job.
She could have came in.
She don't gotta pump shit, you dumb bitch. Shut up. You could refund our money, you dumb fuck, because you don't know your job, you fat bitch. Wait till the cops come, bro. You are stupid. Talking about hostile. Of course I'm gonna be hostile. I've been here since 10:30 waiting for your dumb ass. You ain't gonna do shit. You just gonna keep running your mouth and clapping and talking to your invisible friend. You wanna keep talking to your invisible friend. You don't know how to refund? Wait till this go to your corporate. You calling police on customers that paid you. I just bought 9 scratch-offs from your dumb ass. But you gonna call police on the customer that paid you, right? You got $20 in my pump, but I don't have my money, right?
There's a lot to unpack here. So he starts this video insulting the cashier here at the gas station, calling her a bunch of names. She is also starting to get pretty wound up about the whole thing, naturally, because this guy is just harassing her now. It apparently stems from her not knowing how to process the refund that he's requesting. She might be, like, new here. And somehow this asshole thinks that by insulting her relentlessly and filming her, that's going to somehow speed up this process of getting the refund that he's requesting. She's going to all of a sudden just, Eureka! Oh, now that you called me a bitch for the 400th time, now I know how to do this refund. Thanks, sir! Obviously, it's going to do nothing to actually solve the issue at hand here. It's just unreasonable. This guy is just an insufferable douchebag. And I also think, and again, this is just a hunch, I actually think that this is part of a quick change scam. He mentioned that he bought 9 scratch-offs and then also has $20 in the pump, and now he is just hurling a bunch of insults at her, trying to make her panic and make her uneasy. To me, that has all the telltale signs of a quick change scam. For those that don't know, that is something where someone will make like a bunch of small purchases very quickly to try and like overload a cashier into giving them more money back than they needed, because they lose track of what they're actually supposed to give back on the refund. So by him constantly insulting her and throwing out like a bunch of things about the purchases and how much money's over there versus these 9 scratch-offs, I need my refund now, that kind of thing, to me it feels like he is trying to overload her and get this refund, which will actually be more money than he spent on these smaller amounts. But again, that's just a hunch. I have no proof of that. That just feels like it checks all the boxes to that scam.
So whose fault is it? Yours. Clearly yours. I paid you for scratch-offs. You don't know how to refund the money. You don't know how to pump the gas tank. So who's untrained? I need to talk to your store manager. I need to talk to your corporate. I need to talk to everybody about you.
You need to talk to your mother and ask her if she was drinking during her pregnancy, because you're fucking dumb, man. So he mentions here about the lottery tickets that he purchased and then mentions the refund. So it sounds like he's trying to demand a refund from her for the lottery tickets and the pump. He's in Florida. He mentions UCF and he mentions Apopka, Florida. Lottery ticket sales here are non-refundable. Those sales are final. You can't get refunded once you buy those tickets, you fucking goober, you idiot. So again, I feel like this is part of his scam where he's trying to confuse this cashier who might be new here and doesn't know how the refunds work, so that way he can get more money back than what he spent on these purchases of 9 scratch-offs apparently, and like the gas that he put, or the money that he put into the pump for gas, that kind of thing.
You're gonna be on YouTube, 7-Eleven Employee of the Year. What is your name? Let's get that. Let's get that. Oh, take it off, Evelyn. I see that E for the camera, calling customers bitches too. Calling customers bitches too, right? You lucky somebody don't do something to your big ass, bro.
Clearly I didn't say
Fuck, bro. I've been here since 10:30. You don't know how to refund some fucking gas. It's 11 o'clock now.
Like I said, this goes on for a really long time. He's just constantly insulting her. Eventually, she also insults them as well, which he has a field day with. He really thinks he's got her in a checkmate position now.
You took 10 people before me before fixing a problem. Of course I'm gonna be mad as shit. I don't got time to just stay here all day because you don't know your fucking job, trying to blame it on me.
Aren't you supposed to give her your card though that you paid with?
Bruh, she does not know shit and her employee left her. That's what's so fucked up. The guy left her and said, oh, she's gonna refund your money, sir. Don't worry. But she don't know how to do this shit, bruh.
Get more tiddlywinks of lore here. It sounds like there was another employee here that this guy must have been annoying, and he eventually just said, fuck this, she'll take care of you, man, I'm out of here. So now he's set his targets on her, and she can't just walk out and leave. So now he's going all in, insulting and attacking her, and the girl he's with mentions his card. So it sounds like he paid with card for the gas. You can't pay with card for lottery tickets, so he definitely didn't use card for lottery tickets. You also can't get lottery tickets refunded, by the way. Not in Florida. So the only possible refund would be for the 20 clams that he mentions I guess got lost in limbo while pumping, or maybe there was a malfunction and it didn't pump. But since he paid with card, let's say that he didn't use the full amount of the 20 or something like that. Whatever went unused will go back to your card. Like, I'm very confused on what the issue is, if there even is one. If this isn't like an actual scam attempt, then I'm very confused on like what happened here. But regardless, the way that he's treating this employee does nothing to solve this problem at all, or help in any way, shape, or form. He's just an asshole.
So I'm supposed to just stand here and just keep watching people get rang up, right? That makes sense, right? Go ahead, sir. I just been here since 10:30. Get your shit, have fun. You feel me? That does not make sense, though. And then she's sitting here calling the police on me because I'm mad about it. So the police is on the way, cuz.
What else is she supposed to do, man? Honestly, what is she supposed to do? You just stay here filming her, harassing her, insulting her. None of that is going to give her the tutorial on how to process your refund. So what are the other solutions? Like, what else is she supposed to do besides just call the police?
She can't give me my money. She got me waiting for the police because she don't know her fucking job.
Where did our money go?
Wow. You're not gonna do shit. You gonna lose your job. You ain't going to jail. If you do go to jail, it's gonna be when the cops come here and fire your ass because you won't leave. The fuck, bro? I'm trying to drive to UCF, not be in this fucking Opapka. Fuck, bro.
What, I pay with cash?
Pay with card. You take my car back and refund it, or you put the, like, bro, I worked in gas stations. This shit ain't that hard.
One of the other customers is also pretty confused. You're saying, so you paid with cash? And he's like, no, I paid with card. So you're supposed to take my card back and refund it, or you, and you know, it's not that hard. Why didn't you finish that sentence? Or you what? You do what with it? You see, this is why I'm saying, like, I don't think that there's genuinely something that went awry. I do believe this is just part of the scheme where you confuse and overload the cashier, demanding this refund and a bunch of other things in order to make them give you a refund in an amount that is greater than what you should have received. I don't think that this is like a genuine problem that happened here. And again, even if it is, what he's done here isn't acceptable behavior. This shit is still foul. And it does nothing to actually solve a problem. All he does is just insult this woman for almost 4 straight minutes. And probably even longer, considering we're only tuning in towards the end of it. There's apparently a whole nother employee here who felt this guy's Karen-esque wrath. So it's just a douchebag. Just genuinely an asshole.
So both of them,
And I don't get my money.
call corporate. Call them. I already called them. She's gonna get fired. I got this video quick. She took her name tag off because she knows she's in the wrong. I hope you have fun at 7-Eleven because it's short-lived.
Oh, damn! What a mic drop moment there. What a cool guy. So yeah, he sucks. I wanted to make fun of him and also commend Andrew in that first clip for how he handled that other entitled asshole customer. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. A couple days ago, I made a video goofing around while covering the body cam footage that showed an officer being arrested after walking around flashing his badge at strangers in public. And by badge, I mean penis. And since then, I have been inundated with YouTube-recommended body cam videos. And one of these puppies really caught my eye just a little bit ago.
911, where's your emergency?
I'm at Kent State University. I need to get into my building, please.
Okay, is this an emergency? Can you look up the non-emergency number?
I need to get into my building, please.
Okay, I need you to look up the non-emergency number and contact the Kent State University Police
I need to get into my building, please.
What doesn't this dispatcher understand? Ellen needs to get into that building. She's got papers to grade and students to flunk. Like, what the fuck? Someone send over the National Guard ASAP to let Ellen into this building. Why is she locked out in the first place? What kind of nefarious plot is this from Dr. Evil trying to keep Ellen out of her office? This is unacceptable, and he's trying to direct her to the non-emergency line? Has there ever been a more pressing emergency quite like this? This is just disgusting. This dispatcher needs to have a stern talking to. Lord help us if Ellen ever got a hold of him on the horn.
You need to contact the Kent State University Police Department. This is not an
What
emergency.
is it? What is it? I need
You're
to
gonna
get
need
into
to
my.
look it up, ma'am. I'm going to let
I
you
don't
go.
know what it.
After the college professor repeatedly abuses 911, demanding an officer, she eventually gets her way.
Abusing 911? Why, yada? Are we in an alternate dimension here? What kind of circus is this? Am I taking crazy pills? This is an emergency! This is Ellen! She's worked at Kent State for over 2 decades. Hello? She's not able to access this building. Get the police over there lickety-split to let her the fuck in. Do you not know what position she holds at Kent State?
I'm the school director of the School of Health Sciences.
Gotcha.
I'll show you my driver's license, which is in the car. Can you get me into the building, please, so I can go pee?
Sure. Do you have anything to drink today?
I had a drink.
You had a drink?
A drink.
Okay. Because I can smell a little bit of alcohol on you.
Smell a little bit of alcohol. That's fine. You can.
Okay.
Is that a problem, officer? What's the crime? What's the charge? Enjoying a drink? A succulent after-hours beverage? For the Kent State Health School Director, Prime Minister, Turbo Ruler Empress?
I had a drink in my colleague's office. That's fine.
In your colleague's office? Where was that at?
In the annex.
Okay. How'd you get over here?
I walked.
You walked over here? Okay. I'd like to give you a couple tests just to make sure you're good to go because I don't want you driving if you've been drinking.
Sir, I'm fine.
Okay. Well, I can smell it on you and you're not able to use a card to swipe into the door. So it's
Sir,
a little...
this is not working. This is not working. Can I go pee, please?
Well, here's what I'm saying. You're trying to swipe 2 cards at the same time, which kind of shows me that you're lacking some motor functions.
Yeah, well, you're lacking manners. How about that? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. This is Ellen. She has worked at Kent State for over 2 decades. She is the Kent State Health Director, Health Rock and Roll Specialist or something. Yeah, maybe she was relentlessly calling 911 all because she couldn't quite figure out how to scan her card because she was a little too hammered. Who hasn't been there, huh? We've all been there. That door's tricky. That could fool even the most sober of us. All of us would be scanning 2 cards, even without alcohol. I'm sure it's a mistake that happens often. And she just, given her position of power, perhaps a bit of entitlement. Like, hey, I'm gonna need to start using police resources here to get this door open for me. It's fucking absurd, man. I gotta drop the sarcasm. So she's had a little bit to drink, apparently. And she's trying to scan 2 cards at the same time, which is obviously not working. The door's not opening. So then she immediately resorts to calling 911 numerous times here as if it's an actual emergency, diverting resources away from what could legitimately be real possible emergencies out there that now have to deal with this shit. It is a little wacky. I'll tell you what, Ellen. Not great.
I wouldn't want you to...
Can I go pee? Can I pee, please?
Yeah, here, I'll let you in to pee real quick and then we'll talk, okay? Do you have someone you could call?
My husband.
Okay. Do you want to go pee first and start working on calling him?
No, I don't. This is not okay.
What's not okay?
That you're gonna call my husband.
No, you're going to call him.
I'm fine.
I don't think you're okay to drive.
I think I'm okay to drive. I have a Tesla.
Checkmate, she has a Tesla. She can be extremely drunk and the car will get her home. No worries. What's the big deal? She has to pee. This officer just must not know who she is. This is Ellen. She's the health director. If she says she's okay to drive, she's okay to drive. She's the health director. She directs health, for crying out loud. Come on, she knows health better than all of us here. And if she just needs to tinkle a little bit, then hop in the old Tesla and get herself home while being, I guess, a little too inebriated to figure out how to open a door that I imagine she's opened thousands of times in the past, then we just need to forget about it and trust her better judgment.
Sir, I'm going to call your captain in a minute.
That's fine. You're not going to drive out of here.
You're not going to be okay.
Is there a bathroom back here you're using?
I'm sorry?
Is there a bathroom in this office you're using?
I'm going to go over there. I'm the school director of the School of Health Sciences, and I'm going to be okay.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay. I just need you to call somebody for me before I go.
I'll be fine.
She's 2-4. Okay. So she said she walked here, though?
So it doesn't seem like it's an emergency here. She doesn't need to hit the urination station urgently. She takes a small detour here to complete a side quest where she takes off the cap and gown in her office, and then also just stays in the office for quite a while, to the point where the officers were concerned she crawled out the window to get to her vehicle and drive home. So then they go around the outside to check if she's still there, and they're about to get a big surprise.
Out to the parking lot that way. Yeah, she's trying to swipe like 2 cards at the same time to get in. No, you're not driving home.
Okay. Unless she's calling up a window. I mean, the window, there's definitely windows right there.
Turns out she's just sitting in the office now. Just blankly sitting there. Kind of looked like a horror movie scene, like right before a jump scare. I don't know what she's doing. I guess maybe she went over there to start giving some students failing grades for fun. Like maybe that's what she does when she's drunk, just flunk out some students just for the hell of it. I have no idea. But the whole thing was about her not being able to get into the building and how badly she needs to pee. So she calls the police multiple times. Eventually the police show up, smell alcohol on her, realize she might be drunk because she is not able to just swipe a card to get into a building because she keeps trying to swipe 2 cards, which is preventing her from accessing it. I'm also really surprised she even called the police in the first place for that. I don't know why she wouldn't just ask any of the people around her. There's other people on this campus. I'm surprised she didn't just go to anyone else and immediately resorted to going to police. Her sense of entitlement is just that large, I suppose. So anyway, now she's in there, just sitting there. Maybe she's peeing in the seat. I doubt it. But she's just sitting there and still refusing to call someone to drive her home or get an Uber or anything, and still insists she's going to drive.
You're harassing me right now. I don't appreciate it.
No, I'm just making sure you get home okay.
I'm going to be okay.
Okay. Well, I just need to make sure you call somebody here because I don't want you driving home.
I'm going to call Captain Gitman from Kent.
Who's that?
The captain of Kent, if you don't leave me alone.
What's his name?
Captain Gitman of Kent. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and you're going to leave me alone.
Captain Gitman of Kent. Sounds like the name of a character from Game of Thrones. Seems like the officers don't know who that is. I don't know if that's actually their captain or not. But apparently she's got a direct line to him. So, I guess, be ready.
I'm missing a best part that's out there.
It fell down out there?
Yeah. He's going to leave me alone, and I'm going to go home and go pee, and you're going to leave me alone.
Okay, but you're not going to drive.
I'm going to drive home.
Okay, ma'am, you're not going to drive.
I'm driving home, and you're going to leave me alone. I'm fine, and you're going to leave. I have water in my car. I'm fine.
I don't care if you have water in your car.
If she's not actually drunk, then it's just a pretty impressive aggression and sense of entitlement. Like, even the officers kind of chalk it up to her, you know, under the influence. But if she actually is just sober, man, what a bad attitude. Like, she seems very miserable to be around. And also, this is entirely of her own doing. She called the cops multiple times to try and get them out there. They showed up exactly like she was asking for. So, like, she brought all of it on herself.
No, you're going to leave me alone. My husband just had surgery, and I'm driving.
Okay.
Home. Sir, you're going to leave me alone? Do you want me to take a breathalyzer? I'll do that for you.
Nope, don't have one.
What?
I don't have one.
Sir, you're going to leave me alone? I'm fine.
I would have been super curious to see the breathalyzer here, because she's saying she'd take one, but the officer, I guess, doesn't have one, which was pretty surprising.
I will. I have worked. You can leave me alone. Look, I could not get in the building because you locked my building.
We didn't lock your building. It locks automatically.
Okay.
So we did you a service by letting you in here.
Okay, I could have driven home with my cab and Gale. So can I go pee, please?
I never told you you couldn't. Go ahead.
Not quite the checkmate maneuver she thought that was going to be. I couldn't get in the building because you guys locked it. Which obviously didn't happen. I don't think the officers pulled one over on her here with the fast one. She was swiping 2 cards and couldn't open her own building. And was calling the authorities to come do it for her. Again, she demanded they show up. Like, it's unbelievable. And now she's like, okay, can I go pee? Come on. Grow up. I want to go pee now. Is that okay? Do I have your permission to pee? And the officer's like, yeah, just go pee. Like, no one told you not to. Like, she's been in here for a while now and has still not peed like she said she really needed to do at the very beginning. Like, it's... I don't know, it does feel like maybe she drank a little too much, even though she likes to claim she's not drunk.
Jesus Christ. I've worked here for 28 years.
I understand.
So can you give me my other card back? I
don't have your other card.
I'm not intoxicated.
Well, I think you are.
I'm glad you think I am, but I'm not. And you can have a good day. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can you call somebody for me?
Sure, I will.
Can you do that right now?
I will. In my car.
Now we're starting to get into the big stalemate territory. The officers are getting like really annoyed here, just saying, please call someone. We cannot let you drive that vehicle while we believe you're intoxicated. And based on all the evidence here, like this interaction, she does appear to be intoxicated. She did mention drinking earlier. She claims it was just a drink. It does seem a little different. So like, I think it's a pretty reasonable request to just say, like, can you just call someone, get an Uber, just fucking something, because drunk driving is bad. It's a terrible thing. But she continues to refuse it, and she gets more and more heated about all of it, and as you can probably imagine, it doesn't exactly go swimmingly.
Ma'am, listen, you've been here a long time. Please don't tarnish your own reputation by doing this, because we are going to arrest you if you try to leave here and drive your car. I promise. Like, you're going to be arrested. And that is not what we want to do.
So my husband is home.
Okay, you said he just had surgery and he can't drive, right?
I'll call Captain Gitman right now.
There's no Captain Gitman.
He's here at my phone.
Okay, we'll call. Go ahead.
There's no Captain Gitman that works for
He works for Kent City.
No, he doesn't.
Bye. Have a good day.
Well, explained it all you could.
Yeah.
Now it just sounds like they're sad, like, oh fuck, we're gonna have to arrest Ellen. Ellen, she's been at the university for over 2 decades as the school director of health. Oh man, shocks. Jeepers. And she just keeps going on about this Captain Gitman, who they don't know who that is, so I'm assuming she's barking up the wrong tree there. Maybe there is a Captain Gitman that exists there in her phone, but like, what is he gonna do? Like, no, you boys, listen. She's got my permission to drunk drive home. Stand down. Like, if they don't know who Captain Gitman is, I don't think they would respect the authority of whoever answers that phone.
It is what it is at this
Kent
point.
City Police Officer. He reports to you.
That's not accurate.
It's totally accurate.
Okay.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic.
All right. Do you have all the stuff you need?
Captain Gitman, call me back. It's Ellen Glickman.
You have a lanyard on your right side under your jacket, if that's what you're looking for.
Nope. I'm looking for office keys. You guys f***ed me up. Thank you.
Are you going to be able to call anyone for me?
No, are you?
Okay. I'll take this one too.
No, you would not take my.
All right. Well, right now you're under arrest.
I'm calling my husband. Stop.
Okay. Just relax. You're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
I've made my decision. You are under arrest.
I'm calling my husband.
Put your hands behind your back.
No, I'm calling my.
This feels like someone who's probably used to bullying people to get anything she wants and just kind of steamrolling around conversations in order to come out on top. And her hardball didn't quite work here. So after quite a lengthy period of time here, she finally, at the very end, concedes, saying, "Okay, I'll call my husband. Stop." But the officers have already had enough of it at this point, because she already said she'd do that a few times and then didn't, and then tried to call the imaginary captain, fucking super sailor, whoever she was calling. So they make the decision to arrest her, because it seems like she is still going to be driving herself home, because she keeps saying she's going to.
I'm really, really sorry.
It's okay. You're walking to this car right here.
No, I'm walking to my.
You're not walking to your car. You're not driving home.
Can you please call my husband?
No.
No, I'm really. Stop this. Call my husband. Please call my husband.
Stop.
Can you call my husband right now? Right now.
You can call him when you're being booked.
I'm not being booked.
You are.
I'm really sorry for being an asshole.
So it's not because you're being difficult. It's because you're drunk.
I'm not drunk.
You are.
No, I'm not. Please take my phone. Please take my phone.
I already have your phone.
I'm sorry for being an asshole.
It has nothing to do with that.
I'm being an asshole. Thank you so much. Sir, I've worked here 28 years. Can I speak to somebody who's worked here a long time? Because
hold on.
I've been here 28 years. Please.
Have a seat.
So they take her to the facility. She reiterates numerous times that she's worked there for 28 years, this and that, flexing her position and standing in the community for so long. Eventually, her son shows up to take her home and ensure she doesn't try and drive. She was charged with disorderly conduct, intoxication. After a plea deal in community and service, it was dropped. And you'd think that's where the story ends, but it doesn't. Because after all was said and done, and this was water under the bridge, she and her husband came back to try and argue.
I'm Lieutenant Campbell. How can I help you?
I'm Ellen Glickman. Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
I wanted to chat with, do you know who the officers were that night?
Yes, Officer White and Officer Womack.
So what would be the best way of chatting with them?
What kind of conversation are you wanting to have with them?
Peaceful. Yeah. I think there was errors on both sides.
Well, I'd have to disagree on that.
You do?
So, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
They were doing their jobs.
Okay.
And potentially could have saved your life by not letting you drive.
Well,
if you disagree with that, that's fine.
Shut that shit down pretty quickly. Why is she coming back here to try and argue with the officers from that night? Everything had already been settled. It had actually just totally been dropped after her community and service and plea. Yet she still wants to come over and make an issue. Like, I really think that shows her general attitude and the way that she carries herself. It is someone that is so used to, like, bullying her way through life, is the impression I get from all of this. This is just like an inexplicable decision to try and come over here and now try and have further conversations with the officers from that night. Which, no doubt, were not going to be overly peaceful, because she's already pretty upset, it seems, and still a bit heated about it, saying, oh, there were errors on both sides.
So,
I wasn't drunk. I was not inebriated.
Okay. If that's fine.
You weren't there?
No, I was not there.
Okay, so there was a lot of, he was home with cancer and was post-op for about 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I was not intoxicated. I was sleep deprived. I had a drink. I have PTSD from y'all. My ex-husband was a cop.
Okay.
So there's a lot of stuff you didn't know. I was not given the opportunity to discuss. And
you were given many opportunities, and you did not take advantage of any of them.
Okay.
It is incomprehensible how she keeps doing this. So again, all of this started because she was calling 911, relentlessly about trying to get officers over there to open a fucking door for her. That's what started all this. And now, after the whole case has been done and dusted, all settled, she still goes out here and does this kind of shit again. It's so wacky. It's just so weird. And the officer did make a good point. They very realistically could have saved her life. Even if she wasn't drunk, she doesn't appear to have been in a good condition for being behind the wheel of a car in the first place. If it was sleep deprivation or whatever was causing that, it does not appear she was in a good state to be operating a vehicle. So, it is a very real chance that they saved her life there. Anyway, though, this professor was insufferably self-entitled, and I just had to yap about it after watching this Midwest safety video. That's really about it. So, yep. Yeah, I missed it again. Call me your mother, because I just got fucked raw again. So, I'm sure a lot of you know what I'm going to be talking about. Yesterday, Dogecoin exploded, going up to 47 cents. Some of you watching are probably already millionaires because you cashed out on your Dogecoin. I am not one of those people. For the last few months, I've had this overwhelming fear of missing out on anything. Ever since the whole GME GameStop stock explosion, I scratch at my neck like a goddamn meth addict waiting for my fix on things to make sure I'm in early on. And yet still, somehow, I fucking miss Dogecoin. And that's an understatement. I didn't miss Dogecoin. I made the conscious decision to not invest in Dogecoin. Last month, early April, I put money into every fucking crypto altcoin possible except Dogecoin. I put money into a goddamn crypto that only one person in my Twitch chat mentioned one time. It's probably something he made in his goddamn basement just for a little pump and dump scheme. Something that I'm the only one who has any fucking coins in. And I put money into that and not Dogecoin, an established meme coin for a decade now. I don't know how dumb a human being can be. I'm that stupid asshole that showed up to the party of crypto and decided not to have any fun, not gonna drink any alcohol, or just have a good time at all. I came in there to be miserable, and that's exactly what I'm fucking doing. I was convinced in my stupid idiot brain that Dogecoin was gonna go back down to 2 cents and I'd wait till then to put money in. And I wasn't in any rush, it's a marathon, not a sprint. There's no reason to blow my whole load here and go in at 5 cents. I'll get a better deal during the fire sale. Maybe I'll wait till Thanksgiving's Black Friday deal for fucking Dogecoin. And then of course Elon Musk takes one puff of weed and makes a tweet about Dogecoin again. And that shit soars to record heights. And I'm just sitting here with my fucking soft cock in my hand, all sad and lonely. Of course, this massive boom here isn't entirely thanks to Elon Musk or anything, but he's kind of like the face of Dogecoin at this point. He is to Dogecoin what Jesus Christ is to the Bible. He's just such an instrumental part of the whole Dogecoin story at this point. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Dogecoin overthrows the US dollar as the preferred currency. It's just getting to such wacky and wild new heights, and I'm still just over here playing with my little action figures in the bathtub of awful altcoins that aren't moving. So when that day does come, I hope you Dogecoin enjoyers, the Dogecoin overlords, will accept my humble schmoobles. I'm extremely happy for everyone who did make huge fat stacks from the Dogecoin boom. A lot of people from Twitch chat last night were talking and flexing their earnings from it, and I really am happy for those people. It's great to see people winning like this, especially today, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a little shitty sitting on the bench while the Dogecoin team celebrates the national championship victory here. And this is really just like the whole story with me in crypto. Some of you know this, but like in 2015, early 2016, I first got into crypto. Andrew and I actually both got into it at the same time, and we put money into like the big ones. At the time, Litecoin was like $10, Bitcoin was just a little over 1,000, Ethereum was like 100, and we put money into those and we sat on them for a while. I got kind of into it, like I was experiencing that early frat douchebag crypto mania. So I was buying like some Ripple, some Monero, Tether, a couple others, and I just sat on it for a long time and completely lost interest. And as time progressed and these things started blowing up, last year I realized I no longer had access to all of those coins. And by last year, I mean like 5 months ago. So like 5 months ago, I realized I didn't have access to my Bitcoin. I had like 2 Bitcoin. I didn't have access to my Sia coin, my cherished Sia coin, which when I bought it was worth 1/8 of a penny. And all of this shit, my Ripple, I had a fucking ton of that. I couldn't get it anymore. It was on this wallet that I didn't have the password nor the 12-digit security code for. So it's locked away in this like Egyptian tomb here, and I can't get to the sarcophagus to unearth my Bitcoin and shit, which would be worth a lot right now. And it's all just sitting there in this old decrepit wallet, just rotting away, scared, wondering when its parents are gonna come by and pick them up from school. And I just can't fucking get into them. So ever since realizing I would never be able to get into Atlantis and get my old cryptos back, I tried to get back into crypto so I wouldn't have to go through this traumatic experience again. And yet here we are again, repeating history where I've missed out on the main crypto that's blown the fuck up. And it's one that I actively turned away. It came to my house to trick or treat, and I spit in its face and told Dogecoin, get the fuck out of here. And it makes me sick. It's incredible how I can constantly make the worst possible decisions when it comes to cryptos. It's almost more impressive to actively fuck up this many times than it would be to even accidentally get it right once. It's pretty wild, and still pretty upsetting. I know, of course, just like with GME, there's a lot of people that will hold for the rest of their lives. They will be taking their Dogecoin holdings to the fucking grave 80 years from now. But there's no shame in the people who did sell. I was reading a post from a guy on Reddit who sold a lot of his shit to put all of that money into Dogecoin, which is extremely reckless, and I would never recommend that to even my worst enemy. But he did that, and when Dogecoin exploded, he sold and was able to make over like $1 million, which is more money than he'd ever seen in his life, which was really able to help him out in a really tough time. It was a really touching story to read. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Reddit didn't either. It's not like they were doing standard Reddit shit where if you post a picture of an animal, they tell you why the animal's actually miserable and dying. They didn't do that here. They weren't like insulting the guy for selling. They were just cheering him on, happy to see someone succeed like that. But there is, of course, a lot of people that think if you sell, you're weak, paper hands, diamond hands for life. And it's all a fun meme and everything, but just know if you sell, you're not like a weaker person for it. Or maybe you are, maybe you're just a cowardly bitch who just couldn't hold on because you didn't have the strength to. I don't know, I don't have any Dogecoin. I'm just sitting here on the fucking sideline speculating at all the fun everyone else is having. Anyway, just wanted to talk about this because I thought it was a really interesting story. I remember when Dogecoin was created, it was like 2013, and it really caught fire almost immediately on Reddit. And I always just kind of laughed at it because I thought it was super goofy. And then even recently, just laughed at it because I thought it was super fucking goofy and would never be like a legitimate thing for anyone. I thought it was just a pump and dump scheme for a lot of YouTubers to exploit their fans with, which for a little while it was. But now, since a lot of other non-YouTubers who aren't just trying to fuck their fans in the ass have hopped on and started promoting it and started using it, it started to actually blow up.
So I'm wrong. I'm eating shit on it. I thought Dogecoin would never get to the level it is right now. And I'm happy to see that I was wrong. I really am. It is great to see so many people doing so well because of having Dogecoin. And I just wanted to talk about this because it's a fun story. It's a feel-good story. That's about it. So yeah. Alright, man. This new tactic that they're pulling out for the Epstein files that they're really digging in deep in the John Madden playbook for is unbelievably ridiculous, even by the standards the circus has already set. This is like if I pissed on your head, but didn't even try and call it rain, I just called it piss. I just say, hey Buster, I'm urinating on you. And you're just supposed to like thank me for it. Last night there was a big bombshell breaking. All Epstein files released. Pam Bondi announces DOJ has released all Epstein files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, including justified redactions and a list of high-profile names appearing in these documents. When I saw that fresh little nugget drop there, I actually thought that there was a huge Epstein file dump where they actually did unredact everything. Maybe Pam Bondi getting biblically smacked down at that hearing the other day and embarrassing herself actually did lead to these files coming out, the remainder of them. But it turns out that's just a fucking lie. That's just a big-time, full-blown fib. And of course, it was a speed run to Community Noted as people went to check, only to learn there are no new files. What's being referred to here are the same files that came out a few weeks ago, the 3.5 million files from a couple weeks ago. And now the new thing here is, I guess after Pam Bondi got fucking farmed on Rust by anyone with even a single semblance of a brain at that hearing, she huffed and puffed and then farted out a giant list of names from anyone that was even mentioned anywhere, which includes people like Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17. So this has naturally been called out by a lot of people saying, to have Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17, in the same list as Larry Nassar, who went to prison for the sexual abuse of hundreds of young women and child pornography, with no clarification of how either was mentioned in the files, is absurd, which it is. It's done on purpose with the sole intent of confusing and muddying everything here. They combined the actual, real, evil child sex trafficking clients with just random people's names who appeared in emails like Janis Joplin. This is ridiculous, and it's just blatantly corrupt right in your face. There is no new files here. That is just a lie. Yet for some reason, it's being peddled by tons of people as if it's real. I guess they all got the call, so Alex Jones here preaching about how Pam Bondi just unleashed the full Epstein files. She dropped her trousers and took a shit on this whole narrative that the Epstein files implicate anyone in this administration. In fact, it backfired bigly on the left, on powerful Dems like Bill Clinton. And others busted, while fake smears against Trump are bullshit. Vindication for Trump. It's crazy how Alex Jones, for years, was talking about this elite pedophile ring that was raping and torturing and killing children, and now he is finally proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be right. He was completely correct on that, and now he has to pussyfoot around the subject, just tiptoeing, walking on eggshells because some of his friends are in there. Dude went from secretly filming Bohemian Grove to being best buddies with its members. So now, we all know that this is correct. Alex Jones could have taken a victory lap on this shit, but instead he's been preoccupied with 6'7" Labubu and whatever other dog shit that is, and anytime he mentions the Epstein files, he has to do so with Trump's cock in his throat about it. He only focuses on the most easy, low-hanging fruit of the Epstein files like Bill Clinton. Alex Jones explores the Epstein files like this with his hands over his eyes, really scared, making sure to put on the blinders so he could block out all of his friends' names, so he can laser focus on easy shit like Bill Clinton, who everybody knows is guilty in all of this. Real groundbreaking stuff, goober. It's incredible what a paid shill this guy is. And I just saw he's doing like a press tour about how all of this is the result of Trump, by the way. He went in there and said, you gotta release this now. It's time we fucking release everything unredacted. No more, softball in it. As if Trump was the reason this happened. Even after, for a whole year, Trump has been saying it's a hoax. It's not real. Move on, move on, move on. We gotta stop caring about this Epstein stuff. Does anyone still care about this? No one in America cares about this. Yeah, Alex, I'm sure Trump is the one that went in there and really strong-armed the release of anything. And again, Alex Jones is saying all the files are released now. That is just
provably false. That is not true. There are no new files that Pam Bondi just released, Alex. It should be obvious to anyone paying attention, or even just a smidgen of attention. You don't even have to, like, have your eyes glued to it or anything. Even just glancing should be pretty clear, painting an obvious picture that the powers that be are using Alex Jones as a very convenient mouthpiece to regurgitate their shit and defend them, and do a lot of sweeping for them. We are in an era where you have this information at your fingertips, and they are telling you, disregard what your eyes can see and listen to us and nothing else. It's so fucking scary, because people are willingly doing it. You can check yourself to see if there are new files that dropped, and it only takes a couple of seconds to get the real answer. No new files have dropped. You can find the truth yourself, and it takes seconds. And they know that, so they're relying on you just being too lazy and too blind and too much of a sheep, so they can just feed you things and have you believe them without bothering to check. So they can just lie and say that Pam Bondi just unleashed the nuke on Epstein. All of it's right there, and it's only Democrats. Look at that! Backfired bigly. And you won't bother to check it yourself. It's craziness, and it sucks that it works so well. If you do bother to do any amount of actual research on the Epstein files, you'll find it's more than just Democrats. It's Democrats and it's Republicans. It's a ton of the world's most powerful people that have engaged in some of the most unthinkable, evil actions imaginable. And these monsters, these fucking worms, treat it like a joke. CoffeeZilla just made a video on it. Howard Lutnick in particular, he's always busting a gut laughing anytime Epstein's even brought up.
I am increasingly disgusted by the way this is all a big joke to liars like Howard Lutnick, who deceive the American public about the status of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
That guy was there. I wasn't going.
Now he testifies under oath that he actually went to the island of the creep and brought his kids.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children.
Nevertheless, every time Epstein is brought up, this guy can't stop chuckling. Here's Lutnick laughing again when Trump is addressing a question about Epstein.
To talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I don't know. I could ask you that question.
He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. And maybe it's because they really think we are buying it. Maybe it's because they think, hey, we're just going to get away with this. We can just keep, the lies are so brazen.
They are literally laughing in your face about it. They know they're getting away with it. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. It's just so brazen, like CoffeeZilla said. And then you have people like Alex Jones that are just parroting that same shit like, everyone's absolved except for the people we don't like. And also, by the way, even if it was only the people you don't like that are implicated here and guilty, why aren't they being arrested? Ask yourself that question. Why aren't the people like Bill Clinton being arrested? Why is nobody getting arrested for the Epstein files? I know I've already said this, but even if the only people that were guilty in here are the people you personally don't like, why wouldn't Trump and this administration be going fucking full throttle, whole hog at them, trying to throw them in the slammer? Food for thought, I suppose. Perhaps it's because they know if they went down, it would put them at risk too, because it's not just the people you don't like. You are just so focused on the ones you don't like that you'll block out all of the other shit. You will not use your own fucking brain. Now, another big thing that's come out that it seems like a lot of mainstream media and a lot of Twitter personalities refuse to speak on is Epstein's potential ties to Israel. It's very weird. Yet no one really seems to want to talk about that connection. Why is that? I just find it odd how you have so many Twitter patriots and mainstream outlets that just outright ignore this potential connection of Epstein and Israel. And Israel is a very important subject in American politics, it seems. Politicians can't stop praising them, glazing them, and Trump in particular, his mouth has become a glory hole for Netanyahu. So don't you think it would be something worth talking about and investigating if there is potentially a tie between Epstein and Israel? I mean, I feel like that would be something that a lot of people would want to know more information about to find out if it's true or not or what's going on there. Because again, every politician in this country, this administration, and even previous administrations love to bend over for Israel.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. And I've worked every day to do that.
We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel and bring home Israelis and make sure we stand by our number one ally in Israel.
That's right. What cause is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel.
defense of Israel.
What is number one? I have said to people when they ask me if this Capitol crumbled to the ground, the one thing that would remain is our commitment to our aid, and I don't even call it aid, our cooperation with Israel. That's fundamental to fundamental.
Miriam Adelson is amazing. What she has done for Israel, for our country, and for this world is second to none. Thank you, my friend. The sad truth is, for way too long, anti-Semitism has been allowed to grow unchecked in this country. Too many institutions have abdicated their moral responsibility to speak up.
There's an additional 100 clips I probably could have pulled, but these were the ones that were top of mind, and I think it's pretty clear that Israel is an extremely important subject to the powerful politicians in this country. Fucking Ted Cruz goes as far as to say it's the sole reason he got into politics is to defend them. I've said it before, I'll say it again, I don't know how that's not treasonous. He is a representative in our country who is openly stating that his priorities are a foreign entity. Whatever, I guess. I suppose that's fine by today's standards. I don't really get how. And boy howdy, isn't that Nancy Pelosi statement quite the eye-opener. Even if everything crumbles over here, we will still find a way to honor our aid to Israel. We'll start botting in RuneScape if that's what it takes to make enough money to send it to Israel. Damn everything else here, that's the most important part. Pretty crazy shit, I would think. I feel like maybe I'm on the crack pipe here, but that should be a little concerning that the politicians that are supposed to be representing this country seem much more focused on the interests of another. But anyway, my point is, with the release of all of these Epstein files, even though hundreds of the files are just completely worthless garbage that are fully fucking redacted, just nothings, there is still a lot that remains that showcases a potential connection of Epstein and Israel. Now, of course, nothing's confirmed or anything, but shouldn't that at least warrant some kind of investigation, at least some kind of poking around? This administration is very blunt about how little they care about the Epstein files. They literally say that. Trump always talks about how no one should care about this and move on. And also, they're very open about, we're probably not going to look to investigate anything. There's nothing actionable in there. Whoops-a-daisy. Can't do anything about it. Sorry. And, of course, Perjury Patel just continues to lie about it. But anyone that actually takes a peek at it should at least find it odd that a lot of these outlets, like journalist outlets, a lot of politicians, and a lot of the paid shills online are not talking about the Epstein-Israel connection in any capacity whatsoever. And when they do talk about Epstein as a potential spy, they always make a mention of CIA, or, maybe not being a CIA spy, but never going as far as to talk about a potential connection to Israel. That should be very weird. Why is that something no one would talk about when Israel is such a huge piece of this country, apparently? Why wouldn't that be something that would be more discussed by the mainstream? It's all so blatantly corrupt. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this latest lie. That's really about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
There's a very popular trend in modern horror movies where you make them suck as much shit as possible and they're just entirely forgettable. Luckily, that's not the case with It. I really enjoyed the first one from start to finish. I thought it did a great job in its horror elements as well as its comedy. The comedy really stood out to me because when you go to a Stephen King movie adaptation, the only comedy you're usually getting is unintentional because they suck some fat fucking asshole. That wasn't the case with It, and it really stood out to me. I really enjoyed it. I think it was a very solid horror movie and just a really purely enjoyable movie start to finish. It Chapter 2 had its work cut out for it to really follow that up. And it did a great job, and a lot of it boils down to just incredible casting. Bill Hader as Richie absolutely fucking annihilates the role. He is a really, really talented actor, as well as James Ranson, the one who plays the adult Eddie. And he's basically as if the kid actor grew to a 40-year-old man in the 2 years it took in between this movie and the last one. It's like the same goddamn guy. It's as if you actually are watching the kid in an adult's body. They act the same, they basically sound the same, and they even fucking look the same. It's wild. I don't know if James Ranson's the young child actor's father or something, but it's fucking wild how similar they are. But there's no bad characters or anything like that. I just thought those two really shined, in my opinion, because because once again, in an area I didn't expect it to be great in, comedy, it fucking nailed. I didn't think they could make it happen twice. I didn't think you could take Stephen King's work and make it intentionally humorous twice and have it land, but they fucking did it. And I respect that because it made me laugh a couple times. I thought it was just really well written there. As far as the horror elements go, I actually think they're weaker in this movie than the first one, and I didn't even think the first one nailed horror to a certain degree. It did it decently enough, and at the very end, he has no idea where they're going or what's going on. That makes no sense. That's when he should be strongest, right? And even if he can't, like, read their minds like he has been able to, all he had to do was, like, out of his fucking peripherals, he would have seen people sneaking around to his right and maybe acted sooner and stopped them in their tracks. It's just a horror movie trope, I suppose. And I also thought when they defeat him, it looked extremely easy, and it's something he should have expected, because it's kind of what they fucking did in the first one already. They basically just defeat him by insulting him. Hey, your dick's small. You're just a clown. You're just a small clown. You're a clown, you're a clown, you're a clown. He starts shrinking and shrinking. Oh no, you're hurting my feelings. I'm big, no. And then they crush his heart, and that's the end of it. It's underwhelming. And I know that's how, I understand it follows the book a bit. I didn't read the book, but I understand that this shit happens in the book as well. So I get it, but, you know, as when they were younger, you can excuse it because it's kids doing it. You know, it's very different when you have 40-year-old men and women doing it. Like, you're a clown, you're small, fuck your stupid dumb stuff, and he's shrinking. It's just a little goofier, and it really wasn't that threatening at the end, in my opinion, especially after, you know, you have 2 movies to build up a final showdown, and you get it like that, where it just ends up a roast, really shitty roast. Just kind of underwhelming. That's my only, like, actual huge complaint, just because I felt that was just not very good. But putting that aside, let's plug It Chapter 2 into the moist meter. I'm giving It Chapter 2 a nice 80%. I think it is a very enjoyable movie with a lot to offer anyone. It has a very long runtime, but I think it's warranted. I think there's enough substance in the movie. I think nothing really feels overly rushed, and I just really enjoyed it start to finish. A very solid horror flick that's surprisingly humorous. That's about it. See ya.